The angel in the sky.
Awesome. Thank you, FPV, for that intro. Hey, everybody. Good evening. And once again, thanks for joining us on Cat Eyes Returns. Tonight, we have the research team. They're going to be going over some updates on the map that FPV has been presenting to everybody, along with some new data. So, okay. But tonight is FPV Angel, One Conscious series, Cat Eyes and myself, Flat Trotter. So, well, you guys, why don't you guys just let us know what's going on?
Let me, hold on. I'm just going to welcome the chat room, like always. Thanks for spending your time here to support this hangout and the panel. All mods, make sure you welcome those that come in, because Tyler and I won't be talking. It will be the researchers So once they're done, then I'll come back on chat. So make sure you welcome them and keep an eye on the trolls and anybody else that you think is a troll. So please welcome everybody that comes in, even welcome those that are mods as well. I appreciate it. Much love, everyone. We'll just go ahead and start, and I'll give it the floor to FPV, and you guys relax.
Yep.
Bye. I'll be back.
Yep. Take it away, you guys.
Right, thanks, Cats. Thanks, Trotter. Hello, everyone. FPV here. Right, I'll start this off. Hold on a sec. Right, in previous videos, you've heard me discuss angels and their roles or functions. What I'm going to show you here is how I link the angels to various scriptures and mandalas. I'll just pause the video a sec. Pinpointed their locations in the underworld and tried to account for their number. The count seems to be around 266, going by main writings, plus 7 are mentioned that are unknown to the rest, which seem to be in operation in desolate places and active during sunrise and deactivate at sunset. This suggests to me they are located below 7 of our deserts and operate independently from all the rest. I haven't marked them all on this map, as due to their number, we expect them to be occupying all the places in between the halos we call the tropics. So you can picture there on that image, there's 266 halos. You can account for 48 around the external of the 8x8 and 34 on the internal. That's counting the center one. And plus many more in between. We're not going to bother putting them on the map because there's that many. We do assume they're in between all these halos we call tropics. Right, and now on to the roles of said angels. It's evident that the sun and moon movement and navigation are controlled by these projected halos. It's quite possible all of our luminaries are using this network of halos for movement and could give credence to our dome being various layers of electromagnetic halos. Layer 1 being allocated to the sun and moon, and do we see evidence of this in the real world? Yes, we do. There's some videos that we showed previously of various recordings from various locations around the world showing these halos with the sun traversing around them. So what they're calling sun dogs are these halos here. And these are projections from down below. If you're not understanding that part, I recommend you go and look at some of our other videos. Now, we can get into weather patterns now. Tornadoes. The rotating toroidal vortex created by the angel's halo is directly responsible for the generation of winds, tornadoes, and cyclones. Do we see evidence of this? Yes, of course we do. It is directly responsible for all wind functions. Another role that the angels that we figured out is lightning. We can now say lightning has an origin, this being the angel's halo. Add some water and it will start arcing. There's a nice demonstration there for you. So we've got an origin for lightning. Volcanoes. It seems a certain configuration of angels are responsible for volcanoes, mountains, hilly terrain, and raised landmass. Notice the mountains in the distance curving around the edge of the halo in between the angel and the halo is an induction zone. This may play a part in the eruption process. Angels are involved in particle acceleration. That kind of wording comes from CERN. The real terminology would be alchemy, the forming of elements into matter. Earth, air, fire, and water being the primary materials used in the forming of matter. This will differ from region to region. Colours are allocated to north, south, east, and west in various scriptures, and they seem directly linked to this role. Now onto some new sections to do with the grid. What you're looking at here are some Nazca line overlays. New sections added to the map here on the outside of the 12 by 12 grid. These are part of the Nazca mandala. I didn't add them previously as I was unsure of their orientation. This will now extend the grid to around 25 by 20. They may be linked to planetary or other luminary usage, each having 3 halos, the one on the right being connected to part of the grid and the one on the left seeming to have no link at all, as yet. There might be more to this map, guys, you know. I'm going through these Nazca lines and more might start playing a part in what you've seen in the north there. So there's 2 new sections, this section here and this section here. So they, you know, they could be related to planetary or luminary functions. I have no idea yet. We can only go by the data we've seen, and this is now going outside the grid we've got. But it shows you this thing's outside of there, so that's a good sign. It's a bit bigger than we thought. So 25 by 20 grid, I think, somewhere around there. It may expand beyond that yet, we don't know. As we add more Nazca lines, you know, this will adjust accordingly. Here's some more Nazca line overlays. The orientation may not be perfect, but they are close. Note New York having the spider in its vicinity, which appears to connect to a large chamber that connects to Greenland. Triangles appear to mark volcanoes. Various birds are used for different types of signaling or communications, which I've shown on a previous video when using the mimic map. You can see the locations here confirm those transmissions. Have a good look around there, guys. You can see what's relating to what there. The astronaut seems to be in Russia. What else is on there? Condor. Yeah, any birds type. Yeah, any of the birds that you see in the sky there, they're all to do with transmissions. The monkey also having something to do with transmission. We've seen signals going there from Antarctica. Same with Easter Island and other locations. And also take note of what's going on in the north. There's more geoglyphs up there that we've, you know, not noticed previously. So even more things to add in the north at some point or other. All right, we'll zoom out because there's a bit more to add to this. Here are some of the Palpa lines. There's not just Nazca lines, there's Palpa lines also, which is near Nazca. Our northwest portals now become the solar clock. Southwest portals become the Paracas family. More birds are used for communications, and we have a star on here, the location of the southwest portals. Take a good look at that, guys. That's some more lines added there, some more Nazca lines. You can see where they start to fit an overlay. So what you're seeing here is a translation of all these Nazca lines onto the world map. And they point out locations where certain things below ground are playing a role in the workings of our world. This is how the mechanics of our world are working. These are marking those locations out for us. There's more to see yet, don't worry. Still a lot on there to figure out as well. The tree up in the north there, that looks like something to do with like electrical kind of connections to me now. There's another one up there, the albatross with the twisted beak in the northwest. That's another one that's some kind of signaling or communications going on, that's sending a signal further in the northwest. So yeah, you're getting different depictions there of what they call in these locations, the Paracas family, which Enoch called the Port Southwest Portals. Right, here's another overlay for you. These more Nazca line overlays show more of our underworld and how it relates to the human world above. Take note of the locations. One Conscience joined our team a couple of months ago and was brought up to speed with this research and has been working with us and with the help of Iron FE, Ron, so a big shout at you, sir, who has made the recordings automatic onto our map and grid. One is able to relate what I suspected as earthquakes to be technology coming online and track it happening. I'm now going to pass you over to One so she can show you how we work and how it is all related. Over to you, One.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I've been working on a world map, and not only has the earthquakes that I began with related, but the work that have moved on to now is also relating greatly, especially with what he just showed you. So let me get my camera turned on. Oops. Okay. That's it. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah, over to you, One.
Are you good?
Okay, so this is the map I've been working with. It's the Mercator map. It's the closest one I could find to FPVs. And what I have done here is I started out by marking what we call the earth chakras. Then I put the grid over it and I put all the angels on. Some of them I did get pinned with blue pins, others are blue marked, but all the blue is representing the angels of the map. Now mine's not as big as his, so I'm missing the two lower corners. Imagine it being extended out a bit more. Then I also added grid, is all of the chakras connected and angels connected. And as I did this, they started to cross other angel points, other power points. I thought that was a pretty cool connection. Seeing his work now, because we are working separately, even though we're presenting together, which I also think is really interesting, and we're still coming up with the same grid. So I added more information. I have the earthquake paths on my map, marked with the lines and the arrows. I've also went and added what we call the power stations. They're power plants that are all over the earth. And I also added, those are the red ones, by the way, and the white dots are the weather stations. I think they help in aiding in storms and stuff, possibly producing. I think they definitely aid in them. So what I'm trying to show with all of this together is how all of this energy from below, and they're tapping into it and they're causing events to happen in our world. So now let me get let's move in a little bit closer. We can look at a couple of areas that I wanted to show you guys. So first of all, we all know about CERN. So this area right here was really interesting to me. And if you just remember what FPV just showed you, this is where CERN is located. So see how many power stations, and there's red dots that I don't even have marked, but every single red dot, pinned or not, is a power station. See how the arms kind of draw out? Sorry, they draw out from the center. Well, the center there is about where CERN is located. It's between France and, oh, I can't see it. It's covered in pins. Yes, thank you. The map you just showed, FPV, there was definite energy up there towards the north. So all these different things are connecting. We go over here to the United States. Up here we have HARP. See it up in Alaska. It's two weather stations right on top of it. And there's a whole trail of them that seem to lead down. Well, during that area, we have a lot of modded storms. We have a lot of odd tornadoes and weird skies that happen. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So when we moved down to South America, and you were just showing on your map how the technology over there, and see how it pushes into the angels, and then the volcanoes are right after that. That's a sign that the energy is pushing that land up. South America is about 2,000 feet above sea level, so off from the continent down into the ocean. The map itself is quite confusing. For some questions regarding it, I'm still learning it myself and trying to put it all together. See, we'll go over here to where the New Zealand area is and see how the volcanoes and follow exactly along our quake path. Then there's always the power stations. So I'm still trying to put all of it together. I thought I actually had it all figured out. Then I joined this team and, well, I don't. So I have a lot of questions also. That's about it. I also have marked on here pretty far, but let's go right here. I have purple ones marked. They're very small. What those are going to represent is crystal caves, which is actually some new information to me. And I knew this information, but I guess seeing in a new perspective made it a little different. We have these crystal caves that are all over our world, and crystals produce a very great amount of energy, frequency. They all have their different frequencies, so each would give off a different vibration. Now in this area right here that I keep pointing at is actually the largest crystal cave in the entire world. There are crystals inside that cave, and you can look it up, that are way bigger than any people. I can't even really describe how large they are. You'd really have to go look at it. And that's one of our major spots here. It's huge pressure comes straight down from the corners, blurring out.
You broke up a bit there, one.
Yeah.
Your screen's kind of froze on me.
Okay. Are we back now? Can you see me?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, sorry about that. So anyway, that's the largest crystal cave that we have. And other ones that we have that I found as to very interesting places are, and let me show you, we have them in Mexico, Bermuda, Oregon, the Bahamas, Australia, Scotland, California, Turkey, Iceland, and Ohio, which I don't know how many people actually know that. I didn't. So I found those pretty interesting spots, that these are the power points, and maybe they're kind of matching up at least with two known vortexes that I can think of, the Oregon vortex and the Bermuda Triangle. So looking at the overall map, I'm just going to kind of sum it up. If you look at my crazy mess of green lines, they tend to go off in the same direction. It really reminded me of the star Nazca line that FPV had shown. Will have to be taken into account that my little points might not be exact, but the overall is really starting to line up and correlate everything he's saying as what's going on underneath, how they're harnessing it and using it, and how it's affecting our world. So that's really all I have.
No, it's
right
not
now.
one. We've got these things from Ron, remember? I'll put
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll just present.
Forgot.
Yeah, don't worry. I thought you would. I'll just present one for you. I'll tell them what it is first. Right. Here you go, guys. This is the map Ron, Ron FE, Ron. So big shout out to Ron again. This is the map Ron's made for one. Well, for always really, but one's recording the earthquake data from this, and what you can do is track it. And you'll notice over time certain things switching on and off, which, you know, I've been saying all along. What's happening here is 4 times a year your equinoxes and solstices, and many things in between as well by the look of it. The switching going on, and this is what's rerouting the sun and moon on its new paths. So that's what's creating the seasons. There's a lot going on in this, you know, in these images when you're going to see the animation. So this is just a static image, because when I made a video of them recorded for one to show, it's lowered the quality bit. So I thought you'd show you a higher quality image first, so you can see exactly what it looks like. But I'll play the animation now, and I'll just leave it looping, and I'll let you talk over it. And just tell me when you want to switch it off. Hold on, I'll just share it.
Okay. Okay, so great work, by the way, Ron. I mean, this is awesome that he took the things that I was just dotting onto the maps, and he animated it and made it have direction, because he just put the arrows in the direction, I believe, that the pressure is going. So you can watch here how it activates up in Alaska. I always like to start there because it affects me and where I live directly, so I can actually see the effects. So the pressure comes in. You can see how it kind of goes down towards the Hawaii area. And I have the arrows on my map showing this. It rolls across our United States. It rolls down the South America. It rolls out into the center. And it heads up north from that area. And you can see, I love the way he's got it. You can see it moving up there. It starts and it goes right on up. Then it kind of comes around to the north. Whoops, we lost it. Okay. So, and then it goes up to the north, and where it goes from there, well, we just don't know just yet because we don't have the data up there. Then you can see that it also is being made from the north, I'm sorry, the southwest towards the New Zealand area, and it follows that path up that way, heading towards the center, and it heads up north that way. It also does this little loop-de-loop around these islands here. I think it goes up to that other corner and somehow kind of comes back down and goes across Russia area, but that's, of course, speculation. I don't get the data to prove it, but it seems to kind of do a little loop-de around these corners. And that's about, I mean, we watch that, you know, we're watching these swarms happen in the different corners, and it's bringing in, like he said, it's bringing in the winds, it's bringing in seasons. A good example was that we had a 7.2 right down by Mexico a few days ago, and where I sit, which is just northeast, slightly northeast from where that quake hit, we were sitting at -2 degrees the day it hit, and the very next day our weather rose up to 57 degrees, and we had pretty strong winds coming in, bringing in this very warm air. And then as the pressure moved away, we, the very next day, dropped back down to 22 degrees and had an ice storm. And it was very interesting to watch it because it brought in the southern warmth that's going on right now for just that moment while the energy passed through our area. But that's about all I have to say. So I'll let someone else take over.
That's fantastic one. Lovely presentation. Well done. Very nice. A little bit of information here on this map we're looking at, guys. This is current information over the last 5 days that Ron's accumulated, just for this presentation, basically. But you know, it's carrying on live all the time, and it's recording every week now. He's also now got the ability to go back in time and start retrieving information from, any point in time basically that's been recorded. So at the end of that animation, you'll notice the date changed to 2017. That was the March equinox. So you've seen some data there at the end, 3 days before the equinox and 2 days after. So you can see what's going on during that equinox last March. Yeah, very, very nice work there, Ron. Good job, mate.
Yeah, big shout out to Ron. It is amazing because, like I said, mine is dots on a map and I can show it as a slideshow, but he's actually animating the daily quakes and we can see how it progresses, where, which ones are first and stuff like that, that I don't really have time to do all that. So, but yeah, his data is great. Do you want to see 6 weeks worth of quakes though? Do you want to see how that progresses real fast?
Let's have a look at it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So let me get my camera back on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Iron Flat Earth, Ron. We thank you for that.
Okay. So this is 6 weeks. So each slide is a week, and we can watch it move. We can see where it swarmed, and this is starting at the beginning of December up to the current week. I finished up on Thursday, and I did switch to the different map, which I want to get moved over to the same map so we have it all on one map. But yeah, it follows the past and it matches up with all that busyness that you had going on that you were showing too, FPV.
Yeah, it's nice that.
But yeah, that's 6 weeks, and just remember the blue are the shallower, and then it goes to yellow, then orange, then red, and then purple as far as depths go.
That's a lot of work there, guys, by the way. That's one's been recording that by hand and plotting it daily. So yeah, there's a lot of work gone into that. So yet again, big shout out to Ron for saving one a lot of time, which she can now divert into the upper world.
Exactly.
Which, hey, you're doing a fantastic job as well. It's really nice, that map.
It's a team effort. It's a group effort to put this together. It's a lot of stuff to add together and try to figure out what's going on. So
we do need more people involved, that's for sure. We've got sun, moon, luminaries, all kinds of things to look at yet and factor into this.
So welcome everyone. This interview is something I've been looking forward to for a couple of weeks now. And it all started about 2 months ago when Sean Becker kindly came onto my Feel Good Friday show and started dropping links and recommending this channel. The channel being FPV Angel, and the subject matters being very wide and varied. And this interview attempts to introduce you to the team that is doing some fantastic research out there. It's got my imagination going wild, made me realise I was definitely paddling in the shallow end. And it makes me even more humble to realise that the world we live in is something awesome, magic, and still yet to be discovered fully. So it's with massive pleasure that I want to introduce you to FPV Angel channel and the APM research team. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on the show.
Hello, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Hey.
Hi, thank you.
So let's do the done thing, the right thing, and start to introduce you individually, if I may, and just perhaps give us a bit of history as to how your research started and what got you on the road to where you are today. Does anyone like to start, maybe?
Yeah, I'll start with this, Robin. Yeah, because right, when I came to Flat Earth a few years ago, and I was looking into it. I'd come from a political background. I've been following politics for a few years myself.
Okay.
And I was watching, you watch politics, you start to see certain characters taking these trips to Antarctica. And when I found flat Earth, I thought, oh, well, there's some connection going on here. Something going on at Antarctica that I hadn't spotted before. So anyway, you know, I made this channel in 2016 to intentionally to look deeper into flat Earth, because I've been looking into flat Earth through the back end of 2015, and I mean, it took me 5 minutes to realize it was flat just watching certain videos, because I already had, you know, you've got things that go on in your mind over years, and certain things in flat Earth jog your memory, and you think, wow, that's why that didn't make sense. You know, you start coming to these conclusions, and eventually you can find ways to debunk it yourself. So, you know, my research started when it came to flat Earth. They were passing around I think it was the E map, or the glyphs. You know, there was the everyone calls them the pizza maps, don't they?
Yes.
Now, they were getting passed around, and I was looking at those, and, you know, I was doing my own research in the background as well. And I found some things you could make work on this map, but other things weren't making sense.
Okay.
And at the same time, I was looking at the Nazca lines. Now, what I'll do here, I'll just screen share so you can see my Google Earth and the Nazca line tracing that I've been doing. And then give you an idea of what I was looking at and the conclusions I was coming to just by looking at these. So these are in South America, Nazca, Peru.
Okay.
You can see that, yeah?
I'm seeing you zoom into Peru, yes. We're getting into the blue bits now, yeah.
Right. These are the line tracings I've been doing on the Nazca lines. Now, when you look at these, I mean, I'll zoom in and so you can look at the detail. You know, I haven't put all the animals on yet, because to me, more importantly, was all this structure.
Yes.
That's what we're really looking at here. Detailed structure.
Yes.
I mean, let's see the detail in this.
Yes.
And how things, you know, the birds, where they would connect to certain places, and up. There's going to be some things in here blow your mind, mate. There really is.
Okay. Well, let's get into that in more detail later. But your initial thoughts were
My initial thoughts were, as soon as I was looking at this, we're looking at a technological construct, and what I did was I overlaid these over the map.
Okay. Which you're showing us now, yeah.
Yeah. That's them at Nazca, Peru. They portray them the opposite way around, so you never figure out, you know, if you overlay it on a map, it'll make sense. But when you put them the correct way up, north, south, east, and west becomes quite apparent.
Okay.
So this big area here on the world map would represent the Americas.
I see. And
over up here would be northeast Russia. East over here, so New Zealand would be over here on the world map. You know, what you're looking at here is condensed blueprints of the world map, basically. Well, the technological configuration below the world map, I should say.
Fascinating.
Is what it would decode as. And I've got to show you this one as well before we progress. You see that there, where it's detailed 3D structure. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. And are we looking at it side on for you to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, side on, yeah. So you zoom out and it connects to more and more. And we've even got one here that they call the solar clock. Now you tell me, Robin, that is not an antenna.
Wow.
Because what you're going to notice in the Nazca lines, I've come across at least 4 different types of antennas.
Okay. Well, before we get too deep, if you don't mind, can you just fast forward a little bit and just say where you went from here, and you'd done some flat Earth research, you started studying the Nazca lines, and then what happened after that?
And then I came across the Nazca mandala, which is this image here.
Okay.
This grid, all this grid is the Nazca mandala and the sun star of Peru. Now, as soon as I found these in there, I thought, wow, I've got to put this on a map. You know, it became a mission of making this grid make sense on a map.
Okay, so this is what found in historical records for the ancient Peruvians, is it?
I'm not sure what they classed it as. You know, it's to me, it's been there a long time, and they've just inherited the land.
Okay, and where did you find this pattern? Sorry,
this is a class 1 geoglyph from Nazca, Peru. It's okay. I'll just jump to Google Earth and I'll show you where it is on the map.
Right, and your circular pattern there is just you creating some.
Right, that's its location there on the map.
I see. Can you zoom in a bit more?
Yeah, the detail's very poor in Google Earth. It seems to get
Okay.
worse. You notice that it gets worse and worse, not better and better, which is strange, considering the technology we've got today. So they're, to me, they're intentionally obscuring it.
Yes. So this pattern then is something you observe in nature, and you've overlaid it then.
Yeah, because when I seen it, the first thing I thought of when I saw it, Robin, was gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
You see them?
Yes. So these gates, as in the nodal points that are on these concentric circles, is that something you've put there, or they?
No, these are all part of the grid. All I've done here is overlaid them on this world map. Now
I see.
the map we're following here is the one produced by one hippie. We call him Series.
Okay.
And what he did was he took Google images, the Google Earth images, and
Yes.
what he did was applied an algorithm to square them back off to take out that roundness that they give it.
Right.
Because
I
you'll
see.
find
Flatten
you'll
them
find
out.
Google, it's flattening it back to being a flat map. So
Okay.
this is the only map I came across that actually had, where things would line up correctly in the world, and and obviously make some sense, because as in making sense, this one for here, instance, see this dot here,
Yes.
this is where the Kola borehole is. Now, why would they be drilling there, do you think?
Understood. And
That one there is the German Intercontinental Drilling Program. It's right there. So, they know these locations exist, Robin, is what it's telling me, and they're drilling down to locations.
yes, and underneath in the sort of blue pale shading, is that the azimuthal equidistant map?
No, this is the Mercator map.
The
This is
Mercator.
I call it the corrected Mercator.
Okay. And what?
We'll go through that with you as well while we're using this map. One Conscience has got some images that she's going to bring up to show you why we switched to this map from what people are calling the flat Earth map.
I see. So that was the Google Earth maps flattened out again. And whilst we've got it up there, Angelic Particle Matrix is the name of your team. Yeah. How does that come about?
We decided to call it that due to the nature of what we decode angels to be and the nature of this realm.
I see.
If you want me to say what they are now, I'll go ahead and say
just a straightforward definition would suffice for now. We'll go into more detail later.
Okay, an angel in modern terminology would be a particle accelerator.
I see. And so the matrix is therefore a network of them across the plane.
Yes.
And in the oceans?
Below the oceans, below land, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere within that grid. This technology exists.
Fantastic. So looking at this snapshot, roughly what year were you in when you got this far?
This was probably somewhere around 2017.
Okay. Now let's bring the rest of the team in. So how did everybody else link into your research then?
Right. When I made the first video, I called it the Blueprints for Earth. This is the first video I made on it, and this is the overlay, an image overlay I made over the map.
Yes.
As you can see, I had the orientation slightly wrong, but a few adjustments and tweaks over time to correct things, and it's where we're at now. And this was a little tour of how I think they came across them themselves. In the 1800s, they were flying over the Americas in these.
Yes.
And pretty much mapping what they found there. So they got the blueprints probably 100 years ahead of me.
Okay.
It's where we're at.
Okay.
So I made this video here, and I was playing it on Cat's Eyes channel, I think, and this is when I met One Conscience. So what I'll do is I'll stop presenting and let One Conscience take over from here if she likes.
Brilliant. Welcome to the show, One Conscience. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
And just share a little bit of your journey, how you, perhaps a little bit before you met FPV, and where were you on your pursuit of truth and when it all started?
So before I met him, I started out kind of looking into like bloodline conspiracies and stuff. So then I found Flat Earth, and I was pretty convinced pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. I watched Mark Sargent's videos and Eric Dubay, and it didn't really take long to convince me.
Yeah.
That
similar
it was
journey to us.
Yeah. So, and before I met FPV, though, I was also looking into like Earth energy, earthquakes specifically.
Okay.
So I was following this guy on YouTube, and he was predicting them. He was predicting earthquakes very accurately. So I watched him for a couple of years and kind of learned how to, what he was talking about and how to do it. And it fascinated me. So when I stumbled into that room that day and met FPV and cats, his grid caught my attention because I had been laying out earthquakes. I had tried to lay them out on the AE map.
Okay.
And so there were some flaws that didn't quite work. There was some places that had too much distance and, amongst other little errors that just weren't adding up. So I was, thinking to myself, well, this is how it happens because I've watched the sky and I've studied these things and I know that this occurs like this. So when I met him, he's talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and angels and I'll just tell you something in my soul just gave me goosebumps. Like I knew that this was the proper path for me to go down. So
awesome.
I asked him, for a copy of the map. So after asking him about 1,000 questions while he played his video and, because there wasn't a whole lot of people in the chat room that I was in, and I just asked him question after question after question, and it kind of turned into a conversation that he and I were having while he presented this presentation he was putting on. And so I asked him for a copy of the map, and I laid the earthquake paths out on it because I know how they flow, and I've studied it long enough that I can, put that out no problem. And so then I gave it to him, and he loved it. He was amazed. He was like, this is amazing and it makes so much sense.
Okay.
And we deciphered that this technology, turning on and working is what's causing the vibration. So then we progressed.
Okay, so a question I have for you is, when you say you studied them for a long time, what was your source references for that? Where were you looking?
So there was a guy named Dutch Sense.
Okay.
And he's a YouTube channel. He stepped out recently. I mean, he did this for 9 years straight.
Okay.
And so I studied his work. Okay. And I studied his arrows, and he had arrows that specifically pointed to where these earthquakes would hit repeatedly. And he also would forecast. He would forecast,
yes.
Because this hit here, it's going to hit here. Because it did this, it's going to do this. And he was so dead on accurate. It was just amazed me. I'm like, oh my gosh, science and the USGS and stuff like that, they don't tell us that you can predict earthquakes. Think about how many lives we could save.
Goodness me. And
yeah.
So you built up some knowledge, and have you? So he's walked away, but are you able to? I don't suggest that anyone can predict earthquakes going forwards, but have you got a sense of the accuracy now, so that you can share in a given year, perhaps, or a given few years where you think earthquakes are going to come about?
If I sat down and studied it for a few weeks, I'm sure I could pick up the pattern as to predicting them. However, that isn't what I do. Okay. He did that with accuracy. I went and I got my own earthquake 3D. So I was studying them on my own as well as watching his channel.
Okay.
And trying to take guesses at what I thought would happen, along with listening to what he was predicting, and hit and miss with me. I hadn't done it for 8 years.
I guess
so.
Prediction isn't really the key, but it's certainly if you can see where it's happened before, then you can see the commonality, can't you?
The key to me is that these earthquakes are repeatable. So they're always going to hit in the exact same spots. Yes. And that's no joke at all. So much that I can make a map with the arrows also and show exactly where they're going to hit. This energy has a flow.
Okay.
It has a perfect flow, and it will repeat every single time. It comes in from the outside, and and it does its flow, and it does it every single, every so many days over and over. It's repeatable. These things are absolutely repeatable. That's why they're predictable.
Fantastic.
Do you want
Yes,
me to play
please.
this clip for you?
Yes, please. And I love your avatar one conscious. That must be one of the Nazca patterns, is it?
Yeah, it's the condor bird.
Awesome. Yep. Awesome. Love it. Go ahead, FPV.
Here you go. I'll screen share this so you can see what one's talking about. I'll mute while one talks through it. Here you go, one.
Please, can you maximize? Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. I'm not.
Okay, this is
Excuse me, guys. I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Does FPV need to? There we go. Do you mind maximizing for? There we go. Got it.
Okay. So what I've done, and I've done it several times through our work, I made a little quick one. So the energy comes in, and it's what it's doing is compressing into the center. And I mean, if you've watched our work, we talk a lot about compression expansion. So the energy literally comes from the two gates, the east and the west, and it compresses into the center point.
I see.
Then the data I get, I can watch it go north. Okay, so we don't get a lot of data for south. We don't get a lot of data for Antarctica at all. So I didn't put any arrows going down because I haven't seen that data on my own.
Okay.
But then once it hits the center point, it heads north and it spreads out in both directions like a torus energy field.
Wow.
Okay, and it's expanded at that point. So once it goes up north, it expands out, wraps around to come back in for its compression. Where those arrows are where earthquakes will hit repeatedly.
I see.
Every single time. That is a pattern. It's repeatable data, and it's recordable.
And it's a sequence chronologically, because is that what you're showing us? Over time, it's doing this in this order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's always coming in from the two sides, and it's always hitting in the same spots.
Okay.
So I found the map fascinating when I met FPV because a lot of it kind of follows along this grid that he's overlaid, and these star halos to form our torus to come back in. Now you have to remember it's probably going south and wrapping back up around that way as well. But I don't get data, so I don't add that part to my animations because I can't prove that.
And just sorry to interrupt you, just quickly for my knowledge, you mentioned something called Earthquake 3D. Is that a software package?
Yeah, it's a software package that people can get for free, or you can pay $20 and it's a little more enhanced. So I paid for mine, but that's because I was really, really into it.
And that allows you to track and record where earthquakes are coming up over time. Is that
yes
right? Okay.
Yes, so I actually used it, and I recorded 9 weeks worth of earthquakes, and I put little dots on the map for 9 weeks straight every single day. And that's how I got really good at learning exactly where these things hit and realized a lot of different things about the energy at that time.
Thank you. And I guess the Earthquake Watch websites is where you get that from, is it? Where you see seismology reports, and anything over a certain scale is recorded as an earthquake. Is that right?
Well, the Earthquake 3D, you just go to the website and download it. But
and that's telling you where they are. Okay.
Yeah, it tells you exactly where they hit.
I see.
And it tells you what the magnitude is and what time it hit. And so you can learn a lot by, looking at this information, like, okay, it hits here every day. I watched the same earthquake hit the same spot for an entire summer.
Oh.
And then kind of as the sun shifted upward, the earthquake went north and it hit that spot. It was following our luminaries.
That is so powerful software to be real time and tracking like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you say it tracks our luminaries, what exactly do you mean?
Well, okay, so with the earthquakes, all of our happenings are below. So what APM has realized is that the stuff that we see above is below. So it's as above, so below.
I see. So
there's a model below,
and
we're seeing it above in the heavens. So what we're feeling in our world is the vibration of the occurrence in the layers below so we can see our luminaries above.
Wow.
So the vibration is coming up in the form of earthquakes, which is why it's following certain luminary activity.
Okay, would it be a good time to mention the 12 gates at this point, FPV, and the cardinal points?
Yeah, perfect time.
Okay, brilliant.
I'll bring the map back up on the screen. And
before we do, I'd just like to mention that Sandra's with us, Coolpix, P900 Coolpix. Thank you so much for joining us too.
Thanks.
No worries. So we'll bring Sandra in later with some of her research, but we're at the moment I've noted about a dozen points I'd love the team to cover, and one of them is the 12 cardinal points. So thank you for your intro, One Conscience. So I think we haven't quite covered how you got to meet FPV. Did it just your paths crossed in a chat room, or you came across his work and you got in touch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we just started talking on Hangouts, and we progressed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic.
oh, but what you forgot to mention, one, was how some of Dutch Sinter's quakes didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
The antipodes didn't match up, did they?
Yeah, well, his thing, he had errors. He had one error. One huge error
Okay.
was when he thought that a quake, because he's a globe, so he's a globe believer.
Yes.
So he thought that when Northeast Russia received a very large quake, that it would wrap around and hit Alaska or
Okay.
California.
Okay.
Well, it never did. It never did. And I tried to explain to him why, but he did not like that. And I think he kind of ghosted me out of his
I understood.
comments.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? If you have a disagreement and you've been in it for a long time, when someone brings up something fresh and exciting and possibly a revelation, it must be really hard to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. So we've now joined as a team. Is there two of you at this point in 2016, is it? 17 maybe?
Yeah, there's me, him, and Cats. So there's
Okay.
three of us at that time.
And that channel is Cat's Eyes, is that right?
Yeah, Cat's Eyes or Return of Cat's Eyes. She has two.
Okay. Well, we'll put all the links to everyone's channels that we mentioned tonight in the show notes. And go ahead, FPV. You were going to share the creation calendar, mimic events, astrology tracker, and the sun gate tracker is what I've got up on screen. But I think you might need to minimize the main window. That's right.
There we go. You see that, yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Right, so we're back to the 12 gates again. Okay, so what we did here, Sandra obtained the data from time and date for the sunrise for New Zealand.
Yes.
She just picked a random year. In this case, it was 2006.
Yes.
So what I did with this tracker, I added all the data with the sunrise from New Zealand and the bearing on the compass to give us an idea. What we're looking for is gate switches.
I see.
And what you'll see in this animation is this arrow on the degrees go up and down this direction. This would be New Zealand here with this little arrow.
Yes.
So that's the sun gate tracker. So that's just tracking where they see the sunrise from. And what you'll see is it moves up and down.
I see.
Obviously moving up and down the gates, which is what we're looking for. Because what I did here, this calendar here, the creation calendar, I tried to sync that with this. Now this comes with specific dates on gate changes. Like this one, March the 21st, gate 4.
Right. And what is a creation calendar?
The creation calendar is what the ancients seem to be basing the sunrises on.
Okay.
So they would know when it's switching gate and going through the equinoxes and solstices.
Okay, so is this something people can look up, the creation calendar?
It is available online. And
Yes.
what I had to do, it's naming gates, and of course, even in Enoch it mentions gates.
Okay.
In fact, every scripture mentions gates or portals. Portal is a gate. It's the same thing decoded.
Okay, understood. Now, before we get too deep, I will mention that we're going to cover some fairly hefty subjects today. Some of it will be scripturally based, and some of it will be sort of more modern, old science, now modern science, because there's people that are really working out that we live in an electromagnetic realm, and how our sky clock works, and so what I would call recent relearning of ancient knowledge. You're going to cover quite a bit of that. So forgive me, I interrupted you, but I kind of need the audience to come along with me as I learn as well.
Yeah, it's fine, Robin. Yeah, anytime you need to jump in, mate, just jump in and slow us down.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
You know, we're used to working with this, and we forget how shocking and revealing it really is. You know,
yes,
it does harden you over time. But
I also want people to be aware that this isn't just fantasy and speculation. You've really gone into the roots of our ancient knowledge, which everyone must recognize now contains so much truth. So
I would say there's something for everyone in our research. You just, that's the hard part. You've got to find people's interests and knowledge base so they understand what it is you're telling them.
Yes. So go ahead. You've done the creation calendar, and you were talking about the gates.
Yeah, so I think the creation calendar with the Sungate tracker. With the Sungate tracker, we took the dates from the 25th of the month to make sure that it had switched, because you'll find with the creation calendar, it says there 21st. I've seen some round about the 18th, so it's up and down a little round about 18th to 21st. So I thought,
okay,
we'll use the Sungate tracker as the 25th, and then we know they've changed. It's definitely changed.
I see.
The astrology tracker, that's tracking various things like the zodiac, gemstones, fire, earth, air, water, just some extra information for people that might want to use it.
Yes.
The mimic map events are events we've recorded ourselves off the mimic map that defy explanation from mainstream, but we can see, it's technological processes and mechanisms, events going on.
And when we say mimic, are we talking about comets and...
No, this map's actually designed for water precipitation, but what you'll find is it's picking things up in the microwave frequency, and you'll find they go well out of the way to cut things off that map, so you can't see all these effects taking place on the map.
Oh, I see. And who hosts this website?
It's just type in Google mimic map, and it'll take you to a site, and they've got a database going back to probably about 2010, Robin, and you can go for all these images. They're all there, all recorded, and you'll see some strange, amazing events taking place on the world map.
And they're predominantly there for precipitation, but you can see patterns because they're recording.
Yeah, it's recorded
water.
It's a lot more. It's recorded a lot more than it's supposed to be, and they're doing their best to try and filter it out. And you'll actually see where they've cut things out as well.
Wow.
But you can't hide that they've cut things out.
No, because there's a gaping hole, I guess, in the data. Yeah. All right. So will we come back to that later, or do you need to mention what anomalies you spotted?
No, we'll come back to that another time. I would rather people just go to the Mimics map site and go for their database, and you'll see what I mean. Okay. It's hard to see them on there because they've got them small, but we have featured them before in some of our videos, so they are in our videos somewhere.
Very good.
Which ones? That's hard to remember which videos they're in, but you will find coverage of them in some of our videos.
Very good.
Right, jump into the waveform tracker. Now, what I want to notice with this is we've got 4 different waveforms that take place over the course of a year. Mm-hmm. I'll let this play, and you'll see currently it's at that waveform there. Hold on a sec. These waveforms physically exist on the map, Robin. They're not just there. They'll tell you that depicts day and that's night.
Right.
But these waveforms actually show on the mimic map.
And the waveforms are what? Waveforms of the moisture, or waveforms of electromagnetism? What
Well, what you're looking at is the sun's driver, and the other luminary drivers is what they decode to us.
Okay.
If you look at the sun, it's always directly in between 2 waveforms. That waveform will change over the course of a year.
I see. So, but what is the waveform scientifically measuring?
Scientifically, the waveform is basically operating like an oscilloscope, and it's pulsing signals across the map. Now, I don't know if you watched our Heaven and Hell video, but I decoded the Milky Way to be a sine wave. It's actually a sine wave, the Milky Way.
Okay. So for those that are just on the basement step of where we are today, so the oscilloscope is measuring. Are you just?
Oh, no, the waveform is the actual driver pushing the luminaries across. Now remember, from our perspective, the sun is a vehicle in the underworld being propelled east to west, and then it returns. We see its effect in the sky, and we call it the sun.
Oh, I see. So I'm still struggling with what scientifically that oscilloscope is measuring, because it must. Are you saying?
No, it's not measuring. It's the driver, Robin. It's actually pushing them across. They are reacting. You know, you're looking at electromagnetics being repelled by sine waves. Sine waves are driving them across, basically.
I see. I hear the conclusions that you're making, but I'm struggling to describe what that waveform, because this is not your waveform monitor, is it?
I'll give you one that you'll recognize. Rahu would be this waveform.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Right.
So
wait a minute. Rahu's in the north. Sorry. Rahu's that one. You see how it changed?
Yes.
And this bottom one would be Ketu.
And that.
But
whose oscilloscope is that?
That's just an image. That's just an image that I overlaid some information from time and date. And that information in that screen comes from time and date's own animations.
I see. Got it. Finally, the pennies dropped.
So even they have to use these animations of waveforms to depict. You know, they're telling you it's day and night.
Yes.
But to me, that one there is driving the sun. The sun is always the same distance away from it. It never gets closer. It will overtake the moon, which is what I put down to the lunar phases.
I see.
This crossing the moon could possibly be what's causing the lunar phases. Now, I stopped there. I was doing a big project on it, but I stopped because what I've realized, looking into Vedic, all the Vedic information you can come across, there's about 20 different, what they call shadow entities. Rahu and Ketu are only 2 of 20.
Wow.
So there's at least 20 different types of waveforms, it's telling me. So it's going to be really hard for me to identify which waveforms are driving which luminaries.
Okay, so thank you. You put that research on the shelf, but...
Yeah, that's got it on hold, yeah, because, you know, how do you go identifying them all?
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Right.
But, you know, what we're saying is we know they exist. We know they're driving luminaries across, and what the luminary does, it returns back on the outside of it. Now, that return back is, hold on a sec, I'll just get the image on screen so you can see it. There's a mimic map event. You see that waveform there?
Yes.
That shows up going right across the world map on the mimic map.
Crazy. So that's an anomaly that they can't really cover up. It's
yeah.
Too blatant.
Well, what you're looking at there, you can see the waveform, can't you? See it?
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's probably driving the sun back across.
Amazing.
Now the sun in our model, the sun returning back east, here's its path. I'm sure you'll recognize that path, Robin.
Yeah, it looks like a pattern.
It's the ISS path. So to us, the ISS is actually the sun in a standby state returning east. It's not a spaceship in the sky. It is the sun in a standby state returning east.
Goodness me.
And these are the waveforms. You can see how it changes. That's why its path changes, because the way it's the waveforms. It's these waveforms here that's going across the map. So one pushes it along and it returns on the reverse signal.
And you're saying it's like almost out of charge when it's going through the night?
Yeah, it's I would put it into what you would call a recharging process. And this is what the Egyptian 12 gates goes into depth with.
Okay.
You'll notice one of our videos that One Conscience done a presentation on, and it's the Egyptian 12 gates, which is the story of the sun's return back to the east in the underworld.
Amazing. So we brought 12 gates up at the beginning of this little segment, so why don't you cover what they are?
Right.
If you can.
The 12 gates, yeah. You know, to us, these are what Enoch would term portals. They're where the sun would appear and then start its path across east to west.
And remind the other name for portal?
Gate. Yeah. So, these are portals or gates. And there's more than, you know, even Enoch describes more than what you see here, because he does mention there's more north and south of them as well.
Can you give us an idea of what Enoch said? So I take it you're talking about the book of Enoch in the Bible?
Yeah. Yeah,
the book that got removed from the Bible.
One Conscience actually done a nice video on it where she spoke through it, and what I did was made an animation to match what she was talking about.
Yes, I've watched a few of those.
And when he described the gates, he even went into detail of the angles they were at to each other, and them angles match what you're seeing here. Now, is that a coincidence? Enoch is talking about the Nazca mandala.
Wow.
It's insane, Robin, isn't it? You know, it's no coincidence, is it?
And
they're talking about the same thing.
Amazing. So without trying to jump too many tangents, I didn't ask you about the patterns we can see at the corners and around the middle that seem to have like 4 dots in each square. Is that something?
Right.
Is that something you've added, or is that part of?
No, that's part of the grid. I'll go into detail of them for you if you want.
Yes,
right.
Please.
You see these? You notice each box has got 3 that aren't connected to anything.
Yes.
Yeah. These are your 24 elders from Scripture.
Okay.
There's 24 going around the inner circle there that are not connected to anything. Now that's got to be your 24 elders Scripture references. Jumping back out, then we go 12 at each gate. So there's 48 external,
Yes.
24 internal. There's your 72 virgins from another Scripture because they're not connected to anything.
Okay.
So, you know, this is where Scriptures comes into play with what it's actually describing.
So you're going to have to forgive the audience for going, that's a bit of a leap, FPV, and I'm going to allow you to flesh it out later and go into more detail. But to go from, you know, picking a scripture that's got a number in it sounds on the face of it to be a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can add some more color to it. Do you want to try that now, or shall we?
Well, this is what I realized, Robin, when I was looking into the geo, petro, and hieroglyphs. Now, the mainstream tell us they were all into sun worship. And what I realized was no one's ever been into sun worship. What they're really portraying is the mechanisms of the realm depicted in geo, petro, and hieroglyph form. They characterize or personify technologies to help explain what they're doing. That's why they use male and female characters in all these glyphs.
I see.
So this is how you hide technology. You personify it as characters, and of course you put it in a book and people bring that technology to life as a real person.
I see.
You see what they've done?
So it's hidden. Decode, and you're trying to decode. And I guess we'll learn a bit more as we go through the presentation. So you
Well, you know, from the start of this now, I'm already looking for technology, and my mission became finding the technology, how the ancients depicted and described it,
yes,
and how it fits in with a world model. And that was a surprise for me, Robin. I did not expect to see the same glyphs everywhere on the world. You know, you look at spirals and things. They're all. So it tells me that was probably our written language back in those times. It's not unique to Egypt. It's everywhere.
And that's borne out in lots of researchers now, all the hidden histories guys, you know, Martin Leaker and the likes, they've found a lot of this in their research, haven't they?
Yeah. Awesome. You're going to see people everywhere looking at it.
But,
you know, to connect it all into stories telling you how the world works is what it's doing.
Yes, and my mind's already going now about architecture and like harnessing this stuff, but we'll cover that, I'm sure, in another segment. So, okay, so these dots are on the original Peruvian template?
Yes, all that grid there. What you've got here is a 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144.
Yeah.
And you've got 6 squares, 6 circle, and 6 rhombi. There's your 666.
Got it.
So, you know, so you can pull bits from scripture from there. People will say we're cherry picking, Robin, but so are they.
Yeah.
They're cherry picking stories that fit what they want to believe.
Understood.
I'm looking for how the technology fits into it and how they've described it or tried to hide it in some cases.
Yeah.
And we can see that's changed over time.
One of the things that's jumping out to me is Antarctica seems to be at the bottom and it's not been stretched around. Is that because you can't do anything with it at the minute?
No, this is what you're looking at really is, you know, a world map is basically a strip of data we call a map, and it's obviously part of something larger.
Yes.
So that's why it's got chopped off sides. You know, that what you're looking at the sides, this is where the international date lines cut in half. You know, this is what they've done is they took the Mercator map and cut the sides off and wrapped it around a ball.
Yes.
That now hides the gates in the east and west, and your treaties in the north and south hide the ones in the north and south.
Got it.
So what I'll do here, I'll pass it over to One Conscience because she's going to have to go through some map information here to get you looking at it like we are with this map. So I'll pass it over to you, One, if you want to do that bit with the map corrections. It's probably a good time about now, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have that video?
Yeah, I've got it on standby. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, map corrections. Master screen sharing.
You are, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Right, I'll mute and I'll let one talk for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we we corrected several, globe portrayals and backwards Mercator maps, and they actually make a lot more sense. So what you're looking at here on screen are the constellations. So this is a constellation map of the heavens, and the top one was the first one they gave us, okay? It was the original one, the one on top. And you'll see, like, off to the right-hand side, Virgo's cut, because they've wrapped this around to make it seem like it's all circular, like it's around a globe and, going in circles around our heavens. But they actually, you go to the bottom one and we've corrected it.
So do you mind if I stop you there, please, Juan? Because I'm struggling to see any map information at all. I can see some pictures of animals. Do you mind?
So this is the constellations in heaven.
I see. We're looking up in the sky. Okay.
Yes. So we're looking up in the sky.
Okay.
But they've got Virgo cut. They've got several of them cut. So when I went to Google Sky and actually outlined these creatures and, went back to Google Earth and looked at them, they're not like that. They're actually specifically on the east or west, and doing their movements in the heavens. Now, some of them do a circular pattern around a specific point. Others move east to west. The bottom map is corrected. So Virgo's back together in the center where it's supposed to be. And, they're all in their proper place.
Okay.
Moving forward, because the constellation one is a little bit more confusing. It's a little bit more advanced than Earth. Can we move forward at FPV? So right here, we have a backwards Mercator map.
Okay.
Which he skipped past, but we have it up top. We still have it, so it's okay.
Okay.
So this is the map that a lot of science tries to use.
Okay.
So the problem with this is the Bering Strait. So when we looked into the Bering Strait, we realized that even these two islands called the Diomedes, which is directly between Alaska and Russia, have a 5-hour sunrise difference. And that's not taking into account of the time difference. We're talking about actual sunrise.
Okay.
There's a 5-hour difference between these two islands that are 3 miles apart.
What?
Yes. And I have a video called The Bering Strait on my channel.
FPV, do you mind moving the mouse to where one is talking about, if you know? It's up there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right in that little spot. So there's these two little islands, and they're 3 miles apart, called the Diomedes. And I did 2 different videos talking about the Diomedes because it really blew my mind that there was such a difference of a sunrise between these two little islands that are supposed to be so close together.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't we be? I think all the flat Earth community need to know about that one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
It's very
significant.
It was mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's significant because it's destroying the globe ultimately.
Yeah.
These two places are not close together. I'm not saying that there aren't two islands there, but one of them they're not Russia and Alaska, because there's no way that there can be a 5-hour difference just on the sunrise
100%.
on a 3 mile apart island.
That's just blowing my mind.
Yeah. So, next, the flights I would rather him talk about, so we can skip ahead to the cruises.
Okay.
So I also looked into the Polynesian Islands. So I looked at cruises because the Polynesian Islands will be south of the Diomedes, okay? We're still talking about the international date line. The international date line is where they've cut the map, and kind of blended it together to make this globe.
Okay.
So I looked at these cruises, and the two different color arrows are two different cruises, that you should be able to get from California over to New Zealand, and New Zealand to the Polynesians,
Yes.
and to California. It's an ocean.
Yes.
Mind you, these cruises, each of them on both sides of the date line, take about 30 days and cost between $10,000 to $20,000 a ticket. Okay.
Okay.
So that's important because it's kind of out of reach for a lot of people to afford that. Now, when I tracked these ships, the one from New Zealand that they say goes to Polynesia Islands starts at New Zealand. So can you point to the ship there, FPV, at the first arrow?
So
right there.
Down the
okay, and we're just going to follow the track. So what it does is comes up around New Zealand, goes over to Australia, goes around the coast of Australia, comes out to a couple of little islands, stops before the date line, turns around, and goes back to New Zealand.
Got it.
That takes 30 days and costs $20,000.
Wow. Goodness me.
Which I'm sure it's beautiful, but we could totally get lost in the ocean. They could tell us we're going anywhere. Any of these islands could be anywhere. So the same with California. You get on a ship in California, Baja, California.
Yeah.
They say you're going to the Polynesian Islands. You come out to Hawaii. You do a whole roundabout around Hawaiian Islands. Come down, hit a couple of islands out in the middle of the ocean. Come back in east and go straight back up to California. Never once do either of these cross this international date line, not once.
Interesting.
Right. So that right there is telling us that this date line is not what they say it is. What you're talking about is two opposite sides of the world, according to our map and our research.
Okay.
So, but they're trying to say, that all of this is in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So straightening that map out and putting it proper, you have California and Hawaii over on the west. You have New Zealand and Australia on the east. So there's no way that you could take these cruises and actually go to each other. There are no cruises that go from California to New Zealand or vice versa.
Very telling.
Right. So this is killing the globe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Moving forward, again, there's that international date line showing both pieces of what I just talked about.
Yes. You were down in that middle bit down halfway down, weren't you? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And the Diomedes, they're right up there at the top between what is Alaska and Northeast Russia right there. So they're that close together, but yet the sunrise, and not the time difference, mind you, the sunrise, there's a 5-hour difference between these two little islands that are between those land masses that are 3 miles apart.
Wow. So content creators, go and make some videos on that.
Right. Yep. Because other people have looked it up and they've backed everything I said. So,
amazing.
Next, it'll be the Ring of Fire. So looking at the backwards map there of the Ring of Fire, they say it's this big ring of fire where all these volcanoes are.
Okay.
But correcting that, it's actually the hot points here where we're going to come into our compression. All of this technology is going to create a lot of heat.
Okay.
There's also going to be fire right across the equator. It's the fire in the middle. The pyramid is the fire down the center.
I see.
And all of that is due to the waste and recycle system of the volcanoes, which are along both sides on the two coasts. This Ring of Fire is not a ring. It's more like a line that's compressed in the center and expands out.
I see.
And that's due to the gates and I think all the happenings of, the accelerators and the stuff that's kind of getting hot and melted below. It has to have a place to release.
I see. So we're saying as to connect the dots from one of the earlier slides, we said these circles make up they're mapping what's above and below, and there's some particle accelerators underneath.
Well, there's 30,000 particle accelerators in our world.
Wow.
And most of us don't know that.
And how did you come to that number, if you don't mind me jumping?
Because you can look it up.
Okay.
I've looked it up. I've mapped them.
Okay, so when you say you've looked it up, what did that entail? Where did you look?
I looked up particle accelerators in the world, and it gives you an entire list.
Oh, I see.
Many, many, many. I don't think all 30,000 are listed, but it does tell you that there's 30,000 particle accelerators in the world.
Man-made ones?
If they're man-made or already here, this technology of our world that's creating our world and everything in it, and they just refurbish it or just take it and call it their own. I can't say that.
Okay, so CERN being one of the most famous then?
CERN is the most famous, and it's the one that most people talk about, but there's 30,000 of them, one of them being in my state that I live.
Okay.
It's up north, and it was actually the largest accelerator before CERN was supposedly built.
Okay.
But I've looked up pictures to see if there's any photos of CERN being built, and I really don't find a lot that shows that CERN was actually built.
So do we think it might have just been adopted by those that thought they controlled the world then? They took over it?
That's what we think, yes.
Wow.
Can I comment here?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Well, so you can see so far, Robin, what they've done is to hide what the world is. They've cut the map and wrapped it on the globe, yeah?
Yes.
And the international date lines now hide anything beyond.
Yes.
And they control the shipping and airlines.
Yes.
And then we've got the treaties in the north and south. So that's us restricted for full exploration, really, isn't it?
Yes, understood.
But what we can work with is the data therein, all around us. The real world. What you're going to find is we work with real world data. We look at it, accelerators. Now, it's so easy for someone to say they built something, paint it up, and plug a few things, monitoring equipment in, and say, "Look what we built."
Yes.
For all we know, they're probably just monitoring what it's doing.
Amazing.
We don't know.
Amazing.
Or it is a copy, but it's hard to say.
So forgive me, you're blowing my mind because I've done 3 months of research with you. You're covering chapters I've missed, and my mind's already blown. So goodness knows what people watching right now are feeling. So go ahead. Did you want to carry on from here?
Yeah, one more map is going to be the Aurora Borealis. So the Aurora Borealis, when you look it up, they tell us it's that circle, that semicircle on the left. However, when you straighten it out, it just goes straight across.
Oh, wow.
We haven't really concluded what that is. It could be some kind of a gaseous release. I've had my theories, and I'm not saying that any of them is something that I would stand true to. One theory being east and west is a solid release, and north and south could be some kind of a gas release. But I'm not going to stand by that at this time because, but we're trying to work on possibly what that is. FPV might have his own theories on that, but the north and south do get the aurora. There's one in the north that's very famous, and then there's also one in the south that people from Australia see.
Okay.
And I actually confirmed that through a YouTube lady named Trouble About quite a while back.
Yes.
I asked her, is that a real thing? Does it really happen? And she said, yeah, I've seen it. So.
Wow. And I totally rejoice in the fact that, you remain rooted in what's real, but you're still prepared to use your imagination, because this is how we make the next step, isn't it? We have to stay creative. Otherwise, we know, for instance, if we stick our minds in the box of today's science, we're going to get very lost in quagmire of nonsense, aren't we? So I appreciate the fact that you stay rooted in what you know, but you're still prepared to consider the options, which is, it sounds like this is what your team's been doing for 3 years now, is it? You've been together?
Yeah, I think almost 4 years,
Awesome.
3 years.
Amazing.
Something like that.
Amazing. So thank you very much, Juan.
You're welcome.
That's covered some of the things. We were looking at cardinal points. We talked about the 12 gates. The next I had on my list was the path of the sun and the moon, and yeah, if this ties in at all with the planets transiting the sun as well with the angels. But you take your time, FPV. If you want to just cover sun and moon on its own, that's great. But if you had anything else you wanted to add, that's great.
We did cover it a little bit in this season's video.
Yes.
This one here, you know, I'll let it play so you can see the paths change. And, you know, what I had to do was actually name these forward and rear gates.
Okay, so what we're looking at, that white circle moving around.
Right, that white circle is the sun returning back to the east as the light we call the ISS.
I see, using that sine wave pattern.
Yeah. I've actually added 2 orbits because you'll find, you know, you look at their satellites, you're going to find they've got different trajectories and orbits. You know, that one, there's one called a Molnier orbit, and it comes, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
It comes and does this.
Okay. So I'm following the sun, following the pattern that one was showing me about the earthquake pattern, and the sun's following the same thing. It's coming
that's our 24-hour sun. That was the month for our 24-hour sun. So
okay.
That's the path it would have to take.
And it cuts across the middle and goes around the top and back round again.
So that's normal day, and then it'll go around there overnight and come back and start again. So that's you know, it could actually be closer than that. We're not sure how far out that would go without exploration. So as a placeholder, it's just going around the outer halo for now.
I see. Amazing.
So, you know, again, Robin, you know, we've got to keep it real. No guessing, no trying to, you know, put your own take on it. If we haven't got the data, we'll just put it there as a placeholder for now until someone goes up there and confirms it's above them or it's further north. You know, it could be anywhere.
Forgive me for shouting out something conflicting with what you're saying, but when we look at the model that most flat earthers use today, they show the sun just going around in a circle and getting faster. Are we saying then that's not right, because this isn't quite an azimuthal equidistant?
No, it doesn't work like that at all. It just travels east to west across the year, shuts down and gets returned, and it never goes above these tropics except for that 24-hour sun.
Amazing.
So, you know, we did try and work with those maps and we couldn't make sense of them, and this map's helped progress this a lot further. So, you know, but I mean, the map to us is secondary, Robin. Our research is, well, how would you word it? World mechanics.
It is amazing. It is totally amazing, your work. So the sun, are you confident then the sun doing what it's doing on this illustration is exactly where it's seen? Yeah,
because this is real world data from New Zealand that have synced to show this switching of the gates, and of course the dark and light days and the equinoxes and solstices.
Because you're using time and date, which is the moon, the sun.
Yeah, and you know, it has to match real world information like New Zealand sunrise. So you can see here the different. You see the arrow changing direction and the degrees where it's coming from.
Yes,
and that's an indication of it moved up and down these gates.
Amazing. Mind's blown again.
Now the forward gates and rear gates are what give us our light nights and dark nights as they change. Because what happens, this one here, if you can see my mouse, that one will be this March.
Yes.
So that's the spring equinox.
Okay.
So it goes up the rear of here, comes round, our days shorten, it'll come down here, and then it crosses back over there, and then comes down here and goes round, back, and crosses again and starts all over again. So it's kind of making a strange figure 8. In fact, I'll show you the shape it makes. It's up and animated there. You see that? So right. It's basically, that's like a facing east. You would get that kind of pattern from it if you were at the equator. On the 25th of each month, if you took a photograph, you should have something that looks similar to this.
Okay.
Now remember from the Egyptians that the the sun is birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing some of the correlations you come across. It really is.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't know where to go from here because the standard questions really don't apply anymore. So
yeah.
does the moon, have you got something on the moon as well?
The moon, right, the sun's taken roughly 30 days in each gate. So over the course of a year, that's your seasons. The moon seems to be changing gate daily. When I've only looked at it once, I thought, wow, it's changing things so rapidly, it's going to take a while doing it. So I haven't actually done one of these on the moon yet, because what I need is somewhere better than New Zealand to catch what's going on in the north.
Yes.
Because according to scriptures, the moon only uses 6 gates, not 12, and one of the gates being the sun's. So there's a bit of timing to do there. But what the moon is doing, and you'll notice this more now as I tell you, it goes north and south really quick. It'll go up and down. It'll go up and down these really quick. It's almost daily. That's why you sometimes see it overhead, and a week later it's way down in the south, and then it's back again a week later. This is what it's doing. So it's changing. It's doing the same as the sun, but quicker. So the sun takes longer going north to south, whereas the moon's back to front. The moon takes longer going north to south, but the moon. Did I say the sun or the moon there?
The sun. The
sun takes longer going north and south.
Yes.
Yet the moon does it daily almost.
Okay.
So yeah, they're doing two totally opposite movements to each other.
Wow.
So I haven't gone any further because I've sidetracked into other projects that we're doing anyway. But
amazing.
I know I do have to revisit one day, but I could do with better information from that side of the world.
Yeah, well, Dave Marsh tracks the moon daily, so he's going to have a whole table of data. Massive.
Actually, ideally, where you want to be is as close to this area as possible on the equator, so you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Yes, very good.
And it might give you an indicator which gate it's using.
Amazing.
But if it's only using one sun gate, it's already suggesting it's using some that we don't see here, isn't it?
Wow. Right.
Which Enoch does reference. He references quite a lot of portals. Not just these. He mentions these 12, but he also references others to the sides of them.
To the sides, as in off the grid here somewhere.
Yeah, they could be further back, further forward. So, yeah, and these also, if it's using these front and rear gates, you got to remember if it's using the rear gate, it's going to take longer to cross, whereas forward gate, it's going to come across quicker. Now, I've noticed people making videos saying they've noticed that it's speed up. These gate changes could be the answer to why it's speeding up. It's not speeding up, it's just got a short distance to go. So it's going to get there quicker, isn't it?
I think I follow you. Is that because it's being slightly north? It's
closer to landmass, so it'll have a few thousand miles less to travel. So if it's set off from that gate there,
yeah,
it'd take X amount of time to get to that gate there. Whereas the rear one, it's got further to go. So so if you were taking a photo of it in the sky, you would notice a change. You'd say, hold on a minute, it was there yesterday, now it's further back or further forward.
Sorry, I hadn't grasped that front meant on the left and rear meant on the right. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, front gates and rear gates. So short days, long days, basically, isn't it?
Yes.
is what you're looking at.
I see.
Short days now are long days.
Well, now I want you to mention the angels, because this is what just suckered me straight away when you showed me a sun halo, and then the transit of planets in front of them, which just blew my mind.
The sun halo.
The sun halo. So the video you've got with Simple Minds.
I'll bring another one up with it. So
anyone you want is fine, whichever is a good example.
Yeah, I'll bring this one up. I should have had that one ready, shouldn't I?
So what we're going to see here is example of this circular pattern witnessed and seen in the sky. And thank you.
There you go. Now this is a 3D model I've made going by everyone's videos that they've been sending in and that we've been observing around the internet. So I've made this 3D model from what everyone's looking at. And it's pretty obvious it's a technological configuration, isn't it? The sun is just attached to something bigger. Now if you look at Ptolemy's work, he factored in epicycles. So that means the sun is attached to something else that is doing the movement. And that something else is this giant halo that the sun is attached to.
Amazing.
Which is what you can see in here. Sandra's actually got a video recording where she captured it epicycling. I knew it was, but Sandra's the first I've seen that's actually captured it. It slowly epicycles across as it's going across. And more proof of that, Robin. When people were doing the solar noon sun tracking, they noticed that the sun appeared to pause. That's just it. That's just this getting to the end of a rotation, then it starts going back again. That pause is when it gets to the top, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it gets to the top. It's going to seem to appear to pause now and then.
Yeah, as it does the ellipse coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And this here is where I tied it to the scarab beetle that the Egyptians, people say they worship.
Oh,
shape of it from the top.
I just lost you for a second there, FPV. You're talking about the Egyptian and the scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab beetle. This is where I connected it to what it represents. You see the beetle?
Yes.
And obviously the sun.
they were considered really precious, weren't they? These gems, and
you can see why. You know, it's got its sacred geometry. It's showing you the shape there. You see it.
Goodness me! And they encoded it into that damn film, The Mummy.
Yeah,
the most precious.
You're going to come across the sacred geometry in films, music, and everywhere. They portray it like there's no tomorrow, but you know, I don't think they understand what it really represents. I think the people that are in the know do, but as we decode it, we come across a lot like that, a lot of coincidences.
Yeah, well, that's just one that sprung to mind. Okay, this is so cool, and you've got a series of about 14 of these videos, haven't you?
Yes.
Amazing clips to music as well, which is equally as inspiring. And this is what I've been playing. I played a couple on my shows recently, and they just blow me away, because you can now. You've mentioned a couple of times, FPV, that eyes to the skies and know thy world, which are your two catchphrases on the channel. But you also talk about these signs and wonders becoming more and more apparent. What did you mean by that?
Right. What we discovered was Sandra bought the Book of Miracles.
Okay.
And once she started looking into it, she found halos in history.
Okay.
They're actually in the book, these halos.
Are they really? Described as we're seeing them here?
Yeah. If you look at our End Times Decoded videos, you'll see 3 videos where over the course of them 3 videos, we've featured parts out of the book and related them to what you're seeing in the sky now.
Amazing.
Because what we realized was what you're looking at is a cycle, and every 400 years or thereabouts, we're not too precise in 400, but somewhere around 400 years, this event happens. And what the end times means, and Revelations, it simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times. The end of a cycle is what it's trying to tell you.
Awesome. I bet you people are shivering now in chat room like I did.
You see how it all comes together and makes more and more sense, don't you? What it's actually telling you.
Goosebumps one.
Yep.
And
so what we did with the Book of Miracles, what we did there, I thought we'll divert from what we're doing here, putting this content out. We'll go and decode the Book of Miracles and show them how it relates the cycles, and the same as exactly what we're detailing here. So they can see, it's time for it to show. The signs are in the heavens, it tells you, and they really are. It's showing you.
Yes.
There's a mechanism change coming up. Now, mainstream are going to call that a pole shift event. Call it what you like, but there's definitely mechanism changes, and this is the destructive parts of our history.
Yes. FPV, do you mind bringing up a video that showed the angel going past, was it Saturn? Or was it a planet?
I'm not sure
if you can't find it, don't worry, but there is one that shows the
Jupiter, the lunar wave thing.
Yeah,
the lunar wave. Right.
Let's bring that up, because a lot of people will remember Crow 777's work.
Right, the lunar wave you're asking for. Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. So the lunar wave. I made this video here. It's this is 1111 codes channel. You
Yes.
see this? You see this in the sky?
Yes.
Right. So very rare you see them at daytime like this.
And the chemtrails didn't work that day.
No, it just looks like a normal cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
But this is revealing a projected halo.
Yes.
And this, well, this, I was going to say this, but these, there's more than one. These are what people are recording as the lunar wave. Now, when the moon goes past in the background, all it's doing is illuminating there's something in the foreground, and that something is one of these.
Okay. Amazing. And
yes, I'll just leave it playing because I know that your viewers will want to watch that as well.
Yeah, and what I love is I think it's episode 13 of the Halos that you've got with Simple Minds. One of your subs has gone, this one's for you, FPV. It's the best one I got. I love it. It's people on the ground doing their own research and sending their clips in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what 1111 code did here. You know, he looked around, he thought, wait a minute, that's by itself. You can see him there checking out the sun to see, you know, the sun's over there. So what's this? Why isn't that part of the sun? You know, he knows the part of the sun halo.
Yes.
But what he found was, you know, he come outside and revealed a stationary halo.
Okay.
Now we can get into what they're called as well. You know, even these have got a name, Robin, a scriptural name, believe it or not.
Okay, what would you call those?
Do you want to go into that one?
Yeah.
Right,
They would be called.
I'll just put this one here.
Yeah, they'd be called seraphims. So seraphims have 6 wings. 2 covers their face, 2 covers their feet, and 2 are to fly. When you look at the sarcophagus, do you see the wings?
Yes, I do, yeah.
So they're stationary. They're stationary halos.
Okay, that's interesting.
So that was a nice surprise, wasn't it? You're finding the sarcophagi having the wings of an angel on. So
Yes.
what the sarcophagi is telling you, Robin, is the sarcophagi represents a room below with technology in.
I see.
Remember, sarcophagi is just a sealed room. Though scriptures mentions the angels on the underworld is the angels' prison, and it literally means that. What it's telling you is the 144,000 from scriptures. The seal of 144,000 is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
Okay. And when we describe these rooms, are we talking about sort of chambers that's part of the machine or the mechanics?
Yeah, you have to be looking at a structure, you know, a very large complex in various layers, it seems, as well. You know, talking to Santos Bonacci and even looking into main beliefs and things, you're looking at 6 layers below us that's full of technology, is what it's telling you.
Which, so sorry, did we interrupt you, Juan? Was there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, but I can show you the layers if you want to see those.
Why not? And when we finish that, can we bring in Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci's work? Something I meant to ask you fairly early on, but we can bring them in a minute.
Yeah, I'll get them ready while one has a chat. Hold on.
Okay. So one, did you...
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me get the picture up. So the layers in the rooms, they show us this in Egyptians. The Egyptians have put this on their walls, all their temples and stuff like that. So you see the layers? Here we have a layer.
Yes.
Here's the workings going on in this layer.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another, floor, roof. Here we have a layer. See the little star they're projecting?
Uh-huh.
They're showing us these processes.
Yes.
Here we have our sarcophagus, our room, This would be our whole room with our layers.
I get it. Because the large body is way bigger and that's the room than...
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be a boat? No?
Yeah. This would be like the solar boat moving along.
Okay.
So each luminary would have something similar, and it would It's what's carrying these different luminaries along, whether this is the moon, maybe I'd say the moon because the stars are out above it, so it's portraying like the moon travel.
Okay, and forgive me for sitting on the fence here, but again, this feels a little bit like a leap. Is there more information you can share that helps us understand why you feel so strongly about this picture? Because I can see a correlation.
Well, we'd have to look at other pictures. So
okay,
I'm not sure if FPV has any more of these Egyptian pictures handy. Do you?
Don't worry. I'm just kind of trying to understand how you reach these.
Well, it's the
conclusions.
Egyptian 12 gates story, Robin. What you're looking at there is the solar boat's journeys in the underworld. Remember that you're looking at the underworld there, not the above world. So it's showing you the hardware moving around in the underworld.
I see.
Right. So when the hardware moves below, we see effects. So we see our luminaries in the sky, and we feel it with our earth vibrating, our earthquakes.
I got it. So do those 144 chambers, do they have you tried to overlay them on your map, or does it make it look a bit chaotic?
There's 144,000, and it's going to be impossible to locate them.
Oh,
but
sorry,
what we're saying with the sarcophagi is their location markers for where some of them are. These ones in the Middle East, the Tutankhamun ones, they're just location markers for chambers below there. What it's telling you is King Tutankhamun is a technology in charge of other technologies in that area. In other words, it's one that's got control over others.
Okay.
And it's got the shepherd's crook because it plays what you would call a shepherding role, as in shepherding one of the luminaries across. They switch on to help luminaries cross.
Interesting.
So you can see it's activations of electromagnetic processes. That's all doing, they're all working together to create what we see in the sky.
And for those fresh to this information, you can find the scriptural decodes on FPV's channel, and I presume that are they on yours as well, One Conscience?
Yeah, they're on, but yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we decoded cherubims, which are angels, and we also decoded the seraphim angels in 2 different videos. When we decoded the cherubims, that was what got us on that we knew we were on the right path, that these things are technologies, because Daniel describes an angel. He describes it. He says its loins are made with fine gold. His body is a beryl. His face is like lightning. His eyes are fire. His arms are like brass. And his voice is like of a multitude. I mean, that's not a person or a being that we've ever seen being described.
Sure.
Yeah. Scriptures does say, they were are very ornately decorated. If you go through scriptures, you'll see, jewels, diamonds, gold, all kinds of things going into constructing these angels. So what you're looking at there, you're not looking at living beings. You're looking at technologies that are very ornate. They've been very ornate, made very ornate.
Amazing. Okay. So we mentioned, thank you, Juan. We mentioned Santos briefly. Can we bring both Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci into the conversation? Because you referenced them a few times in your work. So let's have a go at doing that.
Certainly. Here we go. Can you see this? Yeah,
I can.
Right. This is Santos Bonacci giving Lily Day Rose a presentation. Mm-hmm. Now, what he's drawn here is the torus field and what he calls the hourglass shape. You see that there?
Yeah.
When I seen this video, I straight away decoded what that is and what it places on the map. Because this is how it works. I met Santos a few years ago on a chat on Sun and Moon, and I gave him a private presentation of my research at the time. And he looked at it, and it kind of startled him. He didn't expect to see a technological presentation.
No, and as you're witnessing my reactions to some of the information today is stretching me. So Santos has been at it for years, goodness me.
But the good thing is he was able to recognize lots of the things going on in it, which surprised me. And then he started elaborating further. So I kept in touch with him on Skype, and every now and then I'll drop video links to Santos, and he just gives you little tips. Santos, that's how it works. He'll give you a little tip. Oh, look at this, look at that. So he says to me one day, look into Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
So I started looking at that and decoding that, and that made even more sense. And I thought, wow, I can see where Santos is coming from now, why he follows Walter Russell. Okay. Walter Russell's work describes it brilliantly. It really does. So, this is him going through the torus field presentation with Lily Rose Day.
Okay.
I'll just forward past it because, I get to the point where I have to decode Walter Russell's motor. I decode quite a lot of things to show you they're all talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Now, this is Walter Russell's motor. Now, what's taking place in Walter's motor, it pumps hot water in across the equator.
Right.
It causes a reaction in here with the green, yellow, and orange, yellow parts of the colour spectrum collide with white and cause a short circuit and a pressure wave. That pressure wave is sent north and south, and these are harness points where you would harness the electrical energy it creates.
Okay, so he's created something physical that does this.
Yeah, this is Walter Russell's. Yeah, this motor here, he built this. It was about 6 foot in, took about 6 foot of floor space up, and it ran a 52-room university with every need it ever needed, and it still had power left over.
Okay, so you mentioned the equator. You just meant in the middle of this machine.
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
That equator also applies to our equator.
Right.
This is modelled from our realm works, believe it or not.
Right.
Big jump coming up for you again.
Okay.
Now, Walter goes into how it works, how it divides and multiplies the sex pairs, etc., etc. And this is a proven concept. He proved it worked.
Okay, so he built a physical machine made of metals, coils.
Coils, metals, a pumping. The only moving part in it was water being pumped across the centre, hot water.
Okay.
That's the only moving part in it. Everything else doesn't move.
And it's been pumped in from left and right simultaneously.
It's pumped in from the right, and it's obviously got a back pressure from the left, So exactly what's going on at the equator. Our equator is hot because of the very same reason.
That water's coming in from both sides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a back pressure.
And then the collision forces it up north.
Yeah, up and down as well.
And down as well.
It's north. Yeah, what we showed in this presentation was how it works on Walter's motor. Then I showed this to show how it works on the realm model, because what I decoded here was the trumpets from scripture. The trumpets represent torus fields.
Amazing. So go back to the Walter Russell, if you will, please, FPV. And you mentioned something called sex pairs. What did you mean by that?
Right, sex pairs. How electricity works is when it's produced, magnetism tries to divide the positives and negatives, keep them apart. Magnetism's role is to keep these apart. So
Yes.
they're always in opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So what this build is doing is giving magnetism the chance to divide the sex pairs. That's why you get a big plus and a big minus. So you can see what it's doing as the pressure wave's gone up here.
Yeah.
It's dividing the positives and negatives. And it happens over a case of 4 times on each pole.
Okay, so charged particles go naturally to the positive and negative. Yeah.
Magnetism will do what it does. It'll divide them.
Okay.
and so what it's doing there is it's using this bar. If you look, it's tapered, so it's got pressure zones on the bar.
I see.
For it to create like a pressure zone there, and that's where you would harness. And same there, and same there. It just narrows the bar. You look at that bar there on the left, you can see how it narrows.
And how would they get the energy? Is it because of the force in which it comes out the top?
It's not so much force. It's just that all it needs is a pressure wave and harness points. Really, it's very basic and simple when you look at it.
Okay, so it was powering a university by. Sorry, I'm being a bit thick.
Yeah. Once they started generating electricity, he had this running back to keep the pump running to pump the water in.
Okay.
The rest on itself. So all these harness points are positives and negatives that you can send around the university.
Oh my goodness, free energy.
So that there's like a big battery, isn't it? You've got positive and negative, same there, and they're all different potencies.
A
it
self-perpetuating.
multiplies up to a times of 4, and it's perpetual. It's constantly running.
Amazing. And like you said right at the beginning, no moving parts, just the water coming in.
Just water coming in. Let right hand rule in, left hand rule out, and that collision in there is what causes this pressure wave to generate free energy.
Is Walter still around?
No, he's not, sadly.
Okay.
He'd have been proud. I think he'd have been proud of what we're doing here.
Amazing. So forgive me for being ignorant on Walter Russell's work. That is awesome.
It is.
Another massive red pill dropped. Okay.
Well, that's another APM promise. We're going to decode everything Walter Russell made to show you what it actually relates to. Because what I noticed was people a lot more intelligent than I am look at his work and they can't figure out, there's nothing to relate it to. That's why they don't understand it. But we can see what it relates to and where it originates from, the concept.
Amazing.
So what we're going to do is bring it all to life and show you and break down every part of it and what it means and how it works in the real world. So that's our mission. Currently.
Fantastic. Wow. Salute you all. Amazing. So let's move back over. You were overlaying this onto the...
Right. So I used the same principles. Yeah. I used Walter's principles on the realm. And of course, that's why we see the equator being red. It's the same process. So we've got compression across east to west and expansion north and south. There's your German cross, your Maltese cross. I've even looked at the Hopi, decoding some of the Hopi glyphs, yeah. But,
yes.
it's because you'll find every culture out there has got this same story. They depict these. Everyone's just forgot what it means, Robin. And the only thing we can put that down to is, post-shift events, wars, bad schooling, indoctrination and all the rest of it. We've forgot a lot of things the ancients knew.
And again, this is just why I love your work, because you're pulling in threads from scriptural, spiritual, esoteric, archaeological, geological, astrological. It's all coming in, and just general data as well, just data for things. So where would you like to go from here? Because have we covered Walter Russell enough to say that you've gone... you've taken what you've clearly overlaid now onto the realm. Was there anything else about Walter's work that you wanted to mention?
You're going to see a big breakdown a bit in our next video, an amazing video in the next one. It's going to blow your mind. If our videos haven't blown your mind before, this next one's going to.
They already have. It's already mush on the floor, but I'm loving every minute of it.
I'll just show you this image and then we'll move on to another subject if you like.
Yes.
This here is what Walter calls the gravity is basically a pressure recorder. Now this grid here, you see this grid?
Yes.
And what I've done with this was, I've done the same with this. I overload it on a map and grid. And lo and behold, the Help One Conscience's earthquake data come into, you could see it visually taking place now with this.
Did you want to step in?
The only thing I could really add to that is, Walter's motor and this pressure system is what the quakes are the effect.
Yes.
So the cause is this. This is the cause of the earthquakes and the vibration. So, as the water, the energy is coming in and it hits that compression point, we're feeling the tremble on our surface.
Yes.
These are different layers below. Different things are happening in different layers.
I see. And reminds me, FPV, where did this grid come from again?
This overlay that's lit up in white light comes from where Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
And what I did was I overlaid it with a map and grid. You can see it actually starts pointing back towards the gates. So it looks like man's, made a representation of the technology below.
Oh, wow. And I bet you the Nazca lines are on these as well.
They actually complement the Nazca lines because you can see there, look, they fit in perfectly with it.
Unbelievable.
Everything makes sense. And all these, where the green lights are, all these are hotspots for quakes and other events.
Yeah. And we can see this on our ocean floors.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you might want to show Robin them, the lava tubes one. Show Robin the lava tubes that lead up to these.
I was going to mention volcanoes and geological patterns, which is kind of coming next, I guess. We could try that now.
Yeah, might as well jump to that, I think, yeah. Have you got them on screen, one?
Yeah, let me get them. Okay. So this is one lava tube.
Let me just maximize you 1 second. There we go.
So see how it's constructed? See the push? See the grooves in it?
Yes.
These are lava tubes that people explore, completely cleared out of lava. You know, they appear like they're some kind of constructed with these grooves.
Oh, yeah.
So there's like a clearing that occurs. You know, I'm not sure if something comes along and pushes it literally through and up and out, but these people are walking in the lava tubes that are now completely cleared of the remnants along with these grooves. And you can go to a different one. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Same groove.
It looks
same type of...
Looks like a mining operation.
Yeah, it does. But these are lava tubes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and these people, they go down and explore them, you know, if they're not active, which, you know, I'm thinking, you know, a lot of these things they shut off. They come on when it's their time. We know that from history. I did a segment in the end times where we used to have different areas of the world that had massive volcano eruptions, and now they're just turned off right now. They're waiting their time again.
Okay.
So here's one that kind of looks like it collapsed, but again, we can see the groove.
Yes.
Just like before. Looks a lot older, you know. So we get into Google, and we have these lines that I spent a very long time tracing.
Yes.
You can see a construct, which would be a lot of these lava tubes, possibly pieces of the technology.
Okay.
You know, that looks kind of like a drain.
What's clear to me is, you know, nature tends to form these lovely Fibonacci sequence and lovely circular, beautiful patterns, but this almost looks man-made, doesn't it? It's just engineered.
I mean, they do, but engineered by who? You know, was it man? You know, this is Hawaii, and you know, Hawaii is a volcano, the whole island, the islands.
Yes.
So this is all the different tubes coming off of Hawaii, you know, and we have here, this is Central America going up, and we have this massive construct of something going on. You know, these tubes, these, you know, I still try to find the words.
Me too. It's like almost like the children's connector sticks that you make patterns with. But it certainly looks intentional. That's the thing, doesn't it? It looks designed.
But the moon seems to be kind of connected somehow through these, along with different eclipses.
And how do you relate that? Sorry.
I went and tracked a whole lot of moon eclipses, and what I tracked them with was Rahu and Ketu.
Okay.
You know, and they were always within a vicinity where Rahu would cross in front of the moon to eclipse it from the point of where we would see it.
Okay.
But that's a whole different...
I tell you what, Cami Nodell would love this. She would.
Probably. She probably would. She would probably really enjoy a lot of stuff. But yeah, Rahu or Ketu, one of the two, always are crossing it, you know, and FPV's working on the whole wave thing with the moon. So we'll probably get more into that later. But
okay,
you know.
So thank you. We were sort of moving into geological patterns and volcanoes, and I wonder, was there anything that you wanted to add about volcanoes?
Can I just add what you're seeing there with the lines one's tracing?
Yes.
What she's tracing there, then we call them world lines. Now, the Nazca lines are a condensed set of what one's line traced there on the world model. Okay. They physically exist on the ground and on the seabed on the world model, Robin. But, you know, they're not as clear. Google obscure them. It's the same thing over and over again with Google. They hide a lot of things, but there's that much there. They can't hide it all.
I bet you can see it with the crystal clear water in Hawaii. I bet some of them are visible from the air, aren't they?
That's how one concentrates them. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow.
You know, a lot of parts of the ocean you can see them clear as day.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just I'm getting chills again. Do you know, did you want to say anything more on geological patterns and or volcanoes? Because we kind of covered a little bit with Hawaii.
We don't need to really, because
Okay.
the next video you're going to have the full explanation of what is cause. You know, you're going to see the cause in the next video.
Great. Let's do that then.
So we'll leave it at that for now, and you've got something to look forward to.
Let's wait for that one then.
But while we're on waveforms, one mentioned, I'll give you a sneaky peek on what I was working with, and I've shelved it for now, just so you can see where we were going with the waveforms.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see that?
I'm just going to maximize you. There you go.
Right. So the yellow one would be the sun's driver, and you know, obviously the moon's got its own driver. Now
Yes.
Rahu would be, see the shadow?
Oh, it's making total sense now. Yeah.
And now you can see how the shadow causes the phasing. But like I said, I've stopped it because there's that many different waveforms taking place going across this map. It's, you know, it's going to be impossible to identify all 20 of them.
I must say, not only is it mind-blowing, it's absolutely beautiful. That piece of software, or however you're doing that, is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's good software. So you can see now what I meant about the Milky Way. The Milky Way is one of these. It's probably the yellow one.
As in the stars follow it, or?
Yeah. You'll find the sun always rises on the same part of in the Milky Way. So as the Milky Way is crossing, it's just the sun's usually in the same part of it, like this. And it's, you know, to me, that is the sun's driver. It's driving the sun across electromagnetically.
Beautiful.
So while we're on this subject, all the planets make a sine wave as they, cross our heavens.
Have you got the picky one?
No, I thought you did.
Ah, right, I've got it.
So I tracked them for a whole year.
There it is.
Did
See
you?
that?
And we just took a picture, a still shot of the video. The video's on my channel.
Okay.
Each color represents a different planet.
Okay.
So you can see, FPV'd have to take his arrow and show, but each color is making a sine wave of its own frequency.
Yes.
So these planets are all making their own sine wave, and red, being one good example, has a longer, shorter wave, but where it circles here
Yes.
in different areas, it's epicycling. So that's how we have our Mars going into retrograde.
Okay.
It's doing epicycles of its own. They're just larger, and it goes slower than like the sun doing its epicycles and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of these has its own frequency. Therefore, it's going to affect our world, and even us.
Yeah.
So
No wonder no wonder the astrological charts are so meaningful for so many people, because it's having an electromagnetic effect on us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean, electromagnetism?
yeah, and the fact that our bodies are crystalline in structure, our bones, our teeth, we are conductors of this energy.
Goodness me.
So it would flow through us. It would affect us. It's going to affect our frequencies, our bodies.
That's also where the division and multiplication comes into it, Robin. Look at your body, split it down the middle. There's your two halves.
Yeah. Yeah. And
it divides and multiplies. We really are an image of it.
And that's the so say Leonardo da Vinci pattern, isn't it? I've got the image of the human pencil drawing with symmetry, and there's definitely, maybe I should have prepared that answer a bit better, but I think those pictures were supposed to be outlining how beautifully symmetrical we are in so many ways. Okay, anyway, enough of me. We were going to cover electromagnetic patterns. Do you think we've done that now?
Yeah, I think we've covered a bit of that. And like I said, the next video, you're going to understand a lot more of that and how that works.
Awesome.
Well, we were going to talk about the roll waves. Remember, you had...
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple examples that we see in our world that he has pulled up, I think.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just looking for it now. Give me a minute.
No problem at all.
But we see it in our sun halo. That's the biggest that is really predominant, you know.
Yes.
But there's all these other little things that we see.
Yeah, that's
behavior.
That's what blew it for me. Not only do you see these wonderful halos in the sky, but you also see the halos transiting other planets. And I don't know if it's possible. You saw these amazing tubular clouds. They're
like
fantastic.
these, yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah. You're going to have to consider electromagnetics. You know, what can make a cloud take form? Everyone ask yourself this question: what can make a cloud behave like this?
Yes.
Only electromagnetics have got the power to do this on a huge scale.
It's rotating as well, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So, it's showing you there's a vortex going on, isn't it? It's trapped in a vortex, basically, and reacting to it.
Phenomenal.
And these things go for miles. They're huge. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. It just goes way off into the distance.
Imagine being on that beach going for a swim. How could you concentrate on swimming?
No, we can get into the dome talk now. No, because people think you need a dome to have a pressure system. Wrong. This is the pressure system. You're looking at it here. It is these that create the pressure. That switches on, the tide's going to go out. That switches off, the tide's going to come back.
I see.
You see what's happening?
So what do you think happened to the GoPro rocket then, FPV?
The GoPro rocket.
Do you know the amateur rocket that appears to hit something? It doesn't smash.
Right. Yeah. I can decode that for you now. All systems nominal there. What happens with those? Yeah, I've seen that video where they say the rocket hit the dome. If a rocket hit anything, you would see its body crumple straight away. There's no crumpling whatsoever. All that took place, Robin, you'll actually hear the noise of it. It gets to a certain momentum speed, and it triggers what's called the anti-yo-yo mechanism. It's a device that's designed to stop rotation. As it stops it, it causes the nose cone to unscrew and flip off, and of course pop the parachute. It's just part of the process. That's all it is. It didn't hit anything. It just functioned normally. This is what they're designed to do. It's called the anti-yo-yo device.
Within the rocket?
Yeah, it's built into the rocket. Yeah, that's how it pops the cone and the parachute. It forces the nose cone to take the spin, which of course stops the body moving.
I see.
The nose cone actually spins off and pops the parachute. It's just normal.
So it came across an angel then, and there was an electromagnetic force.
No. It just ran out of steam and it fired its parachute. Nothing went wrong at all there. It was behaving normal. It didn't hit anything. It just ran out of steam. It appears like it just stopped dead, but you've got to remember it's slowing down. It's probably still moving. It's just hard to tell. It's losing speed, momentum, so it pops its nose cone and drops the parachute.
I see. Well, that's interesting anyway. That's interesting. But this is mind-blowing, what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll put it back on that cloud. Right. See the patterns, how the clouds are forming a shape. Where have you ever seen clouds do that before? You don't see it, do you, normally? Well, no. We might have seen it and not thought anything of it, but same again. It's reacting to electromagnetics. If you look at it, it's basically following a path, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that path we can show with real-world magnetic data like this. This is data series captured. We're going to go into detail more of what you're looking at there in the next video. But same again, them clouds are just taking the shape of something like this.
And that's electromagnetic readings from where?
Yeah, this is real-world magnetic data that series gets off their own site.
Okay.
And they overlaid it on the map to show you what it relates to.
And what's coming down to touching the Earth then? In these?
You're going to find out in the next video.
Lovely tease. Beautifully done.
Yeah, you're going to understand everything about these in the next video.
So if anyone's not actually completely just melted on the floor by now, you must tune in for your next shows. So that's awesome.
So there's effects you can see in nature. What we're going to do in the next video, we're going to show you how the technology works, how to recognize it and see it in nature.
Okay. And I don't, thank you. And I don't suppose you've got the one of it transiting a planet, have you?
The lunar wave?
Yes.
Yes. Which video have I got on? It's this one. Yeah. Right. Yep. They're all in this one.
Great. Because
so there's the moon one, right?
Yeah. So a la Crow 777 and anybody else who's caught it since.
Yeah. Yeah. It's more common than you think. People just don't look at the footage. It's easy missed.
To just walk people through what you've just shown there.
Right, yeah. So what you're seeing on that video there, you'll see there's a lunar wave. You can just see it there coming down now.
Yes. Looks like a shimmer, yeah.
Yeah. But you can see it's always two lines as well. So there's the second one coming now. So what you're looking at is two sides of a circle, basically. And I made an animation to show you what's taking place.
Yes.
So you can see now it does the same effect. So you're looking at a halo, Robin. One of them halos that you've seen before. Stationary halo is what it's highlighting.
Yes, and it's just going past.
Yes,
and that's the front and the back are just either they're in front of the moon.
Yeah, they're in the foreground and the moon's just illuminated it as it went by in the background.
Fantastic.
That applies to any luminary out there can do it. I even give Crow 777 a little prize there.
Awesome.
Little card. So there's another person's one of it. Same again. And then we go to the planets. So
this is the one that blew me.
This is Jupiter by John McKeon. I think it's John McKeon. No, take back Space TV. So okay. He's actually captured this one and the Saturn one.
Look at that.
You see that? So you'll see again. You'll see him again. You'll see there's two waves. That's the first part of it. Then it happens again. So obviously, he was probably
amazing.
You can see now, put a halo in between that and him, and that's exactly what you're looking at.
Fantastic. Wow, and there are quite a few halos, aren't there? So it could be any one of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, once you find one, once you see the luminary illuminating one, mark its direction because it's never going to change. It'll always be there. So all you have to do now is look for luminaries passing that direction, and hopefully you would catch it again because it's always going to be there, that halo.
And with a telescope, that's the best instrument to do that, isn't it? Because you can lock it in place.
Even Sandra's caught it on here with a P900.
Oh, really, Sandra? Yeah, awesome.
So it should be on here somewhere. There's Halo 1 conscience captured. You come outside and there's one right above her house, look.
Goodness me.
You can just see parts of it there. You can see it, you get to see it more and more.
Behind the chemtrails.
Yeah. It's strange, the chems are very much similar colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Sandra's lunar wave here, zoomed in as well. Nice capture, zoomed in on it.
That's a beautiful image.
So you can see where we're coming from, Robin. We know it's flat. We don't need to make any more flat earth proofs. We're trying to show how it works.
Which I really appreciate. Yeah, we all need to move on to the deeper waters, really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to do the last 2 points in about 10 minutes, because if we go for much more than 2 hours, we definitely need a return visit. But 2 hours is a good slot for people to consider themselves well and truly mind blown. But there are 2 or 3 quick subjects I want to cover. We talked about mud floods briefly, and could we just cover mud floods and resets and potentially the comets and pole shifts, because I think they're all related, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So with mud floods, that again is an effect. It's an effect of what happened because of the cycles of our Earth. I kind of think of it like a cleansing cycle. So I went back and studied and looked up different histories, and in every single region of the world, they have different flood tales throughout time, not just one, not just one deluge, but many. So every single country has a story where the world has flooded to the point of wiping out life.
Yes.
So the map you're seeing on screen was actually a CIA map.
Really?
And, why they have this, I don't know. I don't know why they have it, but it was backwards, so we corrected it. And they had it all mapped out for when this next flood takes place, what's going to happen to our world.
Wow.
They have safe zones mapped. They have where hot and cold climate's going to mix. They have where all of the food's going to be destroyed, places that are going to get really hot, places that are going to be completely submerged, places that'll just be flooded.
Okay. And
So
the CIA is their shading, and that's their key?
yes,
Oh,
that's
wow.
their key and their shading. And we simply took it and laid it over our version of the map.
Okay.
It's also it also shows us that the fault lines are going to change. They're going to flip. So we're going to have different areas for some reason where earthquakes are going to occur compared to where they do now.
Unbelievable.
And this is what they're probably referring to as a pole shift. Well, we call it the end of a cycle, and something's going to occur, a switch in the technology.
Yeah.
Like I was mentioning that in the past, we had different areas where volcanoes used to erupt massively, massively, and they don't anymore. And we used to have different areas that would receive major earthquakes where we don't anymore. So in the past, it used to be different as well. And now we have our world today. And something's going to occur with our technology, a shift or, call it whatever you want. And it's going to go a different way.
Wow.
It's going to lead to a reset, if you want to call it that. I would say that highlands would be your best bet, according to this map.
Yes.
So
this central strip there in the US, the pink zones would be safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're also going to have a lot of loss of food and agriculture and stuff like that. It looks like, UK being an island, and I would say that it probably occurred before because Ireland's away from UK now. I would say that you guys may have been joined together at one point in the past. It looks like you guys are going to flood out big time.
Sure.
But you're lowlands, you're an island. So other lands are going to emerge that are below the water and we can see proofs of that. There's lots of stuff below the water that people just can't explain how it got there.
Sunken cities.
Why? Exactly. And then there's going to be other land that's going to submerge because it's lowland and the water is going to overtake it.
Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia is that's a pickle of a country. I'm glad I wasn't born there.
Well, my son is there now. My son is in Bali.
Oh,
yeah.
They have a lot of activity there.
Yeah, they do. Right. So this is absolutely fascinating because you kind of covered what would happen, why we've had resets. And you mentioned Sandra did a lot of reading. I've listened to probably all of them, all of the readings from the history books about big events where wildlife was wiped out and these kind of themes. Is that what you've learned by reading through them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Our best advice to anyone is to watch our End Times Revelations and Prophecy Decoded videos. There's 3 videos where we sidetracked from the usual research we do to study that. And, easily enough, we decoded all that into this model anyway.
So just quickly, thank you. So quickly cross-referencing the likes of Martin Leake and John Levi and Philip Drusenin, and everybody's doing amazing work there with the mud floods. Do you think that's roughly 400 years ago then? Or could it be sooner?
Every 400 years it seems to be taking place. But there could also be, other cycles that create smaller events in parts of the world. There's lots of mechanism changes going on. Now, I know you wanted to talk about comets, so
please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, our perspective on comets is they're there to assign a warning. it's another projection. It goes about its business, and it is just repeating history. It's like Halley's Comet. Every 76 years we see it.
Yes.
Why hasn't it gone off into deep space somewhere and never come back? But they're there, the reminders. It seems to me, it's to us the signs of change, and this is how the ancients depicted them. When they seen a comet, it's either something good or something bad's going to happen, one or the other.
Okay.
So and a good reference to was one in Germany went over and actually caused a river to reverse its flow.
Wow.
Now that alone tells you that it's local, close, and affecting rivers locally and not nationally.
Yes.
It has to be close. And obviously, remember, the light above has got a physical model below that's projecting it and moving around.
So dare I ask the $1 million question, when is the next 400-year cycle due?
Now.
Oh,
it's already started.
Amazing.
Because what you're going to find in the end times videos, there isn't just a flood to consider. This mechanism changes, affects all life.
Yes.
In genetically, I mean, it can make serious genetic change.
Wow.
And you'll find that in the Book of Miracles.
Which I've heard Sandra read, yeah. Lots of different hybrids of things, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting mixtures, cross species, all kinds of things happening, and it's there, and it happens in history. And go touching on the touchy subjects, transgenders, and all this, that, and the other. All these agendas. Our opinion is, they're there to try and mask what's really taking place.
Wow. Well,
you can't hide it, so you promote it.
There's more truth in the myths and legends than we dare to think than in the history books.
There really is, yeah. They're not so much myths anymore, are they?
No. Well, we did have one other subject, which was colosseums, but I think I think we should start to wrap up here. And the Colosseum episode is fantastic, guys. Go and have a look at that one. We did mention Vinnie St. Vincent's work, so I think we should just reference him just to give him a shout out, if that's okay. Yeah,
certainly, yeah. Well, Vinnie Roy, he's probably the first person I've come across that's doing actual live experimentation with electricity. You've seen him yourself, all the projects he works on.
Yes.
So I took the chance of, getting in touch with him and trying to explain some of Walter Russell's work to him, because I could see he's following Tesla and Edley Scalin's work on Coral Castle.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if what we're learning here can help Roy in any way understand, how this works.
Yes.
So I was trying to get across to him expansion and compression, and he actually done a presentation. He kind of wandered off and showed you a setup of different Tesla coils. Some were hardwired, and some were just Wi-Fi across to another.
Yes.
And it helped him understand what expansion and compression is really doing and how to maximize it. He actually gave me a shout out on that video as well, so that was cool.
I was just about to hunt for a file, but I forgot I was screen sharing. I would really recommend you look out for. How have you titled some of the videos on your channel so people can go and look at them? Because what I've seen him do is phenomenal. He's taken a Model T Ford engine with the 12. Are they magnets in the engine, and then he's got a couple of coils, an oscilloscope, and he's used polarity, and he's trying to get the polarity right until he causes the motor to turn, and it generates electricity, and he gets it just right. He trials it, and he earths it. He uses a bundt cake, an aluminium bundt cake tin, and by the time he's done, he's just figured it out, and it's done beautifully, creating free energy. And I'm sure that's just one of many things he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's good about Roy. When I met him, I thought, wow, at last, someone genuine, because you do come across all these free energy sites on YouTube and places like that, and a lot of the time they've got hidden batteries and things. But Roy's not like that. He'll give you their blueprints if you want them.
Amazing.
He'll write you a schematic if you want any of his builds. So, it's cool. And of course you got support on his channel, haven't you? You can go and look at his channel. He's genuine, and it's really cool that he's now communicating with us, and we can give him some ideas on future designs, which is where we're at now. So you're going to see the designs he's working on currently. You're going to see some progress over them, and we've had a little a little play in that. So let's say,
Wow.
I've been kind of advising him on builds.
Well, I just love watching someone creative just push the boundaries and figure things out, which is just awesome to watch. I am now just in awe of just taking 2 hours out of your schedules and just getting what I imagine is just a subset of, just tiptoeing across the top of these huge subjects, which you've managed to pull together so well. And we haven't mentioned a couple of other members in the team. Did you want to quickly give them a shout out?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's all very important as well for all the flat earthers. You want to decode gravity, you've got to look at Jason's video, the Axis Monday video, because it will give you the correct breakdown of what gravity really is. So definitely take a look at Jason's work in there.
And what's his channel called?
He's called Jason Tomlinson. You won't find much on his channel. He deleted all his content for some reason.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot on there because he hasn't got a computer and things. So we help him put the presentation together and post it on our channels for him.
Awesome.
So,
and do you want to shout out the others as well?
Yeah. Rose, Jimbo. If you want to look at giants, go to Jimbo's channel. He live streams Giants and Titans, where you can see them sticking out the ground.
Yes.
all manner of species, but no dinosaurs. Every species you can think of, but dinosaurs. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, there's a couple of channels out there that where people are following on that subject, which is awesome. Yeah.
Of course, P900 Coolpix and her husband, who's done amazing work in the light department. he's helping illuminate the works. So,
and doing modeling, computer modeling, is it?
I do the modeling mainly.
You do the modeling, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get into that one day with them. I'm trying to teach all these people what I know. See, I'm quite computer literate, and I used to work with models and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
So now to in fact bring them into our project, and like I did with the Colosseum decode, that was a 3D model.
Awesome. And we have to shout out Cat's Eyes as well. I think we mentioned her right at the beginning, but
Cat's Eyes. I met Cat's Eyes before I even came to Flat Earth. Me and Cat's Eyes used to be moderators in a news stream. That's how we met, and that's when I came across Flat Earth. When I was moderating in this news stream, I kept going back to these Flat Earth channels, looking at them, thinking, "Oh, there's something here." You're like a terrier. You get your teeth into it. You're not going to let go, are you? There's something there. So yeah, definitely Cat's Eyes. Give it a shout out. She helps us with scriptural decodings because she's a devout Christian and she follows the Bible. Awesome. And of course, it was a good test for me to put this across to her as a friend gently and say, look, what this in the Bible actually relates more to this than characters. I'm not saying all the characters in there don't exist, but a lot of people ask us to prove Jesus and things like that. We're not here to prove that. How do we prove that? We can't. No. Our mission is to show you how it works. Come what may after that, let the scholars debate the who's and what after. We need to know how this world works and where all these technologies factor in, and we can see that they've been personified in a lot of cases, some of these characters.
Yes.
So
amazing.
So it's a case of tiptoeing. You're tiptoeing around everywhere. Really, it's they want you to prove their map, their model, their belief system. We don't work like that. We've got to keep it real. Get all the data in and figure out this technological construct and its workings. That's our priority.
Well, I must say to everyone, and if you're listening, Cats, Jimbo, and sorry, what was the other gentleman's name? Jason. If you're listening, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I can't wait to just get deeper into the subject, because I think what we've achieved tonight is actually to introduce the subjects and to give enough information to at least catch the imagination of those watching. And I really hope now that people will now go and subscribe to everyone's channel here. I'll put the links in the show notes, and then just dive in. Just use maybe start with some of the shorter videos, and then jump into the live streams, because when you do the premieres, we love it. The chat room is full of amazing people, and it's a really supportive environment and really inspiring. And so I think we will wrap up our interview here, guys and girls. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And you did yourselves proud, really explained things clearly, and I hope it's just caught everyone's imagination now. So Thank you ever so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Robin. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. And what we'll do now is we'll play everyone out with the Sun Halo video with Simple Minds, Let There Be Love, because it just inspires me so much. We'll leave everyone on that note, and get yourself over to FPV channel. Go and subscribe now for the next video. Don't miss it, folks. And we'll see you again sometime soon. Thanks very much.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay to the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight. One kind of moment I hear you say, so let it be love, let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. It heals and it hurts. She leads you to heaven's door, leaves you for love. Someone to lay on, and you know, some magical cosmic lives in my soul. She come like an ocean, I hear you say, love will conquer anything. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be
Like the best one I've ever got, FPV. This is for you, buddy.
oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. I know what I want, I know what I feel, I know what I want, alright. So let it be love, let it be love.
Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot, pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video we are going to take you deeper into how the luminaries work, show you what those halos in the sky really are, and cross-reference various related sites in the world. I'll now hand you over to One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PB collisions in the ALICE reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. The study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolde Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolde takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side. And I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over for a technical breakdown and decoding of all of this information by FPV. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Juan. As promised, we are going to decode how the luminaries work and give you their modern and ancient terminology, and show you how we make these connections and how it relates to technology, the workings of the luminaries, and of course the workings of the realm. These are halos various people have recorded of what mainstream call sundogs. We decode them as something very different and special. As you can notice with time-lapse photography, the halo moves with the sun. It has very obvious rotation as it moves, which suggests the luminary projectors are not only moving in the underworld, but are also revolving as they go. This we have linked before to the Antikytherian mechanism's movements, the ancient computer that can predict all our major luminaries' movements and even the past, present and future lunar cycles with amazing precision. A hand-cranked computer from an era in our past. It appears our luminary projectors are doing the very same movements in the underworld. This research is also backed up by Ptolemy's use of epicycles. Ptolemy clearly factored in the luminary projectors' movements, meaning the ancients knew very well how this technology works and understood what is happening in the underworld. This is also very evident in petro and hieroglyphs, scriptures and even the Book of Enoch. We all understood how our world worked, and our kings, queens, tribal chiefs and elders took great pride in depicting this knowledge everywhere. Now we are going to decode and break down what we are really looking at. In this animation we will use the sun halo and its 8 nodes and show you what it really is, and take you through these conclusions using a modern equivalent as a reference. As you can see, we have a wheel in a wheel, which we can reference with Ezekiel's description of what he saw at the East Gate. The ancient terminology I may have to go deeper with in another video with Santos Bonacci, but for now here is a simple decode which uses modern and ancient terminology. Decoding node 1. This is Wonderland. This is where the magic happens. The modern terminology for this node is Atlas. The ancient terminology would be Brahma the Creator. Our smaller halo is where our sun's image and high luminosity come from. Decoding node 2. Modern terminology Alice. This is where wave injection seems to take place. Its ancient terminology would be Rudra. Decoding node 3. Modern terminology points 3.2 and 3.3. This is where a cleaning cycle takes place called momentum cleaning. Ancient terminology Mahadeva. Decoding node 4. Modern terminology point 4 or future RF experiments. Ancient terminology Sankara. Decoding node 5. Modern terminology point 5 or CMS. Ancient terminology Vishnu, a mirror of Brahma, hence it being a high luminosity point directly opposite node 1. Decoding node 6. Modern terminology point 6. This is a beam dump cycle. Ancient terminology Sambhu. Decoding node 7. Modern terminology point 7. This is Betatron cleaning cycle. Ancient terminology Isvara. Decoding node 8. Modern terminology point 8 or LHC beauty. Ancient terminology Mahesara. In conjunction with all these processes, Shiva or Satan is created at the center of our small halo. This is our sun's generated and projected image. The other functions dealing with frequency and wave injection, as well as cleaning and beam dump cycles, as we have illustrated previously in our 12 gates video, where the solar boat, as the Egyptians called it, went through various cleaning cycles and solar rejuvenation, then returned via 12 chakras back to the East Gates in the underworld. As above, so below is directly related to these processes ongoing in our underworld. What you see in the heavens are also being played out in the underworld, the luminary projections matching the movements of their physical models in the underworld. Do we have anything we can reference any of this to? Yes, of course. Here are some of One Conscience's line tracings from the ocean floor in Google Earth. As you can see, these actually match some of the sections we have seen on the sun projector, only on a larger scale, and they match segments of the 6 larger halos you see over our grid. In this fantastic clip captured by One Conscience, we are going to break down what she is recording. As you can see, we have no date visible on the right. This is Beauty or Mare Hasora. Reason you are seeing it with this type of elongated profile is because you are viewing part of the projector from a side perspective, which shows some of the scale of this projector's node and its contents. When viewed from below, we usually see a white or cloud coloured node. The complete projection of the halo would look like this if we could see all the parts of it clearly. You can now see how epicycles work and get an idea of what is moving around below us. The electromagnetic projections in the skies mimicking their every move. I'm going to hand over to One Conscience now for more related decodings.
Okay, so let's look at these different maps and then compare them all at the end. All of this information, when you look at it together, it just tells a really big story. So first, here's the volcanoes that we looked at. So I won't go too much into detail in those because we just talked about those for a minute. The second one that I want you to see, though, is the particle accelerators of the world. So when you look at these particle accelerators compared to the map I just showed you of volcanoes, the volcanoes are on the outskirts of these accelerators, confirming that they are the waste system of all this stuff going on. Okay? Alright, so next, we'll look at CO2 sites and nuclear sites. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is these guys are wrapping around or opposite of our major accelerator sites. Okay, so the CO2 is probably cooling all of this stuff that they've got going on with these accelerators. You know, and again, if these accelerators were already there or if man has put them there, you know, that's kind of up for research. But what I see is they're cooling this stuff, and then the nuclear sites, they're harvesting this energy. Okay. And the last one we'll take a peek at is deep borehole projects. So again, these are all basically in the same areas. So they're digging down and putting the CO2 in, or harvesting, or you know, trying to get to this technology to reverse engineer it. And then the last map I'll show you here is one that I put everything all onto one map so we can look at our story of what's going on. So everything that I was just saying in each individual map, now you can see it all wrapped together, you know. And it's kind of working like I said. You know, they've got the accelerators and they've put them over our, you know, they're on the grid and on these PowerPoints. And everything just kind of correlates and tells a big story here. So if they're doing all this, you know, it makes you wonder, what are they doing at our 12 gates? Do your own research, and I'll leave you with that thought.
Check this Hindu mandala overlay out, people. Notice how the rubies align right in between angels, and the other 4 are the cardinal points on the grid of the Nazca mandala. These 2 mandalas are telling the same story as do others. Regarding the projectors, all their base functions and systems apply regardless of size or scale. Some are projectors, many are not. They all need cleaning cycles and beam dumps. Notice the beam dump would be going towards the Bering Strait region on a realm scale model. What you are looking at here is Satan. Satan is probably the realm's largest accelerator. Its cleaning cycles clearly being along the equator, hence the flow of red on the mimic map. This is the lake of fire in the underworld. The creation processes taking care of the harnessed elements Scripture calls hot coals. They are produced from the eyes around about it on each accelerator as described by Ezekiel. The whole process working in harmony on a scale we can barely comprehend. The Satan accelerator has some very interesting traits. Notice the star in the north. This may be Polaris. If we can confirm there are 3 fixed location stars in the south that match these alignments on this overlay, this would help prove this model further. The star in the north may very well be related to the Aurora Borealis events alongside some of the Nazca Line overlays we have previously used to fit into this model as blueprint overlays. I'll now hand you back over to Unconscious so she can do another presentation of some other interesting information she's been looking into.
Okay, so exposure to electromagnetic field is not a new phenomenon. However, exposure to man-made electromagnetic fields has been steadily increasing because growing electricity demands, advancing technologies, and change in our different behaviors have created more and more artificial resources for electromagnetic fields. Everyone is exposed to a complex mix of weak electric and magnetic fields at home, at work, from the generation and transmission of electricity, appliances, industrial equipment, telecommunications, and different broadcasting. So, there's tiny electrical currents that exist in the human body due to a chemical reaction that occurs as part of the normal body functions, even in the absence of external electric fields. So, for example, nerves relay signals by transmitting electric pulses. Most biochemical reactions, from digestion to brain activities, go along with the rearrangement of charged particles. Low-frequency electric fields influence the human body just as they influence any other material made up of charged particles. When electric fields act on conductive materials, they influence the distribution of electric charges at the surface. They cause current to flow through the body to the ground. So, low-frequency magnetic fields induce circulating currents within the human body. The strength of these currents depend on the intensity of the outside magnetic field. If sufficiently large, these currents could cause stimulation of nerves and muscles or affect other biological processes. Some members of the public have attributed a diffuse collection of symptoms to low-level exposure to electromagnetic fields at home. They've reported the symptoms, and they include headaches, anxiety, suicide, depression, nausea, fatigue, loss of libido. Also, general eye irritation and cataracts have been reported in workers exposed to high levels of radio frequency and microwave radiation. Some individuals report hypersensitivity to electric or magnetic fields. They ask whether aches and pains, headaches, depression, lethargy, sleeping disorders, and all the way up to convulsions and seizures could be related. So, now let's shift our focus towards ghosts. So, spirit effects and sensations that people feel or see when a spirit energy is around, or what people think a spirit energy is. Okay, some of the sensations that people have reported are electrical interference, shadows, different temperatures and temperature changes, feelings of anxiety, odd odors, objects that levitate, seeing different orbs, colored or of white transparent light. Animals seem sensitive. Okay. People have also reported that they have overwhelming feelings of sadness, desires to commit suicide. Let's not forget about that forest in Japan where people actually travel to it to commit suicide. Also, people report from entities not being able to sleep, having body aches when they wake up, with a feeling of being beat up. So, when we look at both of those lists and we compare the effects of these two subjects, we can see several similarities in the things reported. So what I'm proposing is that a lot of these hauntings are related to our energy grid that is under surface. Okay? So when we place different haunted areas on the map, we see a definite correlation. So a lot of these areas are around our angels and on or right next to the grid. So the energy from the angels travel the grid, and the areas around it are receiving energies that are higher than the normal background. So we feel this energy. Different areas would affect us more or less in different ways depending on the frequency that's being emitted. An example is what someone may call a malevolent spirit or demon would go off a very, very low frequency. It would affect us in a very negative way. It can make us very ill, physically or mentally. And then we do have other areas that, even though they're considered haunted, people feel really good or calm when they're there. They feel like it's a very loving entity, they call it. So that entity could definitely be of a higher frequency. That angel energy could be of a more positive frequency, a higher vibration, and it would affect us differently. But what I can see is that these haunted areas sit more or less on our grid or right around it. So that's just what I wanted to talk about, was maybe these hauntings are just very, very strong electromagnetic fields that we just can't understand the size of these things. And that would make sense why entire areas seem to have a whole lot of hauntings going on. So it's just something to think about, and have a good day.
This is a bonus clip, a decoding of the CERN ceremony. So you can see how we decode things. In this scene, the train represents the solar boat we have covered in the 12 gates presentation. The characters in orange representing the harnessed radioactively charged elements. In this scene you can see the characters in orange, the radioactively charged elements, climbing up to the halos, obviously representing the halos in the sky, in other words powering this technology, as well as this technology actually creating these kind of elements. Very clever technology. In this scene, this one should be familiar. If you remember in the 12 gates presentation, the solar rejuvenation. The rejuvenation of the energy required for the sun projector. So it's a cycle of harnessing and making use of the usable materials that it's harnessed. This is a very easy one. This is the bubbling lake of fire. In this one, the scarab beetle represents the projection, the physical transformation between the projector and the projection. You'll also see the antikythera mechanism on display. Also in the background, the Industrial Revolution that man has achieved from the knowledge of these technologies, as man does what man does best: reverse engineer and adapt. And of course the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. This is a Shiva bonus clip. This is Shiva standing in the very obvious particle accelerator, the flames representing the hot coals, the harnessed elements converted into matter, radioactive matter of considerably high voltages, a free energy or 100% over unity power source, the child at the bottom representing birth, the creation of the projection or hot coals depending on its configuration. I'll now hand you over to Bintake and Pix Kathleen for some relevant research into our Milky Way.
Earth god Geb and his twin and lover Nut, the Egyptian sky goddess, separated with air by Re. Her eyes were the sun and the moon, and the milk from her udder made the Milky Way. The sun was born every morning to this cow as a calf, journeying towards the west. Romulus and Remus from Roman times are the twin sons of Mars. They represent the lake of fire below. The radioactive lake of fire, basically from all the angels that produced hot coals from the eyes round about the accelerator. Ezekiel tried to describe the wheel in a wheel. The Mayans say they come out to show us the map of the underworld. The stars, etc., are the map to the underworld. The Milky Way represents the equator. The hot flow you see on the mimic map is the lake of fire going east to west. It even has what they call a nuclear bulge. Radioactive Romulus and Remus feed off the she-wolf, the radioactive lake. Romulus and Remus are probably the sun and moon, fed by the same energy, radioactive material. The hot coals from Scripture, aside from the wandering stars, the rest of the map of the underworld. As above, so below.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look. A history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video, you will learn what the stars really are. You will gain a better understanding of Walter Russell's work and hopefully be able to see what it is we see.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Cette recherche peut choquer certains d'entre vous car elle révèle un créateur et la construction de notre Terre. Cette recherche n'est pas conçue pour provoquer ni offenser. Il révèle plutôt la gloire de le Créateur, ce que nous avons découvert, comment notre monde fonctionne réellement, les décodages des anges et leur véritable identité et finalité nous montrent la voie. Ce sont des technologies conçues par notre Créateur, des technologies qui sont les 144 000 des Écritures. Scellées ci-dessous et travaillent ensemble pour nous donner nos lumières, nos étoiles errantes et la majeure partie de la nature elle-même. C'est le pouvoir et la gloire que le Créateur nous a donné. Un cadeau d'amour, un cadeau que nous sommes supposés d'embrasser et apprendre comme nos ancêtres. Un cadeau qui nous a enseigné tous un peu partout dans ce domaine, comme le montre ce recherche. Merci.
Hello. So today, let's talk about a few little subjects. So, as everyone knows, or has more than likely heard about, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle that's off the coast of Florida. Maybe you've heard of the Nevada Triangle that's in the United States. Area 51's included in this triangle. Maybe possibly the Dragon's Triangle that's off the coast of Japan. But did you know that there's even more of these mysterious triangles? We also have the Malyobka Triangle that's in Russia. We have the Bass Strait that's down by Australia, between Australia and Tasmania. The Masalembo Triangle that's around Indonesia, where boats aren't even allowed to travel. We also have a very large anomaly in the South Atlantic Ocean that's between South America and Africa. So, what do all these have in common? Well, they have had massive disappearances where no traces of the people, ships, planes have been found in many of these cases. Upon looking into the areas, well over 3,000 people have gone missing. Not only that, but people have identified these areas as what mainstream calls alien hotspots. There are many sightings of out-of-place light anomalies reported and recorded in these areas. These areas have had many theories on what could be going on here, such as electromagnetic disturbances, water vortices, large undersea fields of methane, and there's one theory that even says dragons live beneath the sea. One idea that really stuck out to me that makes a lot of sense is a new theory that's proposed by meteorologists, claiming that the reasons for the mysterious pervading the Bermuda Triangle area are unusual hexagonal clouds. These clouds can create winds that run about 170 miles per hour. They're air bombs full of wind. These air pockets cause all the mischief, sinking ships and downing different planes. The scientists conclude that some of these clouds could reach 20 to 55 miles across. Not only that, but the storms produced have waves that can reach as high as 45 feet. And what's more, the clouds have straight edges on multiple sides. Some people believe that such phenomenon occur in places where there's underground fractures, where strong energy is coming up from the depths of the earth. A fracture is actually a wave duct for electromagnetic energy to come up from the lower layers. There are many effects reported besides odd lights, disappearances, and crazy weather. Some have reported effects of a frozen sound. Others report what they say they hear like a tractor coming. You wait for it to come into view, but it never does, and then the sound subsides. Unexplained booming sounds, whistling over the Pacific, and humming from Britain have yet to be explained by science. So another thing that I was kind of taking a look at is the underground base entrances shown here. And I'd like to try to relate this with the mystery sounds heard in different parts of the world, as well as with our grid.
Strange sound in Sweden. This sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
The entrances are very clearly entry points to get down to the technology that we speak about. Some of the entrances may lead to underground chambers below that contain our angel technologies. Perhaps they're even trying to recover some of the fallen angel technology to learn about the secrets. Loud booms underground would reverberate through the ground, be heard on the surface, and escape into the sky. Some of the phenomenon causes inexplicable fear. If you're walking along a path and then suddenly people get overwhelmed as if the infrasound or something other than is affecting your brain. This is one of the largest effects of high EMF fields. This is on a scale that we can't even imagine. So there must be something there, either of electromagnetic nature or some unknown objects that we're not aware of. Reports of loud humming sounds occur in many of these locations, along with the strange lights that are seen coming upward from the ground. The South Atlantic anomaly is by far the largest area of the triangles, which is as large as North America, science says. This is an area where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the Earth's surface, dipping down to an altitude of 200 kilometers. This leads to an increased flux of energetic particles in this region and exposes the area to higher than usual levels of radiation. So, what the heck does all this mean? Well, we'll have to go back to much of our past research to explain these events. In the past, we've done water currents, we've done caves, obelisks, pyramids, fireballs, ley lines. We've done haunted areas. And particle accelerators. Along with many, many other things. So when we compare to the Nazca lines, these areas fall on dipoles. So what is a dipole? Well, dipoles are antennas consisting of horizontal metal rods with a connecting wire at the center. Or in chemistry, it's a molecule in which a concentration of positive electric charge is separated from a concentration of negative charge. So what would this sound like? Well, a dipole can be compared to a tuning fork. We would hear two loud regions in the plane of the tines separated by two quiet regions in the plane, perpendicular to the fork. This actually explains the weird booming and humming, screeching sounds that we hear throughout the world. This, I would say, is the technology we refer to running and humming and grinding underneath the surface. To give some of my thoughts on the reports. In these areas, we are seeing the theories we speak of that technologies are running below and projecting up into the heavens, as we see our sun, moon, planets, and stars do. As above, so below. The churning of the waters and fierce currents from the cogs turning together below. This also can explain the radiation given off by volcanic activity below the areas as well. If you remember to our 12 gates and Wonderland, that volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of all the workings below. All we've learned in the past these areas are of great energy. The energy that the elite have taken as their own and sell back to us daily. The so-called alien lights, well, let's take a look here for a second at FPV's video where he explains these lights and he references back to Tesla's work.
Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this as it is very much related to our research. These sites have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with petro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture. The exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old. The workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens.
They also feature heavily in the Nazca Lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints through the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second.
These alien sightings, as we can see, fall on the grid, along the grid, and are very obvious that they are a result of technology and follow the return path of the sun. As we can see in the next comparison, these triangles fall on the vortices and chakras of our world. If you recall, the chakras are the gates as depicted in ancient Egyptian text, which we decoded to be the return path of the sun from the shut-off point in the west to the start in the east gates. All of these anomalies are explained from the direct energy below. I know all this info is repeated a lot, but as we look into new things, we discover they are all related to the workings of the realm. The fact that spots don't change is key in the fact that the technology is where it has always been. This is what we are showing you with each new related discovery. We give explanation that all relates to one another, and it's due to the angel text below on a scale that we can't comprehend. What we can comprehend is how it is indeed working our luminaries, our realm, and our earth events. So this is the reason that they lie about flat earth. Take away the construct and you take away the truths. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to talk about and overlay some of Walter Russell's work. Some of you may be familiar with his work. What I'm going to do here is show you how Walter's work actually overlays into our research, as did Nikola Tesla's. I want you to pay attention to his diagrams and wording. I have looked at Walter's work in the past and thought it was pretty amazing, even though I didn't understand most of it, but still, since doing APM research, I've come to recognize and realize exactly what Walter was trying to visualize and portray, even taking it further and creating his own inventions based upon his work. Walter is a man clearly ahead of his time, like Nikola Tesla. Walter Russell wrote that the cardinal error of science is shutting the creator out of his creation. Russell never referred to an anthropomorphic God, but rather wrote that God is the invisible, motionless, sexless, undivided and unconditioned white magnetic light of mind, which centers all things. God is provable by laboratory methods, Russell wrote. The locatable, motionless light which man calls magnetism is the light which God is. He wrote that religion and science must come together in a new age. Very interesting wording, and I would agree. The cube and the sphere are the sole working tools of creation. Walter Russell, 1959. I want you to pay attention to this particular design Walter has drawn because it is very relevant. We have proven the validity of our concept by making a simple small-scale working model which is now supplying all the heat, light and power needed for our 4-story 52-room university. Our reactor generates much more power than needed for whatever purpose intended, so enough of that surplus is taken off from its generator to motivate the reactor in perpetuity. 100% over unity free energy. Construction of one cycle of an electric current. Notice the heat and the cold. These can be reversed also, as we'll show later in the video. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere, something else you're going to learn about later on in this video. The generation of mass and the degeneration of mass, something else you're going to learn about in this video. This image on the left should also be very familiar. And the Walter Russell periodic table of the elements, which will actually make more sense this way up. The winding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice how it places cold at the east gate. And take note of the spiral, which we'll be decoding shortly. The unwinding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice fusion is the winding and fission is the unwinding. Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to take you to the heavens and we're going to decode what the stars really are. For this demonstration we're going to use a recording done by Richard Coggins on YouTube. It's Polaris, and he recorded it with his GoPro. Now for those observant people among you, you will notice when recording the star trails there are small stars which are immediately followed by larger stars. This pattern just keeps repeating, so eventually you don't see any of these small star trails because they've been overrun by this larger star trails, unless you vary your recordings on your time-lapse perhaps. The end result, of course, being many circles. Many circles in fact. Aren't these star trails amazing to look at? They really are. And now there's something even more special, as you're going to find out in a few moments. Okay, and now for the decode. Our stars, or our star trails, what you're really looking at are vertically stacked particle accelerators. I want to use 6 here in the overlays. Obviously there's many more, so when we get round to counting them we will add more and give it a bit more realism. But for now, here's a simple decode of what stars really are. They're vertically stacked particle accelerators, and you're going to see how they play a very big part in the workings of our realm. These halos have 32 smaller nodes and 32 larger nodes, 64 in total per halo. And you've only added 6 halos per area here, but you get the idea. Nothing is to scale, and more research is needed to locate just exactly how many circular star trail type projections there really are and their locations. The star halos are creating motion and a pressure system, spiraling pressure waves into our realm. The pressure changes we record daily are caused by these processes. They are used to compress our sun and generate heat and discharge cold. Mainstream labeling of sundogs is close to the truth, however. They will not elaborate on what the ice is forming on. The nodes of the halos are in the path of the displaced cold, hence them becoming visible. You are still looking at the projection. This is also taking place below us on the physical model that is projecting these amazing luminaries and our halos. Our 7 planets, as they label them, all go through this same process, the 7 golden candlesticks. The star halos generate the winds and our precious systems that take place 4 times daily. Don't polar vortexes make more sense now? I'm pretty sure now they are the origin of shooting stars, or meteor showers that can be timed to certain months. The months they are being more noticed for their heavenly workings. Walter Russell's table of elements will also fall in this category, with every halo that is going through the epicycle rotations. The word gravity actually relates to pressure, the forces exerted by our star halos on our 7 planets. The forces required to put them in their various states of sphericity to do their desired purposes as they cross our realm. Walter Russell's table of elements will also come into play here. The halos are all converting elements into matter by design. The halos themselves are not actually rotating, it is the actual particle flow inside the accelerators, the particles that are flowing and lighting up nodes, which are all timed events in this very big mechanism of amazing technology. The Creator's glory revealed on a scale we are only just beginning to comprehend. No wonder it was hard for them to describe all this in scriptures. It is on such a grand scale it is hard to see the big picture. But that big picture has been revealed in our research. We had to make a model to see what we are working with and what it actually looks like. We called this model the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Particle accelerators, and up to 144,000 of them sealed below, is what it decodes scripturally to us. The halos nodes, 32 small and 32 large, 64 in total per halo, are also related to the Antikytherian mechanism. It contains many related 64 cog gears, thus showing time itself is based upon the angel accelerator's flow of particles around its halo, not to mention our constellations in the heavens and our major luminaries. Every one of those stars is a part of a particular angel's halo. Imagine that, people. Our clocks are timed by 1 revolution of a star halo's accelerator. Isn't that something? A full rotation of the star halo takes 23 hours 56 minutes. But we seem to be missing 4 minutes to make it 24 hours. However, perhaps time itself was originally 64 minutes based upon the 64 node halos, thus making the full rotation of an accelerator's flow 24 hours, the missing 4 minutes now being located and the Antikytherian mechanism now making more sense. So, how does it work? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me introduce you to ecliptic expansion. You can see with this demonstration how it actually relates to the East Gate, the Sun or any luminary for that matter coming into our realm between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and then they start going into the what I would call the maximum compression zone at the centre. That is our smallest star halos. That's where the maximum compression would be. So on in a 3D model, I'll just let it play, and this is what it relates to in our model and how it works with the gates. Charge and discharge, ecliptic expansion and mass. Now the mass they speak of is related to the light and its journey through ecliptic expansion into a compressed ball of light. The compression is being caused by our star halo's rotations, all working together to achieve this very amazing process. With this animation, I'm going to show you just how it works. We'll head over to the East Gates and watch a sunrise that comes into our realm via the east gates. As you can see, our Sun is in the ecliptic expansion area and has thus not yet achieved its compression from our star halos that is needed to compress it into a spherical looking object. As it enters the compression zones, you will see how it reacts to the electromagnetic vortex of pressure waves it now comes under from our star halos, the maximum compression taking place below the smaller halos around the centre of our map. The Sun then gets to the west gates, goes back into ecliptic expansion, is shut down, and then sent on its return path in the underworld back to the east. So, the spiral decodings now make more sense, I hope. The spiraling of electromagnetic vortexes from our star halos. The ancients everywhere in this realm depicted the spirals, and this is what it relates to, thus confirming the ancients knew exactly how all this works, as our research keeps showing. Left-hand rule, right-hand rule. Don't those whirling wheels in scripture now make more sense? Don't those windings in the sky have a more special meaning now? The golden ratio is directly related to the workings of our angels, the Fibonacci spiral, the motions and forces caused by their accelerators. Our research looks directly for the cause, and so far it's been pretty much on form and gives us many explanations for worldly events, as our previous videos have been showing. We have been transparent in our research and given data, events and even proofs, as in the case of the Sun halo and its nodes. No one is explaining the cause of all this. They say there are anomalies but never explain the cause. To reiterate, during ecliptic expansion our luminaries are in the fission state, whilst inside the realm under the forces of our star halos they are in the fusion state. We knew all this in ancient times. We understood all this. We knew exactly how all this worked. The spirals are the language of angels, the technology that is directly responsible for our luminaries, our wandering stars, and pretty much most of nature itself. Our ancestors depicted this everywhere. Every nation in this realm has depictions of these in geo, petro and hieroglyph form, the language that unites everyone in the realm, as we were all taught the exact same thing. Then somehow we forgot all this. But we will learn all this again. This cannot be kept hidden. After all, it is the way of the world. Here is another easy decoding. The snake chasing its tail represents the perpetual flow around the accelerator. This is what creates the spiraling flow of energy into our realm from our star halos. This also applies to all accelerators. Horizontally positioned ones below are what create tornadoes. Remember, we are in a duality of technology.
Okay, so let's talk about meteor showers for a moment. From the earliest of times, humankind has noticed flurries of meteors that seem to emanate from specific points in the sky and at particular times of the year. These flurries are called meteor showers. They are produced by small fragments of cosmic debris. It produces large amounts of small particles which will eventually spread out along the entire path of the comet to form a meteoroid stream. We will see this stream for a few days at roughly the same time each year, producing a meteor shower. So they appear to radiate from a single point in the sky to an observer below. This is called the radiant point. Meteors seen near the radiant are approaching the observer and will appear as short streaks in the sky. Meteors seen 45 to 135 degrees from the radiant are moving in a more parallel direction towards the observer. These meteors will produce long streaks in the sky. Those seen in an excess of 90 degrees from the radiant are actually moving away from the observer, and their path will again shorten the further they are from the radiant. Okay. Meteor showers are usually named for the constellation in which their radiant lies at the time the shower occurs. The Perseid meteor shower peaks about August 12th every year. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Perseus. While the Leonid meteor shower peaks about November 18th. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Leo. The meteor showers reoccur each year. In some cases, they have been recognized for hundreds of years. Sporadic meteors are those random meteors not associated with any particular shower. For meteor observers, those located in the northern hemisphere have a distinct advantage as shower activity is stronger there than it is seen by observers located in the south of the equator. The reason for this is that most of the major showers have meteors that strike in areas located far above the equator. As it's seen from the northern hemisphere, these meteors would appear to rain down from high in the sky and in all directions. From those situated in the southern hemisphere, only a small percent of this activity is visible. Any activity would appear to travel upwards from radiant located in the sky. There are a few meteor showers best seen from the southern hemisphere. These would include any radiant with a declination below -20 degrees, and those that reach the maximum activity during the southern hemisphere months go between July, August, and September. Nearly half of the year's visual meteor activity is crammed into a 2-month interval. This is between mid-October to mid-December. It is a nearly continuous period of heavy meteor activity. The Meteor Data Center lists over 900 suspected meteor showers, of which about 100 of those are very well established. Particular attention should be noted to the time and the moonlight conditions. All of these showers are best seen after midnight. Some are not even visible until after midnight. Now, showers that peak with the moon's phase being greater, which means it's more than 1/2 illuminated, will be affected by the moonlight and very difficult to observe. So while the time each shower is best seen remains much the same every year, the moonlight conditions, as we know, change considerably from one year to the next. So also, a fireball is another term for a very bright meteor. Generally brighter than magnitude 4, which is about the same magnitude of the planet Venus as seen in the morning or evening sky. A bolide is a special type of fireball which explodes in a bright terminal flash at the end, often visible with fragmentation. Now here you will notice the meteor showers I plotted are usually very close to some of our 6 large halos. This is no coincidence. In air, free electrons in a gap form background radiation and are accelerated by an electrical field. As they collide with air molecules, they create additional ions and newly freed elements, which are also accelerated. At some point, thermal energies will provide a great source of ions. The increasing elements in the ether and the ions rapidly cause regions of the air in the gap to become electrically conductive in a process called dielectric breakdown. Once the gap breaks down, current flow is limited by the available charge in the electrostatic discharge or by the impedance of the external power supply. If the power supply continues to supply current, the spark will evolve into a continuous discharge called an electric arc. This can occur in solid or liquids, but the breakdown mechanisms are much different for this when it occurs in gases. The heavier parts or other stuff ejected more violently are what we see in meteors.
Do we have any evidence of such halo activity that can relate to our grid, the underworld and the realm? Of course, I'll take you back to a few clips from my very first video on this subject, where I tried to highlight this some time ago. Notice in this clip our moon shape. Definitely not spherical, but a rather flat looking image of light, but notice as it passes the camera's view it then takes on its spherical form in the reflection. It was in ecliptic expansion and is now taking on its spherical form. You will remember our sun and its halo. You can see here the true sunrise of our realm. This is our sun halo rising from below ground. Node 1, Brahma, our sun projection node, is just off screen to the left, and node 8 is on the right. The full halo isn't showing in this clip. Notice in this clip the visitors are clothed in special protective suits whilst enjoying a moonrise. The energies around this plasma type light must be quite harmful close up. This information places the new Mayor Free Station at the east gates. The ascension scriptures mentions is this process, the ascension of our luminaries.
Our star halo's nodes can be viewed from two perspectives. At distance you will notice they take on a pentagonal pattern, whilst overhead they take on a circular form, and again when passing they show the pentagonal pattern again. What you are witnessing are the sides and underside of the nodes attached to the halo. The halo is not visible as we sometimes see with our sun's halo, which mainstream call a sundog, but the same rules apply. Although these are much larger accelerators, they all share the same build design, each one playing very important roles in our heavens and worldly workings. I hope this explains why you see the patterns changing and gives you new information to ponder whilst recording and viewing our luminaries yourselves.
Fantastic recording and information, Sandra. A very nice capture indeed. Sandra is going to be doing more experiments and research on our star halos. We have a few ideas Sandra will be testing, and we will be giving update videos on the results in a future presentation. You can see the shape of Sirius change as the star halo rotates in the heavens, giving Sandra a few different perspectives of this node as it goes about its journey. Our star halos contain 64 nodes. There are 32 small and 32 large. Not all of these are visible or lit up, but they will be noticeable by occlusions and other visible phenomena while eclipsing other stars in the heavens. So our 64 node star halos, the number 64, a multiple of the number 8. While we are on the subject of numbers, here's some more very interesting information.
At the center of the angelic particle matrix is the Nazca Sun Cross. The Sun Cross is an 8x8 grid, which is fairly common in ancient depictions. You can find it on chessboards, mandalas, and all sorts of things. What does it mean, though? One possible answer might be found on the Aztec sunstone. The sunstone itself tracks the motions of both the Sun and Venus. The outer ring shows two feathered serpents, each filling half of the ring. The feathered serpent represents the deity associated with Venus, or the morning star. The feathered serpent was known by multiple names: Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Kukulkan. The deity was said to be as wise as a serpent, but as gentle as a dove. He also had a second form, and appeared as a white-skinned man with a beard. He was considered both a prophet and a healer. The similarities to Jesus are striking, but not a topic for today. The two juxtaposed feathered serpents show Venus's cycles, first seen in the morning during one part of the year, then as it is seen in the evening during the other half of the year. The two opposing cycles of Venus are shown on this outer ring. The ring around the center of the sunstone shows the 20 days of the Tzolk'in calendar, which ties the sun to Venus. The middle ring shows the wheel of the year, and this is where we begin to see our 8x8 connection. The ring is divided evenly by 8 arrows, so that the year is divided into 8 equal parts. We also see the year divided into 8 parts by pagan cultures. Holidays fell on the 2 solstices, the 2 equinoxes, and also on 4 days in between. The last 4 were the fire festivals. So far we have seen that the wheel of the year was divided into 8 equal sections. This gives us one of our 8s in our 8x8 grid. The other 8 is found in the cycles of Venus. If you were to see Venus rising in a certain location this morning, Venus would appear in the same location in exactly 8 years from today. 8 years times 8 holidays per year gives us 8x8. The layout of the sunstone conforms to the 8-year epicycle of Venus as seen from Earth. If you overlay the sunstone with the pattern of the epicycles of Venus, they match almost perfectly. The ancients knew this. Research suggests it was known all over the realm.
For this part of the video, we are going to take a look at these images from Walter Russell's work and factor them into our model. You can see from their design and locations they play a very important part in our grid. They are switching mechanisms. When placed correctly, they will play a part in the positioning of our sun and possibly other luminaries. The seasons can be answered by this switching. It seems they are what places the sun in the correct paths to actually create our seasons. The gates in the east you can see align with the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer and having the equator at the centre. Our wandering stars are using epicycle motions as they cross these areas, the same epicycle motions recorded by Ptolemy and the same epicycle motions we see with the sundog halos as we see them in time-lapse photography. These locations also answer more questions regarding magnetic anomalies that are recorded in various parts of the realm. These are the locations we would place them, and as you can see, the mimic map signalling also confirms the signals are coming from these areas. You can see from the scale of this we're going to have to think bigger, much bigger. This is a bonus decode clip. Mission STS-134. In this mission patch, notice the atomic symbol created by 3 halos, each containing a luminary. Also notice the ISS follows one of the paths. Mission Atlas 3. In this patch I want you to take notice of the 3 flames from the engines going through the halo, the actual name Atlas 3 and the sun and the shuttle being on the same path. Apollo 14. Again, pay attention to the 3 bars going through the halo and leading to a star. Mission STS-129. Notice again the 3 bars now in red, white and blue. Also take note of the diamond and circle design. The star and again the ISS is linked in this depiction. Let's modify this so we can use it as an overlay to use over our map and grid. Now you can see the North Star, the red shift and blue shift, with the white light being the manifested light. This is the Holy Trinity, the union of the 3 which creates light, or our sun or any luminary out there, its colour and role depending on which particle and configuration is used. The luminary being created by ion and frequency injection into Atlas, which means a toroidal apparatus, the smaller halo within the larger halo, or Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel, This is how a luminary is created. This is the Holy Trinity of nodes 1, 2 and 8.
Hi everyone, I'm Rose. I joined APM because, to my mind, it's the closest explanation to what our realm is and the most in-depth cross-referenced research I have found. My own research is compatible with this way of decoding the plane, and now I have eyes to see the Creator's glory. I cannot stop seeing it everywhere. In this clip, we are going to show you how the sun returns to the east in the underworld has something very special that takes place. If you can remember from the 12 gates presentation, the sun returns east through the 12 chakras. Something that was missed at first was then decoded later, has now been added to reveal this amazing event. Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the Mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea. A closely related expression, morning star, is referenced in Revelation 2:28 and also in Revelation 22:16. Jesus Christ, God, claims himself as being the morning star. That is also the gift he had from God, the Father, to be rooted in any winner in the faith and perseverant in the works according to his law.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us.
FPV Angel. Every time I see a halo, I think of you. Shout out to FPV Angel, who breaks down the history of a sun halo. And there you go. That's a really, really good one, guys.
Today, I thought I'd make a small clip to show the discrepancies at the international date line at sunrise. This is where the west allegedly meets the east. As you can see from this information, we have a serious problem here. So, let's revisit the Diomedes. So, we went through the months on the 25th of each month to record the sunrise time for each of the islands. And what we found is a bit of a concern. So let's get into it. First we will cover the data, then we will sum up the discrepancies. March has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times. This is using a rear gate, with Big Diomede receiving its sunrise at 5:01 a.m.
and Little Diomede at 8:57 a.m. For this month, we have not gained quite 2 hours on sunrise times from February. April has a 4-hour difference between the islands using a rear gate launch, with Big Island getting its sunrise at 3:02 a.m. and Little Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:58 a.m., with us gaining 2 hours in sunrise times from March. May has a 4-hour difference, also using a rear gate. Big Diomede gets its sunrise at 1:06 a.m. and Little Diomede at 5:02 a.m. We've gained 2 more hours for the sunrise times from April. June is a 4-hour difference using a front gate to launch, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 11:03 p.m. This is during the 24-hour sun period, and Little Diomede not until 3:30 a.m. We've gained an hour and a half this month from May for sunrises. July is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with Big Diomede having its sunrise at 1:34 a.m. and Little Diomede not receiving its sunrise until 5:38 a.m. We've lost 2 hours on sunrise times from June. August is a 4-hour difference using a front gate, with the Big Island receiving sunrise at 3:26 a.m. and the Little Island at 7:29 a.m. We lose another 2 hours on sunrise times from July. September has a 4-hour difference in the island's sunrise times, using a rear gate, with Big Diomede having sunrise at 5:05 a.m. and Little Diomede getting theirs at 9:08 a.m. We lose a little over 2 hours on sunrise times from August. October is a 4-hour difference using a rear gate, with the Big Diomede getting its sunrise at 6:42 a.m. and Little Diomede not until 10:45 a.m. We lose about an hour and a half daylight with this gate being used from September. November is a 3-hour difference of the islands receiving their sunrises, the Big Island at 8:35 a.m. and the Little Island not until 11:37 a.m. We lose another 2 hours of daylight from this gate being used from October. December is a 3-hour difference, with the Big Island getting sunrise at 9:46 a.m. and the Little Island not until 12:44 p.m. We lose a little over an hour from November, with this gate being the launch gate. In January, we have a 3-hour difference of the Diomede Islands. For January, the sun is using a front gate launch. Big Diomede rises at 8:37 a.m. and Little Diomede rises at 11:33 a.m. We gain almost an hour in sunrise from December. In February, we have a 3-hour difference, with the Big Island receiving its sunrise at 6:47 a.m. and the Little Island at 9:42 a.m. February is using a front gate launch, and we gain 2 hours on the sunrise from January. Now, although I cannot explain these islands to the fullest, I can see to the discrepancies. One being the way the sun rises at Big Diomede prior to Little Diomede in every month. If the sun is moving east to west, which it does, how is the island further west getting light so much sooner than the island closer to Alaska? In the beginning of the video, the sun would have had to bounce back and forth to light up the areas I highlighted to achieve the stated sunrise times, which the sun does not do.
The only thing that does make sense in this mess is the gate uses and the 3 to 4 hour difference based on where the sun is launching from, and gaining and losing daylight based on the gate uses. I will put a link in the description of a video that E. Green's linked to me, and I highly suggest watching it. It shows some real life issues with traveling to the area, issues with the land, issues with the treatment of the crew, and issues with the flight. Their experience didn't go as planned, and it's well worth the watch. These Diomedes are still very much a puzzle, and anyone that has time, it's well worth looking into, as it destroys the globe, as well as shows one more flaw in the AE map that cannot be explained.
Okay, now the animation One Conscience just showed you was from our season's video. This was real world sunrise data we used from time and date to help sync the sun moving up and down the region beyond the international date line that our sun appears from. Let me show you something else. This map depicts the Mercator globe projection. By that I mean a projection of the Mercator map they have wrapped around a ball, so that northeast Russia meets Alaska. Our research debunks that model, as these two locations are on opposite sides of the world in reality. This projection is only designed to support a globe model and should be discarded. We have fixed this obvious manipulation of the true map previously, and now I'll correct this one. Watch this. As you can see, all the time zones are still intact, and all I have done is put the land masses where they should be in accordance with the real world Mercator map. This shows the international date lines are nothing but a mental block, designed to hide anything that is beyond them, the edge of the globe in that impossible model. Now the video One Conscience mentioned was one where a pilot and his friends flew a single engine aircraft from Alaska to somewhere they thought was in northeast Russia. This of course is impossible, which means the airfield they landed at is land unknown to you or I. Land is northeast of Alaska. If you watch the video of when they are flying towards this land, you will see bodies of water and various bits of land. You do not see a huge landmass stretching as far as the eyes can see. This is land outside of the known world, and our suspicions are the same in the east. What's beyond this fake international date line, you should wonder? Now the map we use, you can see a grid overlay on it. This grid came from the Nazca Lines, of which I have been decoding. I believe this overlay is the blueprint to the realm and pinpoints the positions in the north, south, east and west that match scriptural descriptions of what they call portals or gates. You must think of these in electrical terms. A portal decodes as a gate. Every culture in history depicted gates in their mandalas and other glyphs. The configuration of this Nazca Line grid also matched the descriptions given in the Book of Enoch. This is no coincidence. It seems at some point in our history, people actually told the truth and they depicted it everywhere. This is what is sacred about geometry. It is the truth of this world in all its forms. There are also people who visit our streams and comment sections that have noticed even more discrepancies in these areas since we started highlighting them. Look into it, people. It is very important. We will leave you to ponder on this information. Should you wish to look further into our research, you know where to find us.
to you, FPV or Sandra.
Start to tremble, watching what you know out to sea. Yeah, you can see your life out the window tonight. If I lose myself tonight, it'll be by your side. I lose myself tonight. If I lose myself tonight, it'll be you and I. Lose myself tonight.
There you go, FPV.
Woke up with the sun. Thought of all of the people, places, and things I've loved. You can feel the lines start to tremble, watching what you know out to sea. Yeah, you can see your life out the window tonight. If I lose myself tonight, it'll be by your side. I lose myself tonight. If I lose myself tonight, it'll be you and I. Lose myself tonight.
Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look. A history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In our previous video, we showed how the sun's 24-hour path works within this model. After looking back in history to see how the sun's return path is depicted, we arrive at the Egyptian depictions of the 12 gates, the sun's return path in the underworld. Today, One Conscience is going to take you on that amazing journey, which we will break down further after the presentation.
Okay, so today we're going to look at the book of Amtuat, the summary of the book of what is in the underworld. So what this book is it is a journey of the sun's path as it takes it through the underworld from the western gates back to the eastern gates to rise again. So let's begin. I want to say from the start that if I mispronounce any words, I apologize. I'm not fluent in Egyptian at all, and any corrections are welcome. The beginning of the horn of Amentent, which is the uttermost point of the deepest darkness. The first hour. This god entereth into the earth through the hall of the horizon of Amentent. There are 120 a true to the journey over this hall before man arriveth at the gods of Tuat. The name of the first field is Netra. He alloweth fields to the gods who are in his following, and he beginneth to send forth words to and to work out the plans of the divine beings of the Tuat in respect to this field. Ushimehatu Heftira is the name of the first hour of the night which guideth this great god through the hall. The second hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in your nest, which is 309 a true in length and 120 a true in width. The name of the gods who are in this field is Beutuati. Whosoever shall know their names shall have his existence with them, and unto him shall this great god allot in fields the place wherein they are in the field of Uranus. He shall gods who stand up. He shall travel on in the following of this great god. He shall enter into the earth. He shall force a way through the Tuat. He shall cleave a passage through the tresses of the gods with flowing hair. He shall travel on by the Amma after the emptying of the lands. He shall eat bread cakes in the boat of earth, and there shall be given unto him the forepart of the Tatuba. She sat Meketnebs is the name of this hour of the night, which guideth this great god through the field. The third hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in the fields of the Peru gods, the fighters. And this great god paddleth his way over the stream of Osiris in sailing up this field, which is 309 a true long and 120 a true wide. This great god uttereth words to those who are in the following of Osiris to this city, and he alloweth them estates which are situated in this field. Beu-Shiteu, or hidden souls, is the name of the gods who are in this field, And whoever knoweth their names upon earth shall be able to approach the place where Osiris is, and there shall be given unto him water for his field. Netnibu Ahepera Atu is the name of this field. Whosoever shall know these hidden similitudes of the hidden souls in the correct form wherein they are depicted in Ament of the Tuat, now the beginning of such representation should be from Amentent. These figures, I say, shall act as magical protectors to that man upon earth and in Netterhurt, regularly and unfailingly. Whosoever knoweth these, when he is making his journey past them, shall escape from their roarings, and he shall not fall down into their furnaces. Whoever knoweth this, when he is keeping ward over his seat or place, his bread cake shall be with Ra. And whosoever knoweth this, being soul and spirit, shall have the mastery over his legs, and shall never enter into the place of destruction, but he shall come forth with his attributes, and shall snuff the air for his hour. Then Tent Beu is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god. The fourth hour. The majesty of this great god, having been towed along afterwards, taketh up his position in the secret circle of Amentent, and he performeth the affairs of the gods of the Tuat, who are therein by means of his voice, but he seeth them not. Ankh Uparu is the name of the gate of this circle. Ament Setha is the name of the circle. Whosoever knoweth this representation of hidden roads of Restatet, and the holy paths of the Emahet, and the secret doors which are in the land of Seeker. The god who is upon his sand shall be in the condition of him that eateth the bread cakes, which are made for the mouth of the living gods in the temple of Tem. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the condition of him that is Mot on the ways, and he shall journey over the roads of Risatha, and he shall see the representations of the Amahat. Yurtem Sik Muset is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god. The fifth hour. This great god is towed along over the ways of Mot, of the Tuat, through the upper half of this secret circle of the god Seeker, who is upon his sand, and he neither look upon nor gazeth at the secret figure of the earth which is containeth the flesh of this god. The gods who are in the train of this god hear the words of Ra, who crieth unto them from where this god is. Aha Neteru is the name of the door of this city. Ament is the name of the circle of this god, and in it are the secret paths of Amentent, and the doors of the hidden palace, and the holy palace of the land Seeker, with his flesh, and his members, and his body, in the divine form which they had at first. Beu Amu Tuat is the name of the gods who are in this circle. Their forms Aru, who are in their hour, and their secret shapes Heperu, neither know nor look upon nor see this image or similitude of Seeker or the hawk himself. Whosoever shall make these representations according to the image which is in the writing of the hidden places of Tuat, at the south of the hidden palace. And whosoever shall know them shall be at peace, and his soul shall unite itself with the offerings of Sychar. The goddess Hebet shall not hack his body into pieces. He shall go on his way towards her in peace. Whosoever shall make offerings to those gods upon earth, these offerings, I shall say, act as magic protectors to that man upon earth, and in the netter hurt regularly and unfailingly. Semperabis is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the field. The 6th hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the stream of Nebmut Tuatu, the lord of the waters of the god of the Tuat. And he sendeth forth words to the gods who are therein, and he commandeth that they have the mastery over their divine offerings in this city. He maketh his way through this field, being provided with his boat, and he setteth apart by his words the estates which are to produce their offerings in the city. And he giveth them water for their lakes, and he travelled through the Tuat every day. Setmetu is the name of the door of this city. The secret roads of Amentent, and the manner wherein this great god is being rowed along over the water, therein in his boat to perform the plans of the gods of the Tuat. The gathering together of them by their names and the manifestation of their shapes and their secret hours, such are the things of which the secret representations of the Tuat is not known to men and women. Whosoever shall make a copy of this image in writing according to the representation of the same, which is in the hidden things of Tuat, at the south of the hidden palace, and whosoever shall know them shall be in the condition of one who awardeth offerings in abundance in the Tuat, and he shall be united to the offerings of the gods who are in the following of Osiris, and his parents shall make the offerings which are obligatory on earth. The majesty of this great god sendeth forth words, and he give divine offerings to the gods of the Tuat, and he standeth up by them, and they see him, and they have dominion over their fields, and over the gifts made to them, and they effect their transformations by reason of the words which this great god hath spoke to them. Mechet Nibtu Atiuo is the name of this field, which is the road of the boat of Ra. Mespirit Taramat is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the country. Next is the 7th hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the secret place of Osiris, and the majesty of this great god sendeth forth words into the god who dwell therein. This god maketh himself other forms for this hidden place in order to drive out his path, the serpent fiend, Apep, by means of the word of the power of Isis and the words of power of Semsu. Ruti Asar is the name of the gate of this city through which this god passeth. Tefet Shita is the name of this city. This great god maketh his way over the road of Ament in the holy boat, and he passes in it over the road which is without water, without being towed along. He maketh his way by means of the words of the power of Isis, and by means of the words of the power of Samsu. And the utterances of this great god himself act as magical protectors and perform the slaughters of Epep in the Tuat, in the circle, in his windings in the sky. Whosoever shall make a copy according to the similitudes which are in writing at the northern side of the hidden palace in the Tuat, they shall act as magical protectors for him that maketh them in heaven and in earth. And whosoever knoweth them shall be a soul of souls with Ra. And whosoever shall make the words of power of Isis and the words of power of Semsu shall make to be driven back the Apep of Ra and Amentent. Whosoever do this in the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall do this upon earth, the result is the same. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the boat of Ra, both in heaven and upon earth. But he that hath no knowledge of this representation shall not know how to drive back Nihahara, or stinking face. Now the ridge of earth of Nihahara in Tuat is 450 cubits in length, and he filleth it with the undulations of his body. The regions which belong to him are made for him, and the great God doth not make his way over him when he maketh him to turn aside out of the way for him. From this secret place of Osiris, when this God maketh his way through the city in the form of the serpent Mihen. Whosoever shall know this upon earth, the serpent Nihahara shall not drink his water, and the soul of him that knoweth it shall not be evilly entreated by the gods who are in this circle. And whosoever knoweth it, the crocodile, Abshua, shall not devour his soul. Hesef ha-hes Nihahara is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God through the circle. The 8th hour. When the majesty of this great God hath taken up his position in the secret circles of those who are in their sand, he sendeth forth words to them from out of his boat, and the gods tow along him that is in the holy embrace of the serpent Mehen. Aha-Nurtif is the name of the gate of this city. Tibet Neteruset is the name of the city. As for the secret circle of Amentent, this great God maketh his way over it in his boat, by means of towing the gods who are in the Tuat. Whosoever shall make a copy of these things according to the similitude which is in writing on the north wall of the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall know them by their names, shall be in the condition of one who is fully provided with swathings on the earth, and he shall never be repulsed at the secret gates, and he shall have an abundance of offerings in the great funeral hall regularly and unfailingly for millions of years. Nebtusha is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God. The 9th hour. When the majesty of this great God hath taken up his position in the circle, he sendeth forth words from his boat to the gods who dwell therein, and the sailors join the boat of this great God in the city. Sakeb is the name of the gate of this city through which the great God passeth to take up his position on the stream which is in the city. Asaru is the name of the city which the secret circle of Amentent, wherein take up their positions in the Tuat, this great god, and his sailors. Whosoever maketh a copy these things in their names according to the similitude which are in writing on the east wall of the hidden palace of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth their names upon earth, and knoweth their habitation in Amentent, shall rest in his habitation in the Tuat, and he shall stand among the lords of the provisions of the god, and his voice shall be Mat before the Chetcha beings on the day of the reckoning of Pharaoh. And these things shall act as magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth. Macnebs is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god in the circle. The 10th hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words to the gods who are in it. Heperu Mesaru is the name of the gate of this city, through which this god passeth. Mech Keetabu is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of Amentent, whereto Hepra joineth himself before Ra, and the gods and the spirits, and the dead cry out from it over the secret representations of Akert. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of Ament, and whosoever knoweth them by their names shall journey around about in the Tuat, and shall travel through it. And he shall not be driven back, and he shall flourish with Ra. Tenteneth Swahakabu is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the secret ways of this city. The 11th hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words unto the gods who are therein. Sekhentuatiu is the name of the gate of this city through which the great god passeth. Ringkurt Apthat is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of the Tuat into which the great god passeth on his way. And he come forth at the eastern mountain of the sky, the eater of eternity. The form thereof is in the presence of the serpent Petra, which dwelleth in this city, and they, the gods, place themselves in the train of Ra, when the birth of Heper upon the earth is just about to take place. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament, in the hidden places of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth them shall be in the position of him that divideth his offering, and of him who is spirit, who is suitably equipped to travel both in heaven and upon earth regularly and unceasingly. Sebit Nab Ahesef Buemert is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god in the circle. In the 12th hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the circle at the limits of the thick darkness. And this great god is born under the form of Hepra. In this circle, the gods Nu and Amu and He and Heet are in this circle at the birth of this great god. when he maketh his appearance from the Tuat, and taketh up his place in the Matet boat, and riseth from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. The Nen-Netteru is the name of the gate of this city. Heperkekuhemesti is the name of the city. This is the circle of the Tuat, wherein the great god is born, when he maketh his appearance in the Nu, and taketh up his place in the body of Nut. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations, according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament of the Tuat, they shall be magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth, both in heaven and on earth. At this point the light beginneth to come, and it is the end of the thick darkness which Ra travelleth through in Amentet, and of the secret matters which this great God performed therein. He who hath knowledge of the whole or part of the secret representations of the Tuat shall be condemned to destruction. Whosoever make a copy of these representations according to this copy of what is in Ament and Tuat cannot be looked at or seen, and whosoever shall know these secret images shall be in the condition of spirit who is equipped for journeying, and shall come forth from and shall descend into the Tuat, and shall hold converse with the men and women who live there regularly and unfailingly millions of times. The end.
Okay, the sun's return path home to the east. Let's break that down a bit more. I'll take you over to the Nazca Lines. So the sun arrives at the Tumi in the far west. The Tumi being the ceremonial knife which switches off the signal. Basically, it's a kill switch. If you remember the overlays, the Tumi, the ceremonial knife. A nice image of it there. So this is a process that's handling the shutdown of the sun projector in the west, basically, and following its connections here. You'll see what it's connected to: mechanisms, cogs. Take a good look, people. This is the mechanisms in the underworld which would handle the shutting down of the sun when it arrives in the west. And this would be here, the sun isolator. I would call this a geoglyph. Break the signal, kill the projection, isolate it, then all the other processes follow. And there's the solar clock, the timing, so you know it's timed event. Sun's arrived in the west, shut it down. This is what you're really looking at. How the technology works and controls and manages the sun. Do we have any evidence in the real world of these kind of events? Yes. This is the signal detected on the mimic map you can see on here. I've started using overlays with our map in the background so you can make out the maps a bit larger than they show. And you can see these amazing signals going around. Now I've added the chakras and some Nazca line overlays to this, so you can get an idea what's going on. If you watch it carefully, you will see it looping round, going to various places. Now remember, we're looking at the 12 gates, so the sun's return path involves going through 12 different gates. And this is the return path, looping over and over, backwards, forwards, popping in and out of everywhere. It doesn't make a lot of sense until you overlay the chakras and the Nazca lines, and then you can start seeing where it's really going and what's going on. So the mimic signal we've seen, which was the winter equinox in 2016, that's where the signal came from. This is one of the sun's return paths in the underworld. It returns back to the east. If you watch this carefully, it'll go through its system of various locations in its cleaning cycles that it's obviously involved in. It'll arrive back over in the east eventually, and if you watch the bottom of the screen carefully, you'll see all the signalling to tell the rest of the system sun's arrived back in the east, reset the system, shut it down. So if you watch carefully at the bottom, there we go. Signals, reset the system, sun's arrived, start again. So then you've got the sunrise in the east starting over again. So that's the sun's return path in the underworld. Amazing stuff. And you can see how the grid in the background is manipulating that signal. The white dots being the angels in the underworld, they clearly are playing a part in
manipulating and controlling this signal. So that's information from the mimic map, Nazca Line overlays, which you watch, like I said, watch where it's going. You'll see it going to certain areas. When you overlay the Nazca lines that over this on the grid, you can see where it's going into one place and coming out of another. Amazing stuff. Okay, for this next part, we're now going to break down what's going on in this scene. The middle register, we're going to have a quick look at that, and we're going to show you how that relates to the to me in the west. If you notice these characters here, the arms are missing, in other words disconnected. It's been switched off, shut down. The sun's reached the west, shut it down. So there, right there, that's an off switch, disconnected. Of course, with this kind of process comes waste. There's waste to manage and dispose of, so there's some waste in that depiction. And the other components of the projection system is here. You've obviously gone through a cleaning cycle, no projection. That's pretty straightforward to look at that image. Right, the middle register, oh no, sorry, the top one. Top right there, you can see the tree of life scene yet again. That should be becoming a very common theme by now, the tree of life scene. It's depicted everywhere in every culture and religion. We knew this. We depicted this everywhere. We knew how this worked. We were taught this. You just can't get away from that once you start looking into this. These tree of lives are going to pop up everywhere. And of course they're going to need new fuel, so the new fuel is generated. I'll be explaining a bit more about that process soon. And of course waste management again, which One Conscience will be talking about in a few moments. We've got some waste management to dispose of. So there has to be in the underworld processes and means of disposing of waste materials, and places where the sun's going and all these luminaries projectors go for a cleaning cycle. So you know there's clearly a maintenance going on there. But I'm going to pass you over to One for her take on this.
Hello. Okay, so today we're going to talk about energy. And we're going to relate it to the research that we do. So, did you know the word energy from the Indo-European root is poti, meaning powerful, and from the Greek word energia means activity or operation, basically being at work. To fully grasp the workings of our world, one must understand the various kinds of energy. Every single event that occurs in this world is an energy transformation of a particular type. The sum total of energy in the world is constant. It's an infinite flow, and it manifests itself in various forms. These forms can undergo transformations. Energy can only be indirectly observed and measured as it manifests itself in these different forms. It can be further characterized through its observed properties. So, what kind of energies are there? Well, basically, they're all either kinetic or potential. Kinetic energy is due to movement. Potential energy is stored and waiting to happen. Now, these can be further broke down by the characteristics of the energy itself. So we have different kinds. We have mechanical, thermal, electrical, nuclear, sound, electromagnetic, chemical, light, and thoughts, just to name a few. So let's talk about carbon. Carbon is a chemical element, and it's a pretty common one. It's the 6th most common element in the world, and the 15th most common in our Earth's crust. Unlike a lot of other chemical elements, you can see some forms of carbon. Diamonds are one form of carbon. So, science says that most of the carbon is deep in the earth. For once, I'll sort of agree with them. Amorphous carbon is a third form of carbon, and it's a lot harder to see since, unlike diamonds and graphite, it doesn't have a crystalline structure. It's commonly known as coal. So carbon is the building block for all life on Earth, and a good chunk of the total amount of it that's held in the Earth is living or dead organic molecules. So, how does this tie to volcanoes? Well, the carbon cycle comes from the volcanoes, from the process happening in the underworld. And eventually, after it comes to surface and cools, it becomes rock or mineral. It does become our new land. This is the creation process. Angel technologies below are what cause lava, the carbon, and the volcanoes. These are the vents of the underworld and the designed waste and recycle system. Through the creation system, what is needed gets used. What isn't needed or has fault is pushed to the waste holding tanks, or the magma chambers. When the basins get full, they release and a cleaning occurs. These are our eruptions. Some have a steady flow for long periods. So you have to kind of think of it that all these different tubes are leading to a certain spot, the basin, the holding tank. And if there's so many, it has to steady flow out. We can see this with Hawaii. So I took some time and outlined a whole lot of the tubes that indeed lead to Hawaii. And you can see why it had to have a steady flow. Somewhere along the line, it must have bottlenecked recently, and I think that led to the explosion, or old tubes that weren't used opened up. So then we do have our exploders, the ones that blow every time. They're usually high in silicon, and when they become full, they do blow. So when this cleanse happens, the lava comes up from the chamber through the lava tubes. These tubes appear to be constructed, as we can see here in these photos. There is little to no lava traces after the tube has cleared. So this tells me it's designed to push the waste up and out and clear the tube until the next cleaning cycle. These lava tube systems run for miles and miles and connect to grids on the underside. As we can see here, I've connected several of these systems. We speculate there must be shutoffs to these, so to speak. Something will shut off the flow, which allows the tubes to be cleared. The ancients knew this process very well, and they shared these processes with us. We used ancient Egyptian script to show one of the many processes that lead to the need to expel the waste. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over so we can get into how these conclusions came to by us. Thank you.
For a more technical breakdown of the process, I'm going to play some clips made by Roger from Mud Fossil University, who has been experimenting with particle acceleration. So please don't copyright strike me, Roger. I'm one of the good guys, and I know this information will help you. You see, I agree. They are reinventing the wheel over and over, as I will demonstrate after these clips.
Okay, Roger from Mud Fossil University today was discussing ether again, which I've been working on for years now, and we have photographed it in experiments and sent all that information off years ago to all the top universities, never heard a word. But all of a sudden they decide they have discovered ether. Now, I think this is kind of disgraceful, to be perfectly honest with you. Plato and all the rest of them back then knew about ether. According to the ancients, they spelled it ether or ether. It's also called the quintessence. Now, All of a sudden they decided, oh, we found the fifth element. Well, guess what, my friends? Fifth element was also in Plato's Timaeus. Speaking about air, Plato mentions there is a most translucent kind called the name ether. It's really very, very, very poor form. Now, everybody knows I've been working on ether and light and everything for years. I've been posting this. Nobody's been paying attention to it, really. I mean, very few. And so I got this from my friend today, Aaron. Physicists confirmed the discovery of a fifth force. All right? They're taking credit for discovering something that's been known for throughout history. Physicists confirmed discovery previously unknown. It's not previously unknown. The fifth fundamental force. This is really not right. Somebody should speak out against these people. They do this kind of stuff and take credit for things that they've dismissed, and then all of a sudden they decide that it's good again. I'm going to show you the real facts. This is ether right here. All these dots are ether. And the reason they are glowing like this is because it's in a darkened room and a laser pulse, red laser light coming through here, which only has a tiny, tiny, tiny dot right in the center here. But when it comes through, it forces the opening of space around it and forces these regions to go into other people's regions. They glow at that point. All the molecules in space own a region. They're happy there. Once you start pushing something through that ocean of particles that are happy, they become disturbed. When they do that, they glow. All right, you saw that field coming through, and what it is there's a little dot in the center, and it's crushing through there just like it does with a sonic wave and a jet, breaking the sound barrier. Now, there's the particle beam. All right, that's all it is right there. That's the beam. That's what comes from this, and what causes this wave to open up is this beam. Well, all of a sudden it's saying, holy smokes, I'm being sucked in faster. You see that? That's accelerating. You can't tell me that's not accelerating. There's not a person on the face of this planet can say, oh, that's nothing. No, that doesn't mean anything. Well, yes, it means something. It means that that thing is accelerating. And when it starts accelerating, it's being pulled faster because it's being forced through this venturi. They're piling up here and becoming excited because they can't get to here. They're forcing each other through here, and when they explode out the other side, which they have to accelerate, there is no option whatsoever. And the reason they're starting to accelerate here, to excite here, is because they're being impeded more and more and more and more. And then all of a sudden, by the time you get here, they are just being blocked almost completely. And forcing each other through here, it's a venturi, two rounded it's two actually construction nails, and that's only a construction red laser. Very inexpensive, less than $50. You do this whole thing. Do it at home. And I have other people doing it now. And I'm going to show you some fabulous shots I just got yesterday. We're looking into them right now. Very, very interesting. Now, what comes out of here is the particle beams that we all know about. Is these? They call that the what do you call it? The patterns that the double slit experiment, where they have the things on the back, the impedance or whatever they call it. I can't think of it. But anyway, all it is these are electrons coming out of here, forcing each other away from this side and that side. So you're seeing them get away, and by the time they come out here, they can sort of flip around all they want. But primarily, this is pushing this way, and this is pushing this way. They're both pushing both ways. So you end up with a beam in the center. That's why you see the real bright beam in the center. Now, and then you see these rays, because this is saying stay away from here, this guy's saying stay away from here, so they start to build up these arrays. Now, and that's called atomization, plasma, whatever you want to call it. But at this point, these electrons no longer own a region. Before, they owned their own region. They all had their own little dot that they owned. And they say, okay, this is my place. Don't anybody push me. And when they push me, I'm going to glow. And that's what's happening. And this right here shows you the ether. And that is, if anybody can explain to me how these little dots are formed after a light, which we saw accelerated, I don't care what anybody says, that was accelerated. It's coming out of here in white chaos. These little tiny fibers are coming out, which show where the particles are. Those are the particle trails. They are headed by these fields. Those fields are from polarized ether surrounding the tiny, tiny particle in the center, which is charged. It's negative. It's going faster than hell, smashing into the ether here, inducing a current around itself in a right-hand turn as it goes through space. And I have pictures of that too. And I have pictures of this showing this right here is a crushed field. You see that? You see the difference in this one here and this one here? These are round, this one. You see this crushing in here and this crushing in here? That's forcing that one to be more massive. It's crushing it. It's turned purple instead of the lower frequency color. This is a reverse spinning electron. No field around it. It's reverse spinning. They create, in the right-hand rule, electricity goes that way, it spins this way. Well, that one's going that way and spinning the other way around, and it's breaking its fingers off. So there's no magnetic field there. That is, and also that collided with something and made a very interesting result. And that's the result right there. That was that white particle. It transitioned into one of these somehow and bled off that. And this is what I told you. That's the spinning of the electron, the right-hand rule. As it goes flying out of the accelerator, you see how they're expanded here and then they contract. These are less energetic. That's an extremely energetic one for some reason. It came through in a different orientation. The others, they were whatever the difference is. This is much more energetic than these other ones. And you can see, because it's drifting to the left, it's probably spinning to the right, maybe spinning to the left, I don't know. But it's going to have one of these spins to it, and it's supposed to be spinning this way if it's going that way. And I believe, well, I know it's going this way. Now, and I believe it's spinning this way because it's drifting to the left. That would be the natural thing. It would here, and then it can't quite get to the same place each time. And that would give it that left drift. So, that's all I can see. It's a right-hand rule. And that's light spinning through a single slit, I believe that was. Again, this goes back years ago, so some of these pictures, well, I know all the pictures I'm talking about. That I can't remember. Single slit, double slit, I don't remember. And again, I don't know if I mentioned this. This is Rodney Warren from Australia, and I worked on this years ago, and these are his pictures, and they cannot be surpassed, I don't think. However, I'm going to show you one that I got yesterday that got me interested. This is the plasma coming out of the accelerator. As it steps down, it presents this in two waves. I've seen this a number of times. It looks like a particle to me, and it looks like a torus, and I think I might have some idea how it's working with capacitive and inductive reactance somehow.
Okay, Roger mentioned Plato and others already knowing this information, and he is correct. In fact, my Nazca line work, geoglyph, petroglyph and hieroglyph research confirms this, as does sacred geometry and scriptures. Everyone knew these processes in those days. Your experiments are missing some vital components, Roger, but caution is advised when proceeding here on in. Here is what the Nazca lines have been teaching me. Okay, as you can see with this image, we have our square wave generator in the scene, other parts of technologies, and a very important piece of the line work, the right-hand rule. In this image you can see the square wave generator, the labyrinth, the particle accelerator, and even multi-level structures. Again, square wave generator, particle accelerator, high frequency injection. I hope you're seeing a pattern forming here. This repeats over and over across the Nazca lines. Very detailed technical information. Here's a frequency guide I found online, and I've added various geoglyphs to it to help you understand their meaning and purposes. Due to our research, I haven't as yet had time to give the Nazca lines the full attention and presentation they need, but hopefully over the videos we have made for you, you are now been looking at them with new eyes. The decoders blueprints, technical and structural information detailing layers in the underworld. As you can see, I have arranged the sea life in the lower frequencies and the flying species in the higher frequencies. On the correct map there are also location markers for various technologies in the underworld that relate to the workings of our luminaries and other worldly processes. The direction they face usually meaning the direction of the signal it may be transmitting to or receiving from. These are activations and deactivations and possibly other informations being transmitted, those signals we have shown you on the mimic map. The earthquakes are usually a sign some technologies came online. Now I mentioned proceeding with caution as this technology is also what is responsible for the arts and acts of creation, and a great many other things depending on the configuration. By design, this technology will manifest material before your very eyes, which Roger pointed out at the end of his video, those charged particles he noticed. Because Roger's setup seems to be missing some vital components, it is not up to its potential and could be considered safe, as there is no magnetized walls, wave or frequency injection, but it still achieved the right hand rule and produced visible matter. This doesn't seem to be radioactively charged. So what does radioactively charged mean? As you've seen with the Nazca Lines, there is wave and frequency injection which produces different results. The technology in the underworld is obviously built to a much larger scale than humans can comprehend, as the likes of Enoch and Ezekiel struggle to describe, and as such will produce larger quantities of matter which they create during their running cycles, as the sun process shown in the 12 gates presentation demonstrated. It had to go through a cleaning cycle and a cycle of solar rejuvenation, ready for the next sunrise. This material is basically radioactive material or nuclear waste. This is also what we would call lava, and as one conscience mentioned, it is managed and ejected into our realm and becoming landmass or sand if ejected into water. This is part of the creation process. By design it creates, maintains and destroys. The heart of this part of the process is located at 0.0 on our grid. I'm going to let Santos Bonacci give this a breakdown of what you are looking at.
This is what is called Brahma. Yeah, the creator. This is Brahma. Brahma is associated with Abraham, Abraxas, abrasion, as I said before, abracadabra. This is the abracadabra of creation. This is Brahma. Brahma is also associated with the Ram. He is the creator. Vishnu is the preserver. Vishnu preserves all of this. And then Shiva, Satan, will destroy it. Well, I mean, he doesn't destroy it totally. He destroys it as in the preserver is the maintainer and the destroyer does the other maintaining. If you don't destroy, you can't, cycles will not continue. There's the creative half of the ecliptic, then there's the destructive half. That's how it works.
Some fantastic words and information from Santos there, who has been a great help to this research with his wealth of knowledge and information sharing. Between the observant Stan Smith, Santos and our research, we have concluded the halo projections in the sky which mainstream are calling sun dogs are what Ptolemy termed epicycles, so in essence this research confirms Ptolemy's model as correct. So what are these halos? They are part of the projector system that is projecting our luminaries into the heavens. As above, so below pertains to this relationship. A physical model in the underworld and a projection in the heavens, with an invisible link between the two, which can be noticed by lightning and tornadoes, the rotating vortex field rising up to the invisible halo. But what is making the projection, you ask? Okay, I'm going to decode the Eye of Horus for you, to show you how it works. The Eye of Horus is a particle accelerator which uses high frequency injection. The eye itself is a chamber with which you would place your hot created coals as told in scripture. The hot coals are the radioactive particles it creates and ejects from the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. The snake depictions represent the created matter, or as in this image, your hot coals as requested, sir. This material is radioactively charged and contains the same potential amount of energy as the voltages used in the accelerator that created it. This is a power source, 100% over unity free energy with a very long lifespan. The cones you see depicted near the Tree of Life scenes are being radioactively charged and used as the power source for the vehicle the projector is attached to. I think, going by various scriptures, it is a vehicle of sorts that is moving the projector around in the underworld, the projection in the heavens mimicking its every move. This applies to all luminaries and their projectors, which obviously have different configurations and roles. Do we have any evidence of particle accelerators and radioactively charged materials to relate this to in the real world? Of course we do. I'm going to take you back to the 1800s and see what Mr. Tesla was working with in those times. If you go for this Freedom of Information release on Mr. Tesla, you will see that he was working on an accelerator that was given to him to look at, as it apparently had a side effect of producing ball lightning, which Mr. Tesla describes as being a very scary event, as usually it would explode with devastating effects. From these documents you will see that they have Mr. Tesla offering to sell and install particle accelerators for a fee of 25,000 UK pounds. The research was based on harnessing and trapping the materialized ball lightning, which could hold the same amount of energy as the system that produced it. Again, 100% over unity technology. The system can also project particles up to 100 miles or more with speeds around 350 miles per second. And Mr. Tesla stated he could build a death ray for the defence of Great Britain from air attack. The technology seemingly able to melt aircraft engines up to 250 miles away. What I did notice is that in these documents the wording also in Mr. Tesla's handwriting appears, with more work related to accelerators. Now when I look at CERN and think about these documents, CERN does not look like something Mr. Tesla could install, let alone have all the components for. So it seems to me this is misleading. It seems to me someone has inserted paperwork faked as Mr. Tesla's so they have a person to use for introducing more advanced technology into the world. Technology we can see originates from the underworld. So fear not, dear Tesla fans, he is innocent of any wrongdoing and seems to have been used by those that hide this as and when needed. Mr. Tesla did invent and make derivatives from his work with accelerators, which are still in use today. So our projections in the sky, we are either seeing the insides of the projection chamber and the effects of its contents, or harnessed an electromagnetically trapped ball lightning on a creator-sized scale, not the smaller scale observations mentioned in human experiments. As an aside, when some nuclear power plants explode, the roof seems to get blown off. Then the disaster has to be sealed, a sarcophagus created around the nuclear lava that is created to contain it. The seal of the 144,000 in scripture is this exact same process. The angel technology has been sealed below in the underworld, so that in the event of a catastrophe it is already sealed and contained, kept in a room until a great day of judgment some 1,000 years into the future. The sarcophagi under ancient temples and pyramids are location markers of said angel technologies below, glyphs telling their story to a now unseeing and unknowing world audience. And so it seems, at some point in our history, mankind had an event, a meeting with a higher knowledge, who introduced us to these very advanced technologies and created the components for our electromechanical realm that we call Earth. Our iniquities were removed and our sins forgiven. We were advanced scientifically and we developed into better civilized beings. Our sin was ignorance. We did not understand how anything worked from a scientific viewpoint, but this quickly changed as our ancestors have depicted everywhere.
Okay, so these are the two cruises that we looked into for trying to figure out what the heck they got going on for the Polynesian islands. So the first one is coming from New Zealand. So where the little boat is, that's where they start, and they follow the arrows up and around New Zealand. They stop along New Zealand. They then shoot across to Tasmania. They go up and visit the shores of Australia. They go up north of Australia. Then they come back over and they start heading out to the islands. They go out to Fiji and they go out to Tonga, and they head on out, heading east towards the East Gates. Now the black line is the international dateline split. So there's about 20 hours difference in some of these areas when you cross over the dateline. Now, when we go up to the other one, coming off of California, we start up here in Baja California. They shoot out to Hawaii. They do a roundabout all the Hawaiian islands. They then head out and go down the Line Islands. They end up Tusamotu, and then they hit a couple more islands and they head back to Baja California. So what they're doing is they are confusing people by visiting. All of these islands are out here, so there's so many. It would be so easy to hide and skew this data and tell people that maybe they're in one place when they're really not. These are separate sets of islands. If people go and look at the time and the times of these islands and what day they're on, it has a lot to tell there. You know, some of these islands are very, very close, but they've already went into Sunday, where some of them are sitting in Saturday, you know, mid-evening. So it's a clear split of the map. So, you know, that's telling me our map is right, that this is where it splits. These ones on New Zealand are going to be leading up into the East Gate, where we're never going to get. And the ones coming from California are coming down around by the West Gates. None of them are ever crossing over.
Okay, so the divides in the map. Our research reveals they are in these locations to hide the 12 gates. Further research of ours has revealed something very special and meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it gives us great pleasure to present to you the 12 pearly gates of heaven. The 12 gates in Revelation 20 long belong to the New Jerusalem, which comes down from heaven to the new earth, verse 10, shining with the glory of God, verse 11. John describes the city. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and with 12 angels at the gates. On the gates were written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, verse 12. The gates are miraculous in their construction. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, each gate made of one single pearl, verse 21. And the gates of the New Jerusalem will never be shut, verse 25. The pearl was esteemed of the greatest value among the ancients. It is an appropriate emblem of the highest truth. It is the only precious stone which the art and skill of man cannot improve. Introducing the three gates in the north, the gate of Reuben, the gate of Judah, and the gate of Levi. Introducing the three gates in the east, the gate of Joseph, the gate of Benjamin, and the gate of Dan. Introducing the three gates in the south, the gate of Simeon, the gate of Issachar, the gate of Zebulun. And introducing the three gates in the west, the gate of Gad, the gate of Asher, and the gate of Naphtali. The gates of the New Jerusalem never close. They are eternal safety and peace in the New Jerusalem. There are no enemies to shut the gates against. Access to the heavenly kingdom on the new earth is free and unhindered. and the glory and honour of the nations will be brought into it. Revelation 21:26. The gates face every direction of the compass, and their perpetual openness invites everyone to partake of the goodness of God's grace. Revelation 22:17. Welcome to the realm. As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us.
Heart is a balloon, shoots up through the stony ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, the traffic is stuck, and you're not moving anywhere. You thought you found a friend to take you out of this place, someone you could lend a hand in return for grace. It's a beautiful day. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day. So let it get away on the road. You've got no destination in the mind, in the maze of her imagination. Your love is down. broken by cloud. See the tuna fleets clearing the sea out. See the bedroom fires at night. See the oil fields at first light. And see the bird with a leaf in her mouth. After the flood, all the colors came out. It was a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. Beautiful touch me, take me to that other place. Release me, I know I'm not a hopeless case. What you don't have, you don't need it now. What you don't know, you can feel it somehow. What you don't have, you don't need it now. Don't need it now. It was a beautiful day.
So, this is how quakes work in our realm. What I'm showing here is the basic quake paths from the east, then from the west. This is not every quake that hits, but most will follow this basic path. Quakes are repeatable, recordable data, and once someone does the research, they will realize that this is true and there is a pattern and a system that occurs. Quakes basically follow the grid that is overlaid onto our world as you see here. This is due to what's happening below, as we have been saying from the mechanics of the underworld. The systems down there are using an electromagnetic mechanical energy to work and create the processes we see here on surface. This is a grand scale of perfection that we cannot comprehend. As the energy moves along that is producing our luminaries in the heavens, a switching of the magnetics below is occurring. As each cycle of the magnet takes its course, there is a switch that we will get very deep into in our next video. This is where the vibrations will occur on surface. This energy is running along the grid, which is the actual plates of the world. This is likely a massive iron grid. So how do I figure that? Well, because of the plate that Jimbo found quite a while back in Greenland. A massive plate coming out of the ground that happened to be exactly where the grid is here in the map. That was just one small piece of the grid exposed. The pressure coming from below will cause a rise. We see this quite a bit from earthquakes as the land rises. Now, as this pressure is moving along, it will work similar to if you had a large piece of sheet metal and say one person at each end. One hits one end and the other hits the other end. There will be a jolt from each hit of each end, but there will also be a third effect, and that is called the fulcrum point. Both ends will then vibrate to the center where the third jolt will release, which is what happens in quakes. If we get two quakes, the center fulcrum point will receive the third. Now, there are certain spots that repeatedly get hit with deep quakes. This is showing us the layers of the underworld and the size of the technology at play here. The deepness ranges between 700 kilometers to 10 kilometers in earthquakes. The majority of quakes are around 10 kilometers deep. The very specific areas of deep quakes do show us where the larger pieces are, though. Fiji has the deepest quakes recorded, which is showing us the size of the launch piece for the sun, since Fiji is coming right off the eastern gates. The larger piece of tech is going to send great shock waves up and down, causing a seismograph to read the energy at great depths. This system will follow across the realm as pertaining to the sun luminary. Certain quakes will occur repeatedly each day in the same location while the sun is entering the area, and again as the sun is leaving the area. This also occurs with all luminaries. We also have to factor in alignments. As planets align and eclipsing occurs, this also adds to the quake energy, and larger quakes happen on our surface. So, this is how quakes work, so be sure and check out our next video for a very deep understanding of the magnetics of the underworld.
Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom center is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap, they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sungate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and help pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the sun gate tracker. We do think the sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you. More surprises. Isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research. Hello everyone, This is FPV Angel from APM Research. This video is to help you identify the various parts of the halo we are seeing in our skies. This video by China Miss Jones captures what we call the vertical halo. It is a perfect circle around our sun, and it is not always visible to everyone at the same time. This may be due to particulates in the atmosphere, chemtrails, distance, and even the angle it is viewed from. This video by One Conscience captures the horizontal halo where it is plain to see the sun itself is attached to. We can relate this to Ptolemy's epicycles. Ptolemy not only factored in the sun's movement, but also the object our sun is attached to. Notice this capture has no nodes visible on the horizontal halo. This capture, also by One Conscience, captures what we call node 8. You will see over the course of this video there are 8 nodes total on the sun halo. The reason it looks like this is because we are seeing it from a side profile instead of the bottom view we usually see. As the sun comes down on the horizon, we start to see a different perspective of what we are really looking at. There are always 2 nodes very prominent on the horizontal halo, and these are where the vertical halo attached to it. Sometimes you can see 1 node, other times you may see 2. This is what some people confuse as 2 or 3 suns. Notice in this video we can see some of the horizontal halo's nodes visible. This now gives us this profile. Notice node 1 is very close to the sun, and it is not visible due to the sun's intensity. This is part 1 of a 2-part video, as there is more to see and do and add to this model of which I am recreating. The reasons we are seeing them is due to ice crystals in the atmosphere. They reveal the true nature of our sun as the trapped frozen light particles try to interact with it. This of course highlights the true profile of what our sun really is. An electromagnetic projection 90 degrees above its source. We are basically seeing parts of the inside of our sun's projector. This is why they try to chemtrail our sun to stop ice crystals forming, so you do not see this.
Now, for a lot of people, this probably just looks like a bunch of like green on, things laid out on a flat world map. But what this layout represents is actually these metal plates that are placed all over this plane, and they are placed there, these ones in this blueprint, the Nazca lines that have been decoded. Those bars represent these locations on Earth, and these are huge bars. These are huge electromechanical installations. It's like a big cathode ray tube, or operates exactly the same way an oscilloscope would. The sun is a ray, or a bunch of, well, they call them electrons, a stream, and it is forced into this, magnetically charged areas between these plates. At the east, it started, it's prepared, it's given a kick or a push, a sweep trigger it's called, gives it to it, starts pushing the sun across from east to west to the west side of the plane. Once it gets to the west side of the plane, another switch, a trigger called a flyback killer, terminates the sun for that day, or at least make sure that its energy is not seen in the split second that it flies back to the east and gets another push to sweep across the plane again.
what this design really means is that our sun is not spinning or hurling through space. We are not revolving and spinning on an axis around it, following it through space. The sun is generated locally by this system, and it follows electromagnetic waves that come up from the ground and guide it. In fact, what we're starting to think is these circular disc shape that pushes the sun, it's formed like a cone, and the sun is on top of this cone. And this cone moves across these plates with the light that is our sun on top of it. And that's where I am. Again, all these green lines, the thicker ones, the bar shapes, they're involved with deflection of the sun through the seasons. See, I can get up and point out a bit to you. I'll point it with the light because my headphones won't reach. But up in the north corner there, it's too bright. Up in the north corner, those wedgie-shaped things with those boxes beside them actually magnetize and help deflect the sun. This bar here, north of Russia also. See, this bar is one of the winter season sun guides. There's another bar just off to the west, and it's huge. It's actually the same size as Greenland, but because of the skewing of the maps and trying to hide stuff for generations now, it looks cockeyed. This bar here over Alaska is the same size as the bar over Greenland. But on the world map, the globe, these two bars, the two tips of these bars are pulled towards each other, like it's showing you that it's like 8:30 or 7:30 in the evening, where they actually run parallel to each other.
You pan your camera, and you pan your camera left a little, Jim. We're missing the left part of the map.
Okay, left. That way left, that way left.
That way, that's it, yeah. A bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
Right there.
So we have phenomena we see. Again, if you notice, there's a bar that comes off, this long bar that's off the east coast of the Atlantic. Now notice it comes from basically the northern Quebec border straight down and it crosses Florida. Now there are these huge plates that run underneath from, mid-Atlantic to, between South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, the Chesapeake, straight back west, all the way to Los Angeles, California, and down to the Baja, and straight back to, Easter Island of all places. Down here, when they're having their summer south of the equator, these plates that run through and underneath the continental, South America, to these two plates that are on the front wall or the west coast of South America. These are two huge plates that have been placed there to work in unison with these plates to guide the sun. This one too runs off to, I think this one's to Easter Island, and this northern one goes to the Hawaiian Island chains. So these deflectors up here help to deflect the sun over these plates for a winter. I figure these two plates here are in the transition of, seasons. And then these plates are the ones responsible for helping the south have their full summer before the cycle switches back the other way. But up here, even beyond where, we can see the symbol is part of, again, the sun's deflection plate, probably for the northern winter. Now, again, we have that phenomena in Canada where we see the northern lights. Well, there are plates that intersect that run on the western side of Hudson's Bay and also traverse the north of Hudson's Bay all the way to the foot of the Rockies there, nearly to Alaska, where I'm pointing. So this might be a curtain, the conductor for those curtains of lights that rain down as the aurora borealis. These two intersections, we call this section right here, just off Florida and the Bahamas, the Devil's Triangle. Well, a lot of things happen with magnetic bars that big and metal objects close to them. So again, that's about, my input was actually for this group in this study was having that photo of the bar helped to identify the symbols on the Aztec maps that was being decoded by FPV as these huge metal bars. And when, after a lot of kind of like brainstorming and mental blockage and other stuff, I looked at the configuration and realized it's like an oscilloscope or cathode ray tube. And again, our sun is created every day in the east, sent across the plane, and terminated when it comes to the west end. Either terminated or the light is suppressed for a split second and it flies back.
Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the Mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea.
Freaking awesome. Oh my god. Come out of these trees. Just give me a second. This is so beautiful. It's so big. It's so lit up. Oh my gosh. There it is. Look at that. Holy cow. That's the biggest node I've ever seen. Look at it. That's freaking awesome. Yep. Totally awesome.
Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine.
Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca Line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca Lines truly represent and portray. The technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum, which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles and cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism, effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. and that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies, the golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and One Conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow, from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as One Conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer One Conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Worlde decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca Line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications such as Perseus to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head, as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field, basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the 3 key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine, Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate. The primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire. Above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6. And before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts, full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks, the metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites, are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on, and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens. Electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us, and this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity, leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, Revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? Do you want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in.
I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the centre of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiralling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator, of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously,
The data does state by 2050, 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focused videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves a creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realize they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light.
Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ang, the cross plate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember.
Baby, come on, close your eyes. What show you goes beyond what we see. You can travel with your mind. Leave all your worries behind. Come on, flow into the music. Spread your wings and fly. This is the faith because we choose it. Hold on, baby, come on, close your eyes. What show you goes beyond what we see. You can travel with your mind. Leave all your worries behind. Come on, flow into the music. Spread your wings and fly. This is the faith because we choose it. Hold on,
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video, we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the Alice reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced
some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Iceland Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Iceland takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over.
Emanations are radioactive light units expelled with such great force directly through lowering opposing pressures that they become luminous as meteorites become luminous from plunging directly through rising opposing pressures. Luminosity, heat and high potential gradually lessen as light units find their orbit in their proper potential positions and float spirally and centrifugally through lowering pressure zones. They eventually impact against the inertial plane where they become genero-active, positive, non-luminous light units following centripetal orbits to the nuclear center of the next lower potential. All energy is caused by a disturbance in inertia. The energy impact against inertia is the cause of motion. The energy constant of first cause is registered in waves of varying dimensions of the same constant. The one source of energy is non-variable in its constant. Variability is an illusion of dimension. Energy expresses itself in pressure zones which increasingly resist the disturbance of inertial repose and violently assists a return to that state. Energy locks itself into varying potentials. High potential discharges into the next lower potential. The pressure zones cause an orderly orbital lowering of potential to inertia where energy is regenerated. A sudden lowering of potential would cause an explosion, a flame, or a luminous streak.
Today, let's discuss our Earth energy grid again. As we study Walter Russell's work, we can get a much grander scale of the processes of Earth. The earthquakes are one effect of the compression cycle moving inward towards the center, as well as the vortex of the angels. What occurs with earthquakes is the push starts at the east and west gates and begins to push along the lattice below. On the map, you will notice some Ds are placed. These stand for deep quake areas. You will also notice the circles. These are our Earth chakras. In the deep earthquake areas, we have some very large technological processes that are either placed deeper or have much larger processes than other regions. These areas record a depth between 200 kilometers to as deep as 700 kilometers. That's what we're told anyways. If they are placed deeper, it would give us an idea of how deep the layers go below. Or, if it is a larger process, it would be much more powerful, which would push down, up, and out with the energy of the process coming into use. An extra point of interest are that deep quakes, which is any depth deeper than 200 kilometers, will lead to a shallower, larger quake by about 1 to 2 magnitudes. Also, when 2 earthquakes hit from these deep areas, the central point, called the fulcrum, will also receive an earthquake. Or, at times, we don't see the effects just as earthquakes. At times, the push and vibration comes in the form of eruptions, which FPV is going to elaborate on a little bit more detailedly here shortly. A volcanic eruption is typically equal to a 5.0 at the minimum on the Richter scale for earthquakes. Once it hits a deep area, this causes a spread out in all directions from the push of the energy. From an APM perspective, this is showing us there are more activations and processes occurring that are following and aiding luminaries in their set paths. These patterns, you will notice when studying them, occur at equal distances repeatedly. Learning these points enables us to see where technology lies below. Most are placed at 10 kilometers deep, but we also have some that lay between 50 and 100 kilometers, 150 to 200 kilometers, then of course our deep technologies. Again, this is what we are told the depths of different earthquakes are. What we have noticed is these follow the sun across. However, there isn't just the sun in works here. There are other luminaries that need to be accounted for and will activate as the luminary moves over these areas, showing these are localized events. We also need to account for alignments, which have shown us in the past will affect the vibration of the grid as well. The vibration will be doubled up as the luminaries get within a certain degree point of each other. These degree differences are showing us where different technologies are located and giving us the double push. Remember, there are 144,000 of these angels below that need to be accounted for. Now, as it moves across the grid, we see the repeatable, recordable data that there's always the same points on surface that show the effects of what's going on below. These points are so much always the same that we can place them weekly on a map and redo it each week and basically have several maps all showing the same thing. Clusters will occur more north and south as it follows the sun ascent and descent towards the north and south regions based on seasons. However, again, it will always be repeatable and recordable to be the same month to month and year to year. What this also explains is antipodes, as the effect of earthquakes precedes and follows the luminaries in and out of areas through their travels. When we get to the center of the grid, our compression cycle is complete. The process then moves northward and southward for the expansion cycle. The north and south movement then fans out to head east and west to begin all over again. This is what I have referred to as the torus energy flow in the past. Walter Russell would refer to this process as the cosmic heartbeat. Now we can see it and how it works with these visuals to aid us. This is some of the major effects of the angel technology process that are very noticeable to us here on the surface.
Okay, now we will decode the quakes with the help of Walter Russell and some magnetic data from series. What you will see from this spiraling is how it overlaps the key quake areas and thus causes the quakes, which we have always stated as technology switching on to aid the luminaries in their crossing. You can see what the realm is doing with the positives and negatives, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. This spiraling pressure wave is harnessed and utilised by various technologies and halos. These are what are responsible for the quakes. You can see in the east we have the negatives and positives being divided at the equator, and in the west the same but opposite processes take place. So it basically makes 4 quarters where it divided them equally to maintain an equilibrium. These 4 areas we can reference with various colours from the likes of John Dee's work. This is the realm stacking the divided sex pairs into a type of giant capacitor of various layers. The quakes in the east and the antipodes in the west are connected and decoded with this animation, and now you can see how they are caused and the connection between them. Walter Russell's work and of course the spiraling pressure waves from the angel technologies below. Notice how the green data, which is magnetic data, appears in the red shift and vanishes into the blue shift. All the visible light of our colour spectrum is utilised, charged and discharged in time cycles. This magnetic data can also be seen here in these images produced by series. This is real world magnetic data. Notice how it perfectly matches the paths in the animation you just seen. A snapshot in time of some real world magnetic data. You will get to understand these more as we go on. Here's 2 clips from Kim Johnson and Super Dave 44 that capture clouds taking the form of paths. This is the electromagnetic data you just seen manipulating clouds. They simply are drawn to it and take the form of the magnetic data and thus reveal its presence. So in this clip you have seen how the realm creates it, how Walter Russell defines it, how one conscience has mapped it, and how we decode it to bring it to your attention. In this next clip we are going to decode another Walter Russell image that is very much related to the angel technologies and show you how they are responsible for volcanoes. Notice Walter places these below ground. I'm surprised this hasn't been queried before, but what it is depicting is the various processes that take place with the angel technologies. In image 1, this represents a calm day with mild winds and a low pressure. The angel's halo is running at slow speed, its spiraling pressure wave and cone is mainly below the ground. The electromagnetics are represented with the excellent overlays made by P900 Coolbix's husband. In image 2, this halo is running at a slightly faster speed. Its cone and pressure wave have now breached Earth's surface and are directly affecting the environment around it. The pressure increases. In image 3, we can see the angle of the cones changing and its spiraling revolutions of speed is faster. A greater pressure is achieved and of course we get a windy day. Image 4. Danger now threatens as the cone apices approach conjunction. The gravitative centre contracts to a point north as the cones tighten their angle. This is caused by a greater speed of rotation within the halo. Image 5. The crash as the cones meet at Earth's surface. Energy formerly extended over a wide area is now concentrated to a point of north, or directly above the halo that is generating it. And of course a visual sighting of a tornado, which this technology is solely responsible for. This also decodes the volcanoes, as you can see how this process is responsible for creating them. They are basically in the induction zone of two halos, or coils, as demonstrated here in this excellent video made by DataBeatDev. Notice it doesn't take long for this magnet to heat up and basically turn into a liquid state. It will then go into nuclear meltdown and fall and basically becomes lava. The realm and its volcanoes of course remove the lava down its manufactured lava tubes, which will exit into the sea to create sand, or become more landmass as it hardens on the surface. These halos may be the seraphim, the fiery ones mentioned in scriptures. Different halos, frequencies, angle of cones and configurations doing their intended purposes in creating, maintaining and destroying, which of course is a repeating cycle. Okay, let's go a little deeper. To explain this more, we will decode another Walter Russell image. The generation and degeneration of mass. To decode this is quite simple. The lower image represents the halo or coil, and its flow at a slow spiraling speed. As the speed increases, its magnetic field is elevated above the halo, and the conquest of centripetal force is achieved. Take note of the diamond at the centre. This is the overlapping cones you've seen in the previous clip. There are two halos with overlapping cones. One is using a right hand rule and the other a left hand rule. This is what is needed to drive the cones together to create the diamond at the centre. The top image is showing us the various angles of the cones, which is produced by different speeds. Simply increase the speed to make a tighter cone. Notice what it is doing is forcing the various pairs of magnetic poles to a point of north, or above. This basically becomes an electric dipole. This is the conquest of centrifugal force. Please take note of the changing angles of the cones that create the diamond at the centre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our luminaries are created and elevated above us. This is what I mean by an electromagnetic projection. They can penetrate everything, and they all play a very big part in the realm and interact with every species that lives here. Take it away, Walter Russell, P900 Coolpix and Rihanna.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Palms rise to the universe as we moonshine and Mali. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
The Creator's glory revealed. As you can see, people, our Sun's halo system reveals its electromagnetic field and the field lines and cones in use. We see it as the Sun halo and the amazing angel shape that gets revealed above it. The coloured arcs are the Sun's magnetic field in various states of sphericity, showing in the visible spectrum, which you now know is created by the acceleration of a flow around a halo, which of course bends its electromagnetic field to produce the cone and turn itself into an electric dipole of extremely high potential. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anything we say, of course, is always going to be an understatement. We can never give this the wording it deserves, but we sure can appreciate the science, the knowledge and the glory we are seeing and revealing. Would you like to go deeper? Of course you would. And so the question becomes, what is the purpose of our angels? What are they doing? Our angels are all creators in their own right. Let me show you how. This Walter Russell chart digitized by P900 Coolpix will help me explain what is taking place here. Our angels' purposes are the very arts and acts of creation in all its forms. Take a look at the information this spiraling pressure wave reveals. This chart explains the process perfectly. Follow the pressure wave around as it spirals outwards. These are the octaves mentioned by Walter Russell in his periodic table. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives interacting with the earth, air, fire and water events depending on the location of the angel below. Now, as you have seen with the angles of the cones, they are very important. Anything that is within the angles of the diamond can be created. As you've seen with the volcano animation, the Sun can adjust its cones simply by using faster or slower acceleration around the halo. This of course widens or narrows the cones. At slow speed it is at ecliptic expansion, and at high speed it is at maximum compression. This process now shows us on the chart the Sun is operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. Anything within the cone's angles on this chart can and will be created. This now tells us the Sun is basically creating and incinerating carbon and many other materials on this list when at maximum compression of the cones. Everything within the carbon line is created and incinerated using some very serious electrical potential. Again, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs is taking place, the positives and negatives being created and divided and placed within their layers of relative electrical potential. Their mass is forced into existence through these processes of compression and expansion, and depending on the spiraling speed of the halo, the hardness and softness applies that you see within this list. You can now see how the colour spectrum plays its part in these processes. Simply adjust the cones and it will interact with that part of the colour spectrum which, as you can see, produces different materials. The red stars are items Walter Russell found himself and added to his periodic table. The division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives, are there for you to see as male and female, and of course come under the magnetic or electric domination parts of the process. There is so much information contained within this chart it's going to be impossible to cover them all, but I want you to see how the cones' angles are related to each part of the process, and of course the spiraling pressure waves effects as it goes through the electromagnetic spectrum and interacts with various elements in the environment and atmosphere. Now, the sunspots we see may very well be various elements that are being incinerated, kind of like impurities showing that take longer to incinerate. The ones north of the sun's equator behave the complete opposite way to the ones south of its equator, as in spiraling the opposite way, which is what would be expected within an electromagnetic field such as this. In scriptures, it mentions mountains of gold, silver, copper, tin. I hope you can now see how this is easily achieved with the processes of the ancient technologies. Remember, this technology is far larger than our human scale and is the very reason they struggled to describe what they were seeing in scriptures. All holy books are records of humanity's knowledge and decodings of this world around us. The decodings of our very reality and of course the Creator's glory. They go hand in hand. This is a creation, thus there is a Creator. I'll remind you again. Walter Russell stated there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. Can you see why he would say this, people? Religions were born defending the truth, the sacred geometry and its meanings, the true nature of our realm. This is evident everywhere, we have simply forgot what it all relates to. But hopefully through our research you can see how easy this really is in piecing back together our history and lost knowledge. You will also notice Walter Russell added sound to this chart, the octave scale highlighted in red. I'm going to pass you to P900 Coolpix for more information on this part of the chart.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it.
As you know, APM Research have been researching and decoding the waveforms, so this is an update on current research and new information decoded. All things in our universe are constantly in motion, vibrating. Even objects that appear to be stationary are in fact vibrating, oscillating, resonating at various frequencies. Resonance is a type of motion characterized by oscillation between two states. And ultimately all matter is just vibrations of various underlying fields at every scale. All of nature vibrates. Something interesting happens when different vibrating things come together. They will often start, after a little while, to vibrate together at the same frequency. They sync up, sometimes in ways that can seem mysterious. This is described as spontaneous self-organization. We think of sound as something we hear, something that makes noise, but in pure physics terms, sound is just a vibration going through matter. The way a vibration goes through matter is in the form of a sound wave. Sound is made when things vibrate. Sound is the effect of matter colliding. It takes 3 different vibrations to hear a sound. 1. The object that makes the noise vibrates. 2. The air molecules vibrate as the sound moves through the air. 3. The eardrum vibrates when the sound wave reaches it. When sound waves move through the air, each air molecule vibrates back and forth, hitting the air molecule next to it, which then also vibrates back and forth. This is represented by an air molecule moving to the next air molecule and returning to its original position. The air molecules do not travel with the wave, they just vibrate back and forth. When the vibrations are fast, this creates high frequency. You can hear a high note. When the vibrations are slow, we get a low frequency. It creates a low note. People can hear sounds at frequencies from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, though we hear sounds best from 1,000 Hz to 5,000 Hz, where human speech is centered. But these are not the only frequencies out there. For instance, humans can't hear a dog whistle, but a dog hears it perfectly fine, and there are probably billions of other frequencies that are not audible to humans, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Every object or material in our realm exists with its own certain frequency of vibration. It can be represented as a wave in which the lowest possible frequency is called fundamental frequency. Objects also have a series of frequencies because they are made up of a variety of materials. Every piece of matter has its own resonance frequency or series of frequency because all matter is made up of atoms. Atoms are formed by electromagnetic waves that have a specific frequency. When these atoms form a larger piece of matter, the frequency of the electromagnetic waves is the frequency of that matter. Our realm is made up of billions of different materials and objects. Therefore, it operates at a huge number of different frequencies. For instance, the average house brick will have a different frequency to a block used to build the pyramids, and a house built with bricks will have a different harmonic resonance frequency to a pyramid. This is what sacred geometry is about. Even the geometry and architecture of various buildings takes into account their resonant frequencies for their locations, and you can see how the architecture actually matches sound waves, and they are always rising sound waves. A good indicator that they are designed to withstand the spiraling pressure waves from below and of course from the halos above. All buildings have to take into consideration the duality of the halos, of course. We live in between these amazing processes taking place, the centre of the saying, as above, so below. We believe that buildings are not only built for the frequency they resonate with, but to harness the free energy from the air. Now we can understand better why these designs were chosen and even take a guess at which sound waves are taking place in each area. This is a very deep subject, a very large rabbit hole, as there are many processes taking place here, so we will just concern ourselves with frequency, vibration and energy, and I'll demonstrate that now.
sorrow, let it all fade away. Forget tomorrow. Let's start living for today. Let me take you through a night of ecstasy. I like to hear the sound of a mystic melody. In the spotlight, with the music playing loud, no distraction. Together we have found. Let me show you all the glamour and the gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Wherever you're dancing, and you glide across the floor, your heart is singing, and they're calling out for more. Let me take you through a night of ecstasy. I like to hear the sound of a mystic melody. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Forget your sorrow, let it all fade away. Forget tomorrow, let's start living for today. Let me show you all the glamour and the gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Give me music lights. Sequins and
Do you ever question your life? Do you ever wonder why? Do you ever see in your dreams all the castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why all the castles way up high. Please tell me why do we build castles in the sky?
The frequency of a light wave is how many waves move past a certain point during a set amount of time. Usually 1 second is used. Frequency is generally measured in hertz, which are units of cycles per second. Colour is the frequency of visible light, and it ranges from 430 trillion Hz, which is red, to 750 trillion Hz, which is violet. Waves can also go beyond and below these frequencies, but they are not visible to the human eye. For instance, radio waves are less than 1 billion Hz. Gamma rays are more than 3 billion Hz. Wave frequency is related to wave energy. Since all the waves really are is travelling energy, the more energy in a wave, the higher its frequency. The lower the frequency is, the less energy in the wave. Gamma rays are very high energy and radio waves are very low energy. When it comes to light waves, violet is the highest energy colour and red is the lowest energy colour. Related to the energy and frequency is the wavelength, or the distance between corresponding points on subsequent waves. You can measure wavelength from peak to peak or from trough to trough. Shorter waves move faster and have more energy, and longer waves travel more slowly and have less energy. Aside from the different frequencies and lengths of light waves, they also have different speeds. In a vacuum, light waves move their fastest at 186,000 miles per second. This is also the fastest that anything in the universe moves, but when light waves move through air, water or glass, they slow down. That's also when they bend and refract. So what do sound and light have in common? Sound and light both exhibit oscillatory wave-like characteristics with various frequencies, wavelengths and amplitudes. The sense intensity is dependent on the amplitude of the wave. Both exhibit Doppler shift towards higher frequencies when the source of the wave is approaching us. Both undergo refraction, diffraction and interference. Walter Russell stated that waves of light do not propagate but reproduce each other from a wave field to wave field of space. The planes of zero curvature which bound all wave fields act as mirrors to reflect light from one field into another. This sets up an appearance of light as travelling, which is pure illusion. All motion is curved, and curvature is spiral. As human beings, we are good at translating vibration. Your body is a vessel that contains frequencies which can be perceived as sound or vibration. To understand vibration, a scientist named Ernst Chowdy put sand on a metal plate and vibrated the plate with a violin bow. The sand arranged into different geometric patterns. Many of these patterns can also be found in nature, such as on the back of a tortoise or on a leopard. When a similar study took place in water with sine waves, the higher the frequency gets, the more complex patterns that appear, like the divine pattern of a sunflower. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Water, as we know, is a highly transformable substance. It makes up a significant portion of human, animal and earth, yet it can absorb and receive energy. As Dr. Masaru Emoto's experiments on the water show us, water reacts and turns to different patterns that look highly related to various human feelings. Words like love or gratitude attract the most pleasing physical molecular formations in the water other than the words hate or disgust. The finding of cymatics also shows the scientific connection between humans and water. Moreover, just like when you turn to a radio station, your energy tunes into the same vibration and attracts the same information to your reality. As Dutch physicist and scientist Christian Huygens found, if you place two clocks close to each other and have their pendulum swing to a different rate, the pendulum will end up swinging at the same rate. Because we live in an energetic field, your energy output will attract the same reality to you. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Have you ever noticed how large flocks of birds resemble harmonograph patterns? It is as if every member of the flock are tuned into the same frequency, and therefore easily fly maintaining certain patterns naturally, without having to watch and pay attention to the other members for cues on how or when to move. Walter Russell said, "The trouble with humans is in forming wrong conclusions in relation to nature's expressions. We think that elements are different substances, and that each substance is permanently existent as such. That is not true. Elements are but different conditions of light pressures. They are the raw materials for fashioning of creation's images in the patterns controlled by light waves. They appear when the pressures necessary for their conditions appear and disappear when those pressure conditions cease. Every element in each octave occupies its own pressure position in its wave. Each element seems to be a different substance as the electric pressure conditions of each position in each wave of matter changes. However, it is not the substance that changes, it is the condition of the substance. Voidance and recreation is one of the simplest and most obvious principles of nature. I cannot imagine how it has escaped discovery during the centuries. The universe is a symphony of vibrating strings, as all objects have a natural frequency or set of frequencies at which they vibrate, including the weather.
Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. And breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon and a brand new sun. So follow the sun, the direction of the bird, the direction of love. And breathe in the air. Cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. When you feel life coming down on you like a heavy weight, when you feel this crazy society adding to the strain, take a stroll to the nearest